getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on SM.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
This one's called the Outlaw. Wow, say about it. Ride the rhythm like no riding a bike. Channel me, murder me, chatter when me chatter no night. Show this artist to keep them rocking till a broad daylight. I here come this escape club to rock it tonight. Say.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Guys, good morning to you. The announcement came in last night from AMC. They announced their fourth quarter and annual results webcast for February the 28th at 5 p.m. Eastern. The link is under their press releases that they have, and it says in here that there's a little bit of extra information in here about asking questions. They want us to bring questions to the table here. The company will be hosting an earnings webcast accessible through the investor relations section of the AMC's website. During the webcast, the company will take questions from both AMC Investor Connect members and equity research analysts. AMC investors can visit the website that's listed here on you know what? Hold on a second here. Copy link. My eyes aren't working yet. Copy link address. I'll post it up in here in case you guys want it. In the top of the chat section. To sign up for membership in AMC Investor Connect and submit their written requests, the link to submit questions will be available from February 20th, 2024 until February 27th, 2024. So if you're not already a investor, if you're not already signed up in the Investor Connect, you want to get signed up for that so that you can put those questions in if you so want to put in a question. Investors and interested parties should go to the website at least 15 minutes before the earnings webcast to register and download and install any necessary audio software. Again, that's Wednesday, February 28th, time 4 p.m. Central Standard or 5 p.m. Eastern. An archive of the webcast will be available for the company's website after the webcast for a limited time. For those of you who saw the video yesterday or the live stream yesterday, we had ringing bells on here and talking about Instanet yesterday, and then a lot of you guys are noticing that video is no longer available. Obviously, NBC didn't like one of the videos that we played from their I guess, videos that they had up there. So whatever NBC video it was that I played yesterday, they didn't like it, so they blocked the video. So what I'm thinking about doing is maybe like a standalone, maybe like interview with Ringing Bells, and then do we'll go through like a bullet point kind of thing, and try and take the information and really kind of piece it together in a way that really kind of spills the beans in a way for anybody to be able to understand. I feel like his videos already really kind of do that. So if you haven't, I guess really what you could just do is just go straight to his YouTube and watch the videos there, which I provided the link for that last week, I think it was. I can provide it again for you guys if you want that. Let's see, there was something else. John said something about AMC selling bonds. I haven't heard anything about that yet, John, this morning, so I'm not really sure. That's something I'm gonna have to take a look into. Like I said, I haven't heard anything about it whatsoever. And then also, who was it that said somebody said something about the song Wild Wild West today from Escape Club, something about it being a stripper song. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, isn't really like every song a stripper song if it's played in a I don't know what they're called in a stripper's club. So if that's the case, then isn't every song really kind of you would only know that if you'd been in a strip club before. So I guess I wouldn't know. Back in the day when I was a kid, it was just a song, so I have no idea. And then one other person had mentioned, who was it? I want to make mention of who it was. I think it was Jeff maybe said it. Something about it being a good video. Somebody mentioned that this was like a good video from the back in the day, and I was pulling up the song this morning as I was typing into Google. There was only 2 songs that popped up. I'll Be There With You or something like that, and from Escape Club, and then this Wild Wild West one. And I decided early this morning I was like, I'm gonna watch the other video because I don't remember that song. So I went back. I kind of vaguely recall the song. But something I noticed about it was that the drummer is like, maybe we can look at this like later today after I cover the numbers. I'm wiping off my glasses right now as I speak, but The drummer is literally like emotionless and like just smacking a drum, and he does it in both videos, the Wild Wild West one and the I'll Be There For You or whatever song. He's literally just emotionless playing the drum, and he looks like he's bored. The drum beats don't even sound that complex in either one of the songs, so I can only imagine that he probably really, truly, and honestly is bored. And then I started to get this feeling that like the Escape Club was really a one-hit wonder or two-hit wonder that nobody ever really remembers. Maybe I'm wrong, but I didn't see like a whole long, huge list of songs in there that it was that YouTube was trying to direct me towards. Yeah, that drummer probably didn't really enjoy his job too much. He didn't look like it, anyways. He looked like he had better bands that he wanted to be in. Danny says, Casey, imagine that drummer in bed. Boring. Yeah, something along that line. Let's see here. Living 3D says a strippers club. I'm dying. I don't go to strip clubs, so I don't know. I'm not into that whole scene. You guys, I just don't do that. It's not my thing. We got to take a look at the numbers. I'll tell you, me and strip clubs, I just don't. I won't do a strip club, and the reason I won't do a strip club is because I just don't understand. Like it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why would you go to pay to see something that you can already see other places? Like, I don't understand. To me, it doesn't seem like it. I don't see any difference between seeing something on like a video or in live. It doesn't really make a difference to me. Like, I just don't understand like why you would pay for that. I feel like I gotta tell you guys a story. This is kind of funny. My wife and I went to a strip club one time. We walked in and they wanted to charge us $40 a head to get into the strip club, and I said, "Oh hell no!" This is the first time I ever was going. She's taking me to a strip club. First time I was ever going. And I was like, no, I'm not paying $40 a person. They were going to charge us $80 to get in for the two of us. They weren't even letting her in for free. And I was like, oh no, I'm not paying $80. I'll take you home. I'll look at you. I was like, I'm not paying that much money to see, to see stuff that I can just see on the internet. So it just didn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. I don't understand what strip clubs are about. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know. Maybe it is better. I don't get it though. You can't like you're not even gonna touch. Like, what's the point? You're just looking. I did. I was like $40 per. I was about ready to break out $40 for us to get in, and then and the lady goes, no, it's $80, 40 for two of you. I was like, no, I'm not paying $80. Because then there was like a minimum drink fee. They're like, oh yeah, when you get inside, you got to have a minimum of 2 drinks. And so I'm sitting there thinking like, well, drinks are going to be another probably $10 a drink. So we're probably we're looking to be out here like, over $100. We're looking at like $120 just to go see some topless women. I'm like, this is dumb. No, I'm not paying that much. Anyways, moving on. Numbers. I couldn't think of a worst way to spend $120. My wife she'll tell you. She'll say, "Yep, that happened." Let's see here. All right. Fidelity is still not showing up their orders by Fidelity customers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Got to change one of these screens real quick here.
Starting in the top left-hand side, everybody got price predictions wrong yesterday. Nobody was even close. The price movement yesterday, I think, was a lot of it stemmed from the Chinese markets that were heading down. I think there was probably a sell-off going on across the board. A lot of stocks that were, I guess, aligned in some respect or another kind of moved about the same amount down. I mean, for example, like GME dropped yesterday in price almost exactly the same amount in percentage as AMC did. So anybody who was perhaps maybe holding short positions maybe needed the price to be down that much in order for them to be able to not be margin called for for price being too high. Because GME dropped 8.62% and AMC dropped 8.48. I mean, it was like they were like really close in percentages. So I imagine, these were the prices they needed to move it to in order to avoid any kind of issues. And I would expect, and I've said this for a long time, whenever the market does move down until those margin calls come rolling in, they'll just simply adjust the price on everything across the board, and the sell-offs will continue to occur until somebody gets margin called. And they can't continue up the charade anymore, charade, and that'll be when it just ends, right? So we're not there yet, and we will continue to move down so long as the market needs to move the price in order to manage things. So let's take a look see what we got going on though with these price predictions. The closest person was me yesterday. I had the low end of the totem pole, 244 to 544. Nobody missed yesterday because we do have a good price range. So point across the board. Let me see here. Let's erase one last congratulations to Twisty for his win last week. And let me go through and reset these points. I'm expecting to see short exempt volume yesterday to be a little bit higher than usual. And part of the reason is we had volume higher. But also part of the reason is because whenever they trip SSR, it becomes the ability to be able to mark more volume as short exempt is a possibility. And so as a result, we should see short exempt volume, I would imagine, well above 300K. I'm guessing. I haven't looked at it yet this morning or yesterday. Let's see what we got. Final numbers for short exempt volume coming in. Oh, wow, it wasn't quite. It was almost 276.8. It was close. I would imagine that we'll if some of that was kind of pushed over to today, we may see some of it kind of showing up today as well. But it was still definitely elevated. And yesterday we were down 8.48%. And the total amount of utilization right now is at 43.68%. Driving up 0.66% day over day. Let's see here. What's next? Max Payne. Max Payne started out the week at $4.50. I don't think there was enough call options that showed up at $4 yesterday that would have caused this to drop just yet. Maybe if we don't see price moving up today, and we have another day of options going through similar to what we had yesterday, then there's a chance that'll drop down to $4. But as it stands right now, oh, nope, it already did drop to $4. It dropped to $4 for Max Payne with the volume that occurred yesterday, which means there was probably a lot of call options at higher than $4 or $4.50 and higher that were likely closing out, and that would have helped to drop price. We'll take a look at that here in just a second. Off exchange. Final numbers for the day on off exchange was 56.77% going through off exchange. EDGX was 8.53. The combined total on that 65.3% or 1.3% higher than what I would expect it to be by the end of the day. 64% is normal. So there definitely was some price suppression going on, even though they were dropping price quite a bit. CHX volume was 2,006 shares. Nothing unusually large on that. GME's CHX volume yesterday's final numbers were 5,105. That is a little elevated, but not over 30K, which is what I'm looking for. The borrow amount available this morning, it looks like they did return up to about 55,000 shares available as of yesterday, and then have since basically borrowed all of those shares and returned about 8,000 of them earlier this morning here. So we're looking at 50,000 shares borrowed for the day today. Yesterday it was about 600,000 shares. Fees are at 0.51. Institutional ownership. Yesterday we saw this number drop quite a bit. Yesterday it was being reported at 39.6 million shares. Today it's being reported at 39.782. A little bit up. And options. Hopefully you guys are staring at the options there. You should be able to see a difference in open interest from what I just had up on the screen to what it's going to be here in just a second. The open interest, I'll actually read it off to you because I have it written down here, but the open interest yesterday on a $4.50 strike was 17.3 thousand contracts. Today it's 14.7. So the amount of open interest at a $4.50 strike on calls did drop, meaning they were closing out positions at 4.5, which is going to help drive the price down because it's bearish. And now we have 21.5 thousand contracts at a $4 strike, which is a lot of volume, considering the fact that $4.50 was the largest amount of volume yesterday. So highest amount of open interest at a $4 strike. Yesterday, the highest amount of open interest on puts was at 3.5. It still is. There was 10.4 thousand contracts yesterday. Today, there's 10.1 thousand contracts. So that did drop. There was some closing of positions on 3.5 puts. Market is suggesting a closing price by the end of the week somewhere between $3.5 and $4 in open interest right now. Taking a look at Ortex. Here's our utilization continuing to drive upwards day over day from 43.02% to 43.68%. The on-loan amount increasing as well from 28.45 to 29.3. So we're looking at just under 1 million shares, 0.85. Yeah. 850,000 new shares on loan. Let me write this down. Ortex usually estimates about a third of that as being new short interest. So we're probably looking at like close to 300,000, just a little under 300,000 shares. So Ortex did raise the estimated short share interest of the free float number to from 11.2 to 11.32, so 0.12. So we're looking at about 315,000 shares in new short interest, according to Ortex. A little bit more than I would anticipate. On loan average age per day, with 850,000 new shares, this might be flatlining to maybe slightly down. But oh no, it went way up. Okay. That's kind of unexpected, but it did. It went way, way up here. It went from 32.12 up to 33.56. And security lending volume yesterday rising quite a bit from 2.14 to 3.4 million shares. MMRI yesterday was 270.4 at the end of the day. It's 270.14, so not really much of a change overnight. The spread between the 2-year, 10-year yields. Yesterday we started out the day at 0.349 and ended the day at 0.31. So the gap between the 2-year and 10-year yields had closed a little bit. And today, as of right now, it's at 0.294. So the gap closing a little bit more than what it was as of last night, or yesterday's close rather. What is this number? Okay, erase that. Somebody was asking me this morning, are we going to see more red today? It's hard to say, right? Like, so what happened with China overnight is that they actually ended up showing up in the positive. So it's difficult to say if we're going to see a continuation of what we saw yesterday or not. It depends on whether, as of right now, the futures on the VIX are showing down, and VIX at 13.88. So I suggest probably not going to see more red today. However, when you come down and you take a look at the markets, they're not seeing that they're not seeing that just yet. And markets are down, there's nothing showing up right now. They're down anywhere from 0.04 to 0.41. So we may see a little bit of a continuation, maybe at market open, unless these reverse just before market open. So I'd kind of, I don't really want to lean one direction or the other just yet. I'm not willing to commit to the idea that we're going to be heading up for the day to day, but I do expect to see the SPY continuing to move upwards. As I had mentioned to you before, what number was it? How did I said? 518 to 522, I think, was the number that I was suggesting was probably the top. Somewhere around there. So I am expecting to see some more upwards momentum here. On the SPY anyways. On the Magnificent 7 in the pre-market this morning, only 3 stocks are green. There are some that are kind of borderline. Big financial institution movers for the day today in the pre-market. Anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater is going to get a shout out. UBS Group is down 4.77 in the pre-market this morning, looking pretty nasty for UBS off the get-go. That is pretty significant move for a pre-market number. I think UBS, I feel like is one that we added not too long ago. No, maybe it was USB. I can't recall. Either way, looking bad. Gold is currently up 0.11 and currently trending up this morning. Silver is down 0.24 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 0.1 and trending up. The US dollar is up 0.07 and trending up. Oil in the pre-market is up 1.81, and it's only traded 150, but it is gapping up a little bit here on this 150 share trade so far. Pre-market on the SPY is 0. It's not. It's a negative change since last night. It did close down yesterday, 0.36%, only down 1.8. And remember, yesterday we had less than 2,000 advancers in the market. In fact, and I've got the number still written down here. An hour before market close, there was 1,375 advancers in the market, and the market only closed down 0.36. There's some really crazy numbers that I saw out there that I was reading about how little the market declined yesterday, considering how many decliners in total there were. It was, I think some people were mentioning it's like only happened like 2 other times in the past. One was leading up to like the .com bubble, and the other time in like 2018. And this is only the only other 2 times that it's ever seen something like this. And then somebody else had mentioned something that happened back in the 60s. I don't recall exactly what the numbers were for that. I should probably repost this on Twitter like I keep saying I should, but I didn't. Futures on Tesla, or not futures, but pre-market rather, is down 2.25. And looks like it's consolidating a little bit after a drop in initial drop in pre-market. Amazon in the pre-market this morning is down 0.52, is currently trying to rebound off of a pre-market open that was down. Cinemark is down 1.13. No, it's not. It has not yet traded this morning. That's yesterday's numbers. Doge is down 0.54 and consolidating a little bit after an uptrend. Bitcoin is, I have this on the daily, sorry. Bitcoin is current, hold on a second here. I don't know what I just said about Doge, but I think I may have had it on a daily time interval. It is trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.36 and trending down. GME in the pre-market is up 0.3 and consolidating after an initial market open down and then a recovery. HYMC is not yet traded, neither is NCMI in the pre-market. Hood is down 0.28. And there's not really a trend right now on Hood. I was watching it earlier this morning. It's kind of consolidating because it's got some points that are high, some points that are low. It's really kind of consolidating. AMC is down 1.36% in the pre-market this morning. We did open the pre-market up. We shot up a little bit and then we came back down. In the aftermarket hours yesterday, we had a kind of a drop down to $3.60, and then at pre-market open, we had that jump back up to about where we closed at yesterday. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we have approximately 2.15-ish, right around there. Almost 2.2 million dollars more inflow than outflow yesterday. 14,000 shares traded so far this morning. We got about 5 more minutes before our pokey stick of volume. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 26.74, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.19, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.85. Which is below average, and on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 35.12, which is below average. On a 1-hour Ichimoto, we did not get the numbers we needed yesterday due to that price movement across the board, and we ended up seeing the big fall in the entire market yesterday, and AMC obviously going with it. So it kept us underneath the cloud and being able to break through at $4.20 yesterday. We do have thinning portion of cloud still ahead here, and in the next 2 days, it'll drop down to about $3.87 for that bullish run to be able to kick off. But as it stands right now, lagging line is below price line and conversions below base. What we need to see in order to see a bullish momentum move here is we're going to need to see that lagging line crossing price line, and the first available point at which that may start to occur is going to be on I guess, let's see, today's Wednesday. And so it's difficult for me to suggest that there's going to be a push for the day to drive up above the cloud. But the cloud is topping out, and it would start a buy signal at around $4.15. Let me erase my board. And on a 4-hour time interval, lagging lines below price line, conversion below base. Again, we have thickening portion of cloud showing up in the future. It's usually easier to break through thin portions of clouds, not thick. So a break above the cloud for the day-to-day is where price would need to move to get a buy signal, which is going to be around 440. And that doesn't start to drop down until... let's see here. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday-ish. The end portion of Monday going into Tuesday of next week. And I think that's all I got for you guys. Let me head back over to the chat, and I'll go to the back of the big tramp. Alrighty, they're off. I don't know if you guys noticed or not. I did change up the page a little bit here because some of you guys were requesting more accurate information in regards to how many shares were available to borrow. So if you look on the page here now, it's probably really difficult to read because it's so small. But if you can see it, it's got, it's up there. It's showing the fees and the available amount of shares and when it was updated last. I could, shrink that down a little bit so it's just the fees and the available amount of shares. So it's a little bit smaller. I could maybe enlarge it a little bit if I did that. But we're looking at that's showing up on the screen now, so hopefully that'll work for you guys. We're getting our pokey stick here, volume at 91,000 shares, giving us a total of 100,000 shares for the day-to-day, meaning that we had just about 16,000 shares going into the pokey stick here. This is significantly higher amounts of volume than usual and is suggesting for a higher volume day for the day-to-day. I would like to see price falling and volume rising is always bearish, right? So yesterday we had volume rising and price falling. So institutional sell-off yesterday more than likely, and I would suggest that was the case across the board in the entire marketplace. I would like to see continuation of volume today trending upwards, but also a price trend upwards as well, as that would kind of indicate that there's been a solid reversal. The market is suggesting that there's going to be a higher volume traded day to day. Some of that maybe bleed over from yesterday. So I feel like in this case here, this allows me to be able to predict at least a 50 to 30 million traded day, share traded day today. 15 to 35 rather. So I'm going to put in a volume prediction of 15 to 35 million. CPE says, Casey, I know you're not a country music fan, but I hope you could play a little Toby Keith for my friend Toby, who passed away last night from stomach cancer. Request for courtesy of the red, white, and blue. Yeah, absolutely, man. We can do that. And I'm sorry for your loss, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Cancer sucks. Really, I hate cancer. And that's a strong H. Let me write it down real quick here on my board, so I don't forget. Is that the actual name of the song? I'm not a fan of country like you said. Toby Keith. Is that the name of the song? Red, white, and blue. Oops, I can't believe I just did that. I just wrote down something wrong, terribly wrong here. Let's see here. I don't. Again, I'm not a huge country fan, so I'm not sure of the name of the song. So if that's one of his songs, let me know, because I'm not familiar. I guess it's a country loss, right? It's not just your loss. Pirate's saying his song "When Country Comes to Town" was my favorite. Talked about baling hay and getting it in the barn before going out to party. Good stuff for a country boys playlist. Okay, courtesy of the red, white, and blue. All right, let me write that down. How old was he? One of y'all put that in here, I think. And also, good morning,
Who
Rex.
suggested that song?
Good morning, Rex, and good morning, Pepperoni. What's up? What's that, Rex?
Marty. Who suggested the song?
CPE.
You get a Rex point today because that is one of his best songs.
Oh man, I didn't got to do my intro. You caught me.
Hold on a second. I got you covered. That's a pepperoni.
So Casey, tonight when I'll be at work, I'm going to make the pizza with the pasta in it.
Mm.
And I'm going to try and make a video that's long enough to put in Discord.
Make sure you take pictures.
Yeah, pictures I will take.
That's pretty cool, man. I didn't. The idea of pasta and pizza together and all in the same. I mean, I've never heard of that before. That blows my mind. The idea that you could starch out like that.
Casey, you can put whatever you want inside the pizza. So.
Well, I know, and we talked about that before, right? Like, eye of the beholder. Whatever it is that you choose, you want, and pizza's great like that because every person can have it a little bit differently and enjoy it, and that's what makes it such a it makes it one of those kind of like all around kind of pizzas that if you were trapped on an island someplace and you only had one food to eat the entire time, that's what makes pizza so great. Is it's got if you build your pizza right, you got all your food groups you need for your visit to the island. Way back in the day, pepperoni, I used to work in pizza, and I quite honestly don't think that there's ever going to be a point in my life where I will ever, even though I worked it, I will ever look at a pizza and not go and be like, oh, I can't eat that anymore. I've had too much. Like, that'll never happen. Ever.
Oh, tell me about it. I just started yesterday making my own yeast. And I went and visited today to see how it was. It doesn't need the flour yet, but I will just definitely put some flour in tonight before I go to work because I have it in the, how do you call it? Downstairs in the
refrigerator?
How do you say it? Nope, downstairs in like the basement.
Oh, okay, the basement. Yeah, the place where Brian lives.
Yeah, it's I want it at the temperature and humidity, and down there, there's a lot of it. I'm trying something. I'm just trying something.
Tammy's saying he was 62. 62 years old, man. I can't believe. My dad passed of cancer. I mean, we all have had. I feel like there's not a single person that can't relate to some kind of cancer issue in their family at some point or another, and that's why cancer sucks, man. I feel like that should be like the number one thing that researchers should be trying to eliminate or reduce, or which actually cancer research over the years has gotten a lot better in how to treat people, but if there was one thing that I could choose to have scientists go after and attack and try and eliminate or reduce as much as possible, cancer would be it. It's like my number one thing. Just it takes too many people, too many loved ones. Holy crap, Funky. That seems like a little too many. Funky worked in pizza too, made thousands a day. Come on, thousands in a day? Thousands? You had to be working in like probably one of the most busiest pizza shops ever if you were making thousands in a day. Most pizza shops probably go, I don't know. I don't even think most pizza shops sell 1,000 pies in a day. Maybe like 700 or 800. And that's for the whole day. thousands? That's crazy, man. You must have been working like I don't know what pizza shop you were working at, but it was it must have been like the only pizza shop in town.
The best I ever had was 700 pizzas in a day.
Yeah,
The
that's what.
best
Yeah,
I ever had.
that's what I'm saying. I think that's kind of normal. I think maybe like on a normal pizza shop would be like somewhere between like 600 and 800, but
No,
thousands.
it ain't a normal one. I believe nowadays a normal one would be like 100 and 200. But that's a normal one.
Because we had
You would just for like
we had
Saturdays.
we had the dough balls on trays, and each tray held, if I remember correctly, it held and of course large and medium sized dough balls take up different amounts of space, but each tray on like a medium pizza would you could probably put, I'm trying to remember, I want to say it was like 12 dough balls on a tray. I think it was 12. 3, 6. Yeah, I think it was 12 dough balls. And on a large, you would end up putting like 10 dough balls, or somewhere thereabouts. And I feel like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, maybe it was 8 dough balls. 8 dough balls.
9 nobles.
9. Okay, 9. I could see 3, 3, 3. But I think we stacked that. We did like 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I think that's how we did it to get, I think, 9 on a tray. But anyways, who cares?
Were you just using your hands to make the dough round, Casey?
Say again?
Were you making the pizza round back in the day?
Oh yeah, yep. We did it all. We did everything.
Man, if we more once, I would make a pizza house and I would have you come in to do it. Jesus.
Well, I mean, you have to realize here in America we had machines that did the most of the work for you, right? Like you'd take the dough ball after it had been sitting overnight in the fridge, and you'd throw it into, well, you'd put some flour down on a table, and then you'd throw it through this machine that, where it would stretch out the dough for you one direction, and then you'd turn it and slide it through the second portion of the system that would flatten them out, and then it would pop out like a nice pizza round, and you take that and you throw that onto the flour a little bit. Then you put some, you had cornmeal in the bottom of your pans, and then so you'd throw it into a pan, and so you didn't really have to do any tossing. There was no real, because I've seen you do your pizzas and you do hand tossed a little bit, and so we did do a little bit of tossing, but it was only if it was really really needed. And there usually wasn't that much. It kind of depended on who made the dough the night before, but it usually was stretched just fine by the machine. And let me tell you, man,
Those up in here.
those machines are amazing at flattening out pizzas and saving you time.
Oh, we had one of those machines. I mean, I brought one of those machines at workplace. And, we had a discussion with the responsible of the house, and she was like, can you prove to me this thing can do a 5mm crust? And I wasn't able, because the machine wasn't able to do a 5mm crust the way we do with our hands,
Right, yep.
And I'm talking like 2014.
Yeah.
It was when it happened. Maybe now they have something else, but back in the day they didn't.
Yeah, no.
So I lost the bet. I had to do it by hand.
5mm is pretty thin.
Yeah. Well, we have. It's not always 5, but the 5mm is the decent way, so you can cut the 33cm pizza in 6 slices,
Mm-hmm.
and then you will be able to, properly eat the slices.
I would agree that the machines weren't capable of probably doing 5mm, but you could get it. The machine could get it down quite a bit and do half the work for you, and then you can hand toss it the rest of the way.
I already have that machine that makes the dough balls.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of help.
Yeah.
A lot of help.
What do we
Can you
got?
hear me?
I can, yes. Good morning, Funky. How's it going?
Hey, I'm good, man. I'm just driving to work. I used to work at a factory where we made thousands per day.
That doesn't
It,
count. That's cheating. You can't call a factory making
oh no,
thousands. I mean,
It's like I'm working
that's
at
unfair.
McDonald's making burgers.
That doesn't count,
with 10
Funky.
people on a table,
That doesn't count,
all
Funky.
by hand.
What?
The only machine in the room is the plastic seal that goes around the whole entire
Are
pizza.
you allowed to say what company it was?
Yeah, I'll say I don't work there anymore. It was a company called Roma's Pizza and Show Company. So Emo's Pizza is huge in St. Louis,
Yeah.
and basically I worked for a subsidiary through that company, like for the Emo's family, and we used the same product that we use at the stores. It was just a frozen pizza,
Hmm.
and they would label it Lena's Pizzas, and they sell all around this area in the Midwest. They even did international orders.
I'll give it to you. So most pizza shops don't have more than like one or two people who are doing the dough tossing or dough flattening. Two usually tops. So like 10 people, you're obviously in a much higher production facility, and yeah, that's a lot of pizzas to be making in a single day. So I mean, I can't even.
Well, and the shells weren't fresh either. It was frozen shells.
Yeah.
Everything was pretty much like laid out on a table.
Yeah.
And you basically do your part and then slide it down, and there'd be a person on the end that would feed it into like a conveyor or kind of like a belt that would seal the product in like a plastic wrap. There'd be somebody on the end of that catching it and putting it on a rack, and you'd basically be flipping those racks in and out of the freezer, and then the warehouse would be packing and shipping.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a big production.
Yeah.
Funky.
It's a lot of pizzas to be making though. Yeah, I mean you're not wrong. It is you're moving. You're moving to be making
Per day.
thousands of pizzas per day. It's a lot of dough to be handling.
Yeah, between like 3 different rooms doing it, in a week we would be probably quoting anywhere between 30 to 50,000.
Jeez, that's insane.
Yeah. I just wanted to come up and kind of explain what I was trying to say. It's kind of hard to do in the comment section.
Thank you for your service. Feeding the nation.
Yeah, no problem.
One pizza at a time.
They'd call us we were all pizza wizards, they'd call us.
So your name is way more appropriate now than ever. Funky Pizza Productions. I mean, if you're, I get it.
Little background.
Yep. It makes a lot more sense now. Yeah. Okay. I got you. Did you?
All right, man. Well, I'm gonna get out of this van.
Okay. Yeah. It's a little sticky back here. Careful on your way out.
No, you go ahead. You ask your question. Go ahead.
I don't remember. Oh, did you ever make any of the pizzas to take home for yourself, or was it strictly business?
I did a couple times, but after a while, like I got tired of them, to be honest with you. When it comes to frozen pizzas, I'm all about Tombstone. Me and my wife both say this. We've gotten all kinds of different frozen pizzas, and we've tried all different things, and the best thing is it's a cheap Tombstone. So I'd get sick of our products really quick. It's just not as good.
Yeah. Yeah. I would almost rather make pizza at home from scratch than order frozen, personally.
I would actually get some of our product from the store, and they were thin pressed, and I would just put them on the grill and basically just melt the cheese. Like if I wanted any meats or whatever on there, I'd kind of cook it beforehand, and then basically just throw it on the grill to crispen up the crust a little bit, but melt the cheese, and they would turn out pretty good. I mean, the crust would be a little burnt, but it would have a good flavor.
Yeah.
You gotta have to be really careful. But yeah, that's my favorite way of doing it.
Nice. We've got Chris is saying I'm in a study for pancreatic cancer where they take blood every 6 months and endoscopy yearly because mom and grandpa died from the same thing, looking for markers. Yeah, that's good. That's awesome. It's like we're like jumping back and forth between cancer and pizza. We're making a link here that we probably don't even realize we're making. Like maybe pizza. What if pizza is causing cancer? Like it's terrible. I can't even imagine. Can you imagine if that was as simple as it was to getting rid of cancer as we just got to stop eating pizza? Man, that'd be rough. I mean, I might be like, you know what? Who wants to live forever? I want my pizza.
I blame pepperoni for that.
Yeah, that's
Oh, Casey.
yes.
Well, with the SSR trip yesterday, isn't it a little bit odd that we only went down like 8-9%?
Isn't it a little bit what?
Odd.
Oh,
Strange.
I mean, I've seen it plenty of times in the past where like that's exactly what they're targeting for the day is that 10% and then tripping it, and I feel like this is very common actually. You know, when they know that there's going to be a ton of so first off, you got to remember the human psyche is really keen on picking round numbers. And $4 is one of those points where it's a nice round number, and so I bet you there was a lot of people that probably had buy orders that were really close to a $4 price point. Once they saw price moving below $4, I would imagine that there was probably a significant amount of volume that of buying pressure that probably kicked in yesterday. And so, you know, institutions are going to look at that. And I actually wrote up a really good piece last night that I had sent to somebody that talked about like what happens when you don't have inventory. And what does it mean, and how do you react to it, or why would a market react a certain way to not having inventory and needing to complete a market when you don't have the inventory there? And the answer really is that you have to do things in order to actually, maybe I should just read it to you guys. Hold on a second. I'm going to read this to you. When I read this to you, you're going to go like, oh my God. I feel like it's going to, like, there's going to be some things that like click in your head and you're like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. Suppose this is what I wrote. Suppose you had an apple tree that produced 10 apples a season. You advertise the sale of these apples, but you receive orders that exceed what you have in quantity. That's not a problem because you know that some buyers of the apples will turn around and resell them, some will want to consume them, and others will want to hold on to them in hopes to sell them at a higher price later. In the meantime, the abundance of revenue that you're taking in from the demand, because you're taking in the orders, right? You can take the money in advance, and you don't necessarily have to deliver the apples right away. Allows you, that extra money allows you to farm more trees to make up for the difference in the demand that you don't currently have. If a majority of the buyers request those apples immediately, then you have a problem. You now have to somehow convince some of the customers to sell so that the price doesn't go up, causing you to have to purchase the apples from another farmer at higher prices than you're willing to pay. One of the ways to decrease demand is to artificially lower the price of the apples in hopes that you can buy apples from your already paid customers at a higher price, or where they bought them at a higher price, but you're buying them at a lower price, thus reducing the demand back to the levels of the apples that you can supply. So I don't know if that kind of like hits home a little bit for maybe kind of understanding like how a market is, like why they would drive down a price to a certain point, especially with SSR and them being able to mark them short exempt. Short exempt gives them an ability to be able to extend the period of time on which they need to find, if you want to call them shares in Apple. It gives them an extended period of time to where they can find those apples, right? Because now they've got a ticking timer for finding those. And by artificially dropping the price, it makes it easier for you to go purchase those apples from somebody else to deliver them if you need to, or you just continue to artificially drop the price and allow delivery of those apples to people who are continuing to buy at higher amounts of demand than you have in supply. I don't know if that helps to ring home with some of you. I used that analogy last night in a reference to crypto to try and explain to somebody why I think that crypto is such a terrible thing right now for the marketplace. And the reason that I used that was because I was referencing the idea or the argument that I can protect myself from an exchange collapsing because I can put my crypto into a cold wallet and I'm protected. And I said, but are you? Because the value is still being stolen. Because if the demand is high, the market's incentivized to drive the price lower because the demand is too high. This is something I think people should do. And I was actually going to ask this of Preacher. I don't know if he's here today or not. I was going to privately ask him to do this, but since I'm saying it out loud, the quiet thing out loud now, go and look and see what the demand is on crypto. Like, see what the buying orders are. Because I mean, all the information out there should be accessible because well, actually, I don't. Buy orders may not necessarily show up, but you should be able to see what the buying demand is. There's more buying than there is in quantity, right?
Yes, there is, because there's the harvesting month close by. Okay.
Yeah, and so my point here being is that by taking your apples off the market or putting them into cold storage, you're reducing the amount of availability of shares that can be traded in the marketplace. And so it incentivizes, by taking your apples out of the marketplace, you're incentivizing the market to push down price. Like, even though you think...
Go and take a look to the brighter picture, you will see that yesterday the outflow from the stock market was close to like 700 billion, and the inflow to the crypto wasn't that much.
Yeah.
So not all the money is going back into the crypto.
Well, I'm not suggesting that it is. I'm not suggesting that money's going into crypto right now. That's not what I'm trying to suggest. All I'm suggesting is that... Do you
believe the banks are starting to buying bonds this week? Do you think they are buying the bonds just in order to make the Federal Reserve to create a different repo facility in March? I don't know why I believe they are playing this game, to not let them fail on their journey and to make, make them create a different repurchasing program. I have this bloody feeling because the difference in the amount of money that got out of the stock market and into crypto, it's too wide. So, and there's...
Let me look up something real quick here. Just check something. I'm going to say no. The yield is inverse. The yield should be inverse. If everything's working the way it should be, the yield should be inverse to demand. So if demand is up, then yield should be down, or should be... Wait, hold on a second. Let me see if... if demand is up, then the yield should be down. And we're seeing yields going up and not down. I think. Right? I think so. I think that's correct. I think. Hold on. So I'm going to look and see. It should be... Let me see here. Hold on a second. Bonds. I think that's correct.
Well, then the other thing is that China is holding the dollars. That's the only explanation. And they don't want to invest the dollars anyway.
I'd have to do some more research into it, but I'm pretty sure that the yield's inverse on that. So if bond yields are if the yields are driving up, then the bond buying should be down. Apex, thanks for the price prediction. I'm going to put it in my notes here. I'm going to try and not let that influence my prediction for the day today. I feel like we may be seeing the market heading up. Let me see here. Let's see if I need to take a break here, but I feel like we may be seeing the markets heading up here. Yeah, some of them are starting to turn for the day today, and now we've got a couple on the positive side here. Let's look at the SPY real fast. The Chinese, yes, it's heading up since the market since the banks opened. Yeah, all right. Sorry, I was looking at something. Let's see here. Andrew. Andrew putting it. Who's all in the back of the big tram first? Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm trying to avoid reading Andrew. Andrew says, lost my virginity to the June fuck it bucket last night. The AMC employees couldn't even keep a straight face selling them. Oh, boy. No, Nana. Well, I talked about the Pokey Stick briefly. We had quite a few shares, over 100,000 shares from the Pokey Stick. You may have missed it. And so I upped my prediction from the normal 5 to 25 million shares to 15 to 35 today. So yeah.
Did he use the extra butter?
Oh man. Apparently AMC even reposted the SNL tweet. So I mean, I feel like AMC is kind of like riding the momentum of the popularity. I think they don't care, how it may or may not look.
Yeah, it feels great, I bet.
This is why we come to a place
that makes movies better.
That's gonna be our new. This is why we come to a place. That's our new. We just leave out everything else. We don't even need to. We don't even need to put anything else in there. Enough said. AMC is starting to feel a little bit like the back of the big tramp. Bunch of dudes. Where's all the chicks at? My wife's gonna come walking in the door. She's like, "I'm here." All right, I got to go to break. Let me get out of here. I'm gonna put up a message on the screen. I will see you guys in the back of the big tramp a little bit later, or maybe I won't. I don't know. Depends on how comfortable you feel. Oh boy, good times. I will be back at 8:15. Give my price predictions at that time. I will see you guys later.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
All right, guys, I'm back, and obviously I didn't see what happened when price for just a fraction of a moment went up to $3.93 and a half. Let me just check the numbers on the board here and see how many shares went through at that price point. That was approximately at 854. So there was one share that went through, then 25 shares at 365, and then another single share went through for 393.5, and then it was right back down again. So it was just a two single shares a minute. I don't even know if I would call this a minute apart, because it was two different minutes here, 54 and 55. Was there another one? Yeah, there was a bunch of shares that went through at 391 the minute before. Is the market signaling? Are the algorithms signaling for something here? That's a good question. SPYs continue to move upwards in the pre-market this morning. Of course, we all know that that's not necessarily a great telling tale of what the entire market's going to be looking like. However, most of the different markets are up in the pre-market this morning. I say most, not all. VIX futures are showing down, which should mean that we should see some green today. All right. US dollar's not moving. So that really fast pump. So remember that the market does use trading indicators to kind of, I guess, keep things from happening. Where am I trying to go with this? What am I trying to suggest? This little flag right here. What that's going to do is it's going to prevent, if we were to see at the later portion of the day to day, we would see the lagging line. If price were to kind of continue to maintain where it's at right now or whatnot, you would see lagging line crossing price line, which could potentially cause a buy signal starting to occur if price were to start to run up towards the cloud for the day to day, right? Like if price were to start moving up towards that $4 direction. Remember, it's $4.15 to break the cloud for the day to day. What's going to happen, though, is that lagging line is going to experience a run into price line with a little flag trigger like that, right? So this could be an attempt to try and keep the market from seeing this as a buy signal on the lower side of a cloud here, to maybe help drive away potential buy orders that may be coming in or could be coming in. So I think we recover a little bit of the price today. I think I'm going to go for a 376 close. For the day. So let me put up my price prediction here. 226 to 526. Let's see what the other guys have. I already have Apex down. He's got. I thought I put him already down this morning. Let me scroll back here a little bit. I already put his numbers down. I know he already sent them earlier this morning, and I could have sworn I put them. There it is, 183 to 483. For some reason or another, they're not on my notes. I don't know why. I thought I could have sworn I wrote them down, but I guess I didn't. 183 to 483 is his numbers for the day today, and then we've got Twisty coming in at 228 to 528. Let me see here, 228 to 528 for Twisty. 2 cents above me. And then we've got TB coming in. I just got to throw a shout out here to TB for a second, guys. TB is usually the first person to throw out a price prediction, and he's throwing it out by like 6 a.m. usually, my time. So we're talking like 2.5 hours prior to market even opening, and he's throwing these numbers out on a daily basis. I don't know how he even comes up with what he does, but anyways, 233 to 533 is what he's got. He has no idea what volume's going to... I can't imagine how he could know what volume's going to look like for the day. To be throwing out predictions that boldly in the morning is, in my opinion, is pretty amazing. So I'm not sure how he does it, but he does on a daily basis. Apex is adjusting his to 219 to 519. Apex, I'm putting it down. Let's see here. Casey, the Russell got a bump right around the same time, it appears. On the page, Rally Vermont says they have 25. He put an L at the end of that. 20. I think he meant 25,000 maybe shares to borrow as of 30 minutes ago. For those of you who are watching the page, you can see right next to SSR where I've got that up on the page up here. I've now adjusted it to show the amount of shares available to borrow, and I refreshed it. As the day continues on, I'll continue to refresh that and make sure it's updated as often as I possibly can. Remember to do that, so or at least on the hour every hour, so that you guys have an idea of where that's at. So there has been some more shares that have been borrowed this morning, as they did return some and then borrow some back out again. Looks like they borrowed at least another 8,000 shares, but I'm not going to count that because they only do increments of 50,000 or greater. So in total for the day, I'm still at 50,000. Are you saying China is down right now? Because I'm looking at China right now, and it's not down. It's actually up. Unless you guys are talking about from yesterday. Yesterday was big news, and I think part of the reason why we saw the U.S. stock markets moving the way that it was due to China. I don't see China being down right now. Those are up. They finished up. Which could mean that there may be some buying going on today. You might see a little bit of buying pressure. Petro's saying I don't show a spike up on my platform. Overnight they did. They rose quite a bit overnight. All right, guys. I will see you on the other side of market open. Let's get this day started.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Northeast, west, south, all in the same house, sitting in a back room, waiting for the She's so mean, but I don't care. I love her eyes and her wild, wild hair. Dance to the beat that we like best. Heading for the 90s, living in the wild, wild west. The wild, wild west. The wild, wild west. Wild west. Oh, wild west. Come la musical disc, cause some people never keep waiting for. This one's called the Outlaw. Wow, say about me, ride the rhythm like no riding a bike. Channel me, murder me, chatter when me chat on the mic. Show this artist to keep them rocking till a broad daylight. And here come this escape club to rock it, son, I say. Heading for the 90s, living in the 80s, screaming in the back room, waiting for the big boom. Give me Wild West, give me safe sex, give me love, give me time to live it up. She's so mean, but I don't care. I love her eyes and her wild, wild hair. Dance to the beat that we like best. Heading for the 90s, living in the wild, wild west. The wild, wild west. The wild, wild west. Wild west. Oh, wild west.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Rock like as in diamond rocks. Good morning, guys. It's good to see you all again today. AMC announces fourth quarter and annual results webcast February 28th, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. For those of you guys who... Why did I close this book? Why did I close this tab out? For those of you guys who want to ask questions... I don't know why the heck I closed this out here. Hold on a second. Where did this go? There it is. I didn't close it out. It was just minimized. Sorry about that. So for those of you who want to ask questions during the shareholder meeting, there's a section here that says during the website or webcast rather, the company will take questions from both AMC Investor Connect members and equity research analysts. AMC investors can visit the website listed here, and I've got it posted into the top of the comment section right now. So if you're not already a AMC Investor Connect member, then you need to sign up for that. If you want to ask a question, you can sign up for that membership in that Investor Connect and submit your written question. The link to submit questions will be available from February 20th until the 27th. So we're going to have a week's worth of time. I will remind you guys, I'm not going to let you forget about this one. I think it's important that if you have questions for the company, that you ask the questions. There's no better place to get good answers than from the people who are running the company directly. So I will make sure that you guys remember that when the link does come up. So I'll cover that again in what do we get? 14 days from now, 15 days, whatever. About 14 days from now. Alrighty, 2 weeks. Wouldn't you know? 2 weeks from now. So anyways, looking at price this morning so far, AMC is down 0.56%, down two pennies essentially at this time. And after market opened down, we've kind of been pushing the price back up here on larger quantities of volume than normal. From what we're used to seeing, but that's a good thing. I want to see a higher quantity of volume as price moves up. You don't want to see low volume. Toby Keith passed away. I know you guys had kind of mentioned it earlier this morning. Stomach cancer, 62, I think it was. Some of you guys had mentioned. You guys had requested courtesy of the red, white, and blue. I asked my wife, because I'm not, I've always said I'm not really that much of a country fan. I asked my wife what her favorite song was, and she's like, well, it's more of a toasting song. It's not really like a, one that's maybe necessarily good for like a remembrance of kind of thing. But she goes, Solo Cup was one of her favorite ones. I don't know. Maybe I'll play 2 of his songs tomorrow. We'll see. Because why not? In celebration of the music that he made. So, anyways, yeah, cancer sucks, man. Dino Mike says, "Damn shame." Cancer. I hate cancer, man. With a big old capital H on that one. But yeah. Good morning to you guys. Break Nation Sports. Good to see you this morning. Buzz and Buzzman says, I like the end paragraph saying about releasing more world-leading concert distributions later this year. Yeah, I agree with the sentiment about cancer, guys. I really do. Pirate Born says, I love this bar song. Could easily be a metaphor for this stream. The double entendres and the hidden innuendos. Probably. I love how I like how in the song he says dance. That's, I don't know why that just hits weird. It's interesting. You had said earlier, I think it was yesterday, Pirate. Actually, let me head back to the back of the big tram because I'd actually like to hear your commentary on this, just out of curiosity. But because wait, why can't I go to the back of the big tramp? Oh, there we go. Okay, it wasn't working for a second. You were mentioning, I think it was yesterday, that Escape Club was something that you listened to in your younger years, or back when it was a thing. When I went to YouTube to pull up the video to play it this morning, I typed in Escape Club first because I just kind of figured like I didn't really know any of their other songs, and sometimes if you put in the band name first, it kind of gives you like an idea of what they've put out. And it's really funny because like the only really like the top 2. So this is the order that popped up on the search. It was Escape Club Wild Wild West, then it was Escape Club I'll Be There. And I was sitting there going like, I'll Be There. That sounds like a ripped off title from another song from somebody else. And so I went to go watch it, and the 2 videos, like the Wild Wild West video and the I'll Be There, I'm pretty sure it's the same drummer that's playing in both of those, but the dude looks like bored as hell. And as I was listening to the beat, I was going like, you know what? There's not really a whole lot to that. I mean, it's catchy. The beat's catchy, but there's nothing really, crazy about it. The third thing that popped up was Escape Club, and with nothing on the end of it. So like apparently those are like the only 2 really popular songs that they had. I mean, they obviously had a lot of other songs. So I'm just kind of curious, like from your perspective, like what song was your song for Escape Club, or was it just the Wild Wild West? Was that like the only thing pretty much that you recall? Good morning, Pirate.
Good morning. You're going to have to help me out because I'm not really sure where the genesis was about me being an Escape Club fan. I think you might have your wires crossed somewhere along the way.
No, I swear I was talking about this yesterday, and you chimed in on it, and you were like, "Oh yeah, Escape." You couldn't remember the name of the group, but you knew what I was talking about in reference to the Wild Wild West song. And then when I said the name,
I mean, I'm real familiar with all the '80s, but they're not necessarily on my playlist.
Backtracking now, aren't we? Okay, all right, that's cool. Backtracking on Escape Club.
I like them. I like them. Don't get me wrong, and I know all the words to the songs, but they weren't necessarily my go-to playlist.
You didn't escape to the Escape Club for your go-to place.
No.
Okay.
But as far as Toby Keith goes, I've made no secret in the past that I am still a huge fan of his music.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that are.
He has a lot of crossover hits that doesn't necessarily you don't have to necessarily be a country music lover to appreciate his song. So
yeah, yep. Apex says 80s. You mean classical music? You know, it's funny you should say that, Apex, because it is now like if you go to a classic rock station, and I'm not sure. I think this happened about 10 years ago, but you go to a classic rock station now, and you can start hearing things like Pearl Jam on there. You know, Stone Temple Pilots, and you go like classic rock, Pearl Jam, Stone Temple Pilots. I'm like, bullshit. That's not classic rock. And so like that, you know, that's how you know you're getting old. When your rock music starts making classic rock, then you know you've peaked. It's all over.
It always comes as a nice kick in my balls when I'll say something to one of my sons. I'll say something along the lines of, "I don't care for that new stuff," and the song I'm referencing is like 12 or 14 years old. Because it doesn't fall in my window of favorite stuff. So and I'm guilty of that. I lose quite easily. I lose track of time. I'll tell my wife I don't believe her car needs brakes because I just put brakes on that car. She'll quickly remind me that was 4 years ago. So I'm guilty of that.
Do you see this? My own son coming in here saying, "Dad, you're old." Thanks, Hunter. I wasn't quite sure. It's been confirmed, y'all. I'm apparently old now. That always brightens your morning.
Oh, he has changed his nom de guerre. That's HXS Fox. I used to see him as his son. I guess he wanted to separate himself and build his own persona. Good for him. I want to live in your shadow.
Good times.
Pro Jeweler gets the credit where it's due. He's the one that said, "I love this bar song," and it immediately triggered in my mind that it's apropos. It could easily be transferred to the stream. The vast differences that make us so unique. Kind of, he pays homage in that song to the wide variety of people that can come together. Good song.
Yeah. Which one is this one?
It's called "I Love This Bar."
You're probably
not familiar with it, but when you do your market research for tomorrow or your music research, consider that you'll recognize it. It's very popular. It's just what it sounds like. It's a song about him playing in the bars and how he loves to people watch, and this song's loosely built around the differences in all the people that come there.
Okay, so I now have 3 songs, courtesy of Red, White, and Blue. I Love This Bar, and now Red, and I Love This Bar is now one, and Red Solo Cup. We have 3 different times that we play songs of his. I guess I could probably, in honor of his passing, I could probably do 3 songs in one day, and I'll probably take you guys. Probably whatever happens tomorrow will probably be unavailable to be viewed. Speaking of which, for those of you guys who tried to go back to yesterday's live stream, for whatever reason, NBC didn't like one of the clips that I played, and so they put out a content strike on the video, and basically it means that nobody's able to view the video now. So if you tried to go back to yesterday to look and see if you could view what was talked about yesterday, you either were living in the moment and got it, or you ain't getting it. Now, I am talking with Ringing Bells about a possibility on maybe making a standalone video as an interview that's not live, where we talk about the information and put it out there in something less than 30 minutes that maybe can capture some attention of, or maybe at least get the attention out there of others. Or y'all can just go to his YouTube channel and view his YouTube channel and just see the videos that he already currently has up there, which are already decently made. So I don't know why he would want to commit to like 30 minutes of his life of redoing something he's already done. But you know, it's up to him, and I can certainly, I think I can put his videos into my recommended playlists. I think So I can certainly add one of his videos to my playlist. If you guys want me to do so, I can.
Once again, you owe a thank you to your better half. Melissa is accurate in her thoughts on his song "Red, White, and Blue." It's probably not really a good pick for like a memorialized song. It's more of a. I think he wrote that in the response to the bombings of the 9/11 attacks, and it's really it's a kind of a pump you up, saber rattling song about how tough the United States and the military is. So I would agree with her. It's probably not a best selection to represent him as in a memorial type way, but there's certainly no shortage of others.
Yeah, it was Red Solo Cup was the one.
He has
that she
another song
recommended.
that you should take the time to listen to, despite your aversion to country music, and it's about how a guy who wants to play a guitar in high school goes on to find fame, and it's called "How Do You Like Me Now?" And it's they made fun of him when he was younger and playing the guitar, and he was the butt of many jokes. And then later on, as he found fame and fortune, I can't help but think that some small part of it was written from real experiences with him. But it's called "How Do You Like Me Now?" And I think, like I said, you'll enjoy that, being a music lover that you are.
How do you like me now?
How do you like me now? It's like a little brief storytelling song, like I said, about a guy who more or less gets not good enough for the cool chicks in high school.
Oh, yeah.
And how they snub him, turn their nose up at him, and then later on he finds himself. You can imagine. Good stuff, though.
Yeah. Changing the topic here, Corey's welcome. Good to see you this morning, Corey. Corey's saying, Yo, KC investors in the Chinese stock market aren't allowed to sell anything. They called the American embassy to complain. The CCP blocked them, and now they're calling India to complain. How effed are they? I mean, so one of the negative things about living in a communist state is that you're told what you can and cannot do. I mean, I guess some of that can roll over to the United States. I mean, you could look at the United States and say that in some cases we have laws and regulations that prevent us from doing certain things as well over here. But that's not what I'm trying to argue here. What I'm trying to point out is that it's not. They're not necessarily free to do whatever they want to with their money. So they're stuck, and effed is probably a pretty decent, pretty decent word to be using. Effed. They're effed. Pretty effed. I would hate to be locked into a position that I wasn't comfortable being a part of through a huge economic downturn. Tank Dog says, Casey, I just got here. What are your thoughts on this morning's glitch around 755? There were a bunch of shares that went through at larger price points earlier this morning. I feel like every time I've ever seen that happen, those are usually just an attempt to try and throw off. A lot of people use different indicators to make decisions on trades. And trading systems do the same thing, right? Like if you have an algo that's set up to find certain buy points in the marketplace, those signals may not occur based off of things that are happening. Now, even if I go to if I go over here and I look at some of the trading indicators, you can see that the buying and selling pressure during that minute right there was affected. And if I go to a 5-minute time interval, and I look at a 5-minute time interval, you can see that some of the trading indicators were thrown off just a little bit here by some of that movement. And as I go out to longer and longer trading indicators in here, you're going to see that there was something. It's going to play an impact on how trading signals occur, right? And so I think that part of the reason why you might see that happening is to Brent. Look at this. Look at this trading signal right here. Like during that 1 minute when that occurred, look at the vortex indicator here. It's like the selling pressure just dropped off to nothing, and you suddenly have a divergence at that single minute where that candle came in at. You have a divergence in the vortex indicator immediately occurring. Now, I think there are certain indicators, and you can also see the RSI started taking off as a result of that. I think there are certain things that can be done, or candles like that will affect trading indicators in a way that will prevent buying pressure in the future, or perhaps maybe even slow down buying pressure from. Remember, retail's not doing this. This is all automated. All of these trades are going through an automated systems. So if retail's not doing this and somebody wants to try and prevent automated systems from doing something drastic, this may be a way to do that or cause that to happen. They may see this as a drastic rise in price and a pullback, which is going to impact those trading systems. So that's probably all I would say about that. Is that there'll be some out there that would probably suggest to you that all it is simply trades that went through from settlements that are going through from a previous day. I don't think that's the case. There's more reasons for it than just that. Let's see here. I love Toby Keith's latest song he wrote and sang before his passing about a struggle, Don't Let the Old Man In. That's right, Hunter. Did you hear that? Don't let the old man in. I'll never be old. I'll write it down. If you don't get your favorite Toby Keith song played tomorrow, guys, please don't. I only have 3 times that I can play a song. I'm only gonna be able to play 3, so don't let the old man in. We could vote on these as well, so that it takes my, since I'm not that huge of a country fan, if you want to take the guy who doesn't like country music out of the equation of what songs we hear tomorrow, we could we could certainly vote on these after I get a list from you guys of which ones you want to hear. That might be more appropriate. How Do You Like Me Now is already on the list. Let's do mail-in votes. Yeah, guess we won't be listening for a while. Tom says, oh man, Tom, I don't know if I could deal with that, man. I mean, no offense, but I don't know if I can handle a whole week for old country.
Well, it's certainly sad, but I'm glad to hear that maybe people who don't necessarily embrace the genre might consider giving it a listen, step outside their comfort zone. We do that frequently on here, whether it's country music fans that listen to hip hop or rap and the other. It's a great variety. I think you do a good job of playing a variety of music, and I think we're all the better for it.
I'm going to go out of my comfort zone and go see the Bob Marley movie that's coming out.
Good for you.
Yeah, no, I saw the preview for it, and so don't get me wrong. I love human nature. I love stories. Stories are. I mean, what? Why do you think I'm here recording history? It's because I love good stories. This is an amazing story right here, right? So, and I love a good story. And I was watching the preview for the Bob Marley movie coming out when I went to go see Oppenheimer with my wife. And I was like, I got chills. And I was like, dude, I don't even like reggae music at all. I can't stand it. And it's just because I was harmed as a younger child with reggae music, but
well, it stands to reason. I mean, your education, you chose music as your formal education, at least a part of it, and you know, you play any guitar and what have you, and being a songwriter yourself. So you have a love of music. So despite the fact that you don't like his particular style of music, you still have to be interested in the fact that he has such an impact. I mean,
Oh,
there's no
absolutely.
denying that
Absolutely.
he had a huge impact on the musical world.
Yes.
That'll resonate. It'll stand the test of time, much like all the other greats. So
I'm going to go
sure
see the
you'll be
movie.
entertained.
I am.
Yeah.
I'm positive I'm
Good.
going to be entertained because I actually went in there, and when I saw that preview, I was just sitting there going like, "Wow, that looks really good." And I you know, much like the when I went, the only reason I went to go see the Elvis movie was because I got to, you know, do a meet and greet with Adam Aaron. Otherwise, I would have never gone and seen the movie. And I learned so much about Elvis that I had no clue about because I'm just not really that much of an Elvis fan either. So it was really kind of an eye opener for me to see, or I guess see that there was so much more to Elvis's story than just what I knew. And so this I think will be an opportunity for me to be able to maybe have an appreciation for the music that was being created by Bob Marley and others. The struggles.
Well, look, maybe, you know, there's always a possibility too that a lot of time has passed. There's a lot of water under the bridge. You might come out with a renewed appreciation, and you might even find that even after all this time, you enjoy hearing a song of his every now and then, despite the torture.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll have a different attitude.
Yeah. I hope so. I hope so. That my hope is my takeaway, because I do love music in general. My hope is that I can walk away for an appreciation for reggae music that I didn't have before. You know, instead of just being the kid who was, you know, growing up and being forced to listen to it on a daily basis for 15 to 20 minutes every single day. You know, my hope, my desire is that I walk away with an appreciation for the music and the struggles that went into why the music was created and the background. And I think that's what really allows people to grow in understanding why things are the way that they are, right? Like, where did the music come from? What was the struggle? What was it talking about? My hope is that's where the movie's going to take me. And I kind of got a little bit of that in the preview, and so I'm hoping that's exactly what I'm going to get out of it, but we'll see. Who knows? Maybe I'll fall in love with reggae music afterwards.
Did you see the movie The Mighty Quinn, starring Denzel Washington? I think it was based in
I don't think
Jamaica.
so. I don't think so.
You might enjoy that. It's about, I think he plays a sheriff. I think it plays it loose and fast with the "I Shot the Sheriff" song. I think it has a flavor of that to it, but I think he's a small town sheriff or constable in Jamaica, and he hangs out at a bar where they have music and singing. You might enjoy it. It's called Denzel Washington, The Mighty Quinn.
Dr. Saya says, what music, what was it again? I'm going to write it down.
The Mighty Quinn, Quinn.
The Mighty.
And it's from a song. I think it's a reference to a song, and the fact they play it in the bar there as part of the movie. It wasn't a blockbuster hit, but it was very entertaining.
Dr. Zayas is asking what music I do like, and I actually that's one of the things that I learned as a musician in college is that you can't really. I mean, I appreciate all forms of music. I really do. Even if I don't like it, I still appreciate it because it has a history and it has a meaning to a lot of people. So while I don't appreciate listening personally to reggae music because of life things that happened to me, or some country music because I never really grew fond of certain styles. I actually prefer more current country music than I do from the past. It's more the twangy stuff that I just can't get past. It's I don't know. It's something about the twang that I can't get around for whatever reason. Because I feel like it's a manufactured way of singing that just doesn't hit home for me. Everything else is fine. I can't really think of anything else that I don't appreciate. It's just country and reggae. Everything else, I'm pretty okay with.
I had a chance to go to a bluegrass festival when I was about 8 years old, and although the vast majority of it was religious in flavor as far as the lyrics go, I became a huge fan of the instrumentalists. To watch those guys play the slide guitar, the lead guitar, banjo, in the speed, it was amazing. To this day, I have a special place in my heart for a little bluegrass every now and then.
Oh, Hunter's throwing some. Hunter's trying to throw some shade here. So first of all, Hunter, you know how bad I am with names. I couldn't name a current rock musician if you asked me to from the last decade. So it's not like I can't name one off. It's just the fact that I'm not very good with names, and you know that. So that's an unfair question to be asking me. But what the real question you should be asking yourself is or whether or not this has happened or not, is this: have I played any hip hop songs from current hip hop songs that people have recommended to me here on the live stream, and I absolutely have. So, and it's not a matter of trying to name or being able to name one. It's just I'm not very good with names. I can't even remember some of my own favorite groups' names sometimes.
Yeah, I was gonna kick you there. I was gonna say to say that Casey can't remember the name of a hip hop artist isn't really a tell.
He knows.
No,
he knows.
He can barely remember the name of his favorite band.
Yeah, he's like, what's that?
Remember, this is the guy who asked us with a straight face, what was the name of that?
Kung Fu Panda. Yeah, the panda.
Kung Fu, yeah. With a straight face.
With a straight face. Yeah. What was the name of that movie? The Panda, and he's doing karate and Kung Fu. I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah, I don't mean to pick at that scab. I don't want to.
No, it's true. It's true.
Picking at the scab.
It's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. Hunter says he can barely remember my birthday.
Took Mrs. Pirate to they used to have a concert called Springfest in Pensacola, Florida, and they would have bands that were up and coming and just on the verge of breaking into success.
Yeah.
And they would have like 4 bands playing throughout the city, and you could walk a few blocks and see different bands. And she was as guilty as you are. I would say, let's walk over here and see this band. She's like, what song are they playing? I'm like, Possum Kingdom. I don't know who that is. I don't like them. And I would force her to go. The band would play the song, and she would sing through the whole thing. Oh, I love this song. And I would just shake my head. What are you going to do?
Look, Billy says you played Bad Boo for Life one day. I have no idea. I don't even recognize that, and I played it. I don't even remember. I don't remember any of that. So, names are not a thing for me. Dates are not a thing for me. I just don't do well with them. Hunter's like, you barely remember. You want to know something sad? This is how sad it is. I don't know. I don't know my mom's birthday. I don't know my sister's birthday, my dad's birthday. If it wasn't for Google Calendar, I probably would never know any of those birthdays. The only reason I know my brother's birthday is because it's December 25th, and you can't forget Christmas Day. It's like, I don't know, there's something about that day you just can't forget. But here's the sad part. I remember Bradley's birthday because it's D-Day, 6/6, right? And I was really kind of weird because he was born in 2002. And I was like, it was kind of one of those things where like I was like begging the doctors not to have him at 6:66 if that was a possibility, because I was like, don't have him at 6 o'clock in the morning because then it'll be 6:66, and I'm like, no, we can't have him at 6 o'clock at all. But anyways, the where I'm trying to get to here is that Hunter's sitting here talking about I can barely remember his birthday, and it's like the only reason that I can remember his birthday is because he's only 2 days apart from his brother. I can't. Like, because he has no ties to like some specific day that I can tie or attach the date to, it would be almost impossible for me to remember what his birthday is. And so that's the only way that I can remember his birthday, is that it's just 2 days after Bradley's. And it's so sad, but it's just the truth. It's like I have this really difficult time with remembering dates.
I share that with you as well. I was always offended that Sandy, my wife, she would be offended that somehow or another, like, I didn't care. I didn't care enough, or I would have remembered, which it's just not the case. We're just not built that way. Our brains aren't, or we're just not wired for that sort of thing. But she remained convinced that somehow or another it was a lack of affection.
Yep. Anyways, I love you, Hunter. It's not just you; it's everybody. I can't. The dates are a problem for me, and I always have been. It's always been that way. I can't remember holidays. I can't remember. I can never remember what day Valentine's Day is. I always have to like look at online to figure out what it is because I always, for some reason or another, I think it's the. Sometimes I'll think it's the 16th or the 18th, or for some reason that 14 day. It is the 14th, right? Right? You're not getting an answer. All right. Thanks. Wait, hold on a second here. What day is Valentine's Day? Okay, it is the 14th. I can never remember that it's the 14th. But for whatever reason. Anyways, another thing's in here, guys. It says, got your Reddit message. So CNBC took another 11-hour live stream down. Went to look at yesterday's wildness, and it was gone. Yeah. It happens. I would have thought it was going to be the music that I play. Sometimes it's the music that takes me down. But it was it literally said NBC for the takedown yesterday, so it was an NBC thing. FGCV says, by the way, you heard it here first. If Kansas City wins, Kelsey will propose to Tay-Tay on the 50-yard line and endorse Sleepy Joe. Okay. If only something significant happened on those days. It's got to be a connection to another event for me. For example, well, it's time to do numbers. So I'm going to take you guys over the number screen here. But for me, what it comes down to is it's got to have like a connection to like another type of event. So one event can't just be attached to a date. It has to be another event attached to an event that's on a specific day that helps me to remember this is when it's going to be. Because usually what that ends up meaning is I can just go look up what D-Day is. Right? I can't go to the internet and say, what is my son's birthday? But I can go to the internet and say, what is D-Day? And find out that it's the 6th. So if I do forget that it's on the 6th of June, then I can just go look and see. So that's part of the reason why that's that way for me. So just to like kind of give you an idea as to how my mind works. But let's take a look at these numbers here and see what we got going on. This is the first run through the numbers. So remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Whale says, did you name your son after Hunter Biden? No. What the heck? No. I actually was not responsible for his first name. I was responsible for his middle name, which is way cooler, Xavier. That is such a cool freaking name. All right, numbers. Here we go. Price prediction tallies. Yesterday I had the low end of the totem pole, but none of us were really close to getting price predictions correct, but it was within our range. So points around to everybody. Short exempt volume, obviously for the what am I trying to say here? Everybody got a price point for the short exempt volume. We had volume that was larger than normal than what we've been seeing lately for the past 3 months. So due to the over amount of overage of volume that we saw yesterday, we ended up seeing a lot more of the volume yesterday marked as short exempt. So we had 276.8 thousand shares marked as short exempt yesterday. I kind of thought it might be over 300K since they did trip SSR, but that ended up not being the case. Day-over-day price increase, we had an 8.48% drop in price yesterday, and utilization did drive up a little bit to 43.68%. Max Pain, we started out this week at $4.50, did drop to $4 because of there was some closing of call options at 4.5, and a lot of volume kicking in yesterday at 4, which made that imbalance drive that Max Pain down to $4. Taking a look at off exchange, by this time of the morning, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange, and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. As it stands right now, we have 56.77% going through off exchange, EDGX at 9.44. The combined total 66.21%, or about 12.21% higher than what I would expect it to be. So a lot of price discovery being hidden right now through those exchanges. CHX volume for the day-to-day on AMC is 0. And GME CHX volume for the day-to-day is sitting at 823 shares. Total amount of shares haven't been borrowed so far this morning. We are seeing mainly returns. They did borrow another 9,000 or 8,000 shares earlier this morning, and then just now borrowed another 10,000 shares. But I only do increments of 50, so not enough shares to have me throw up another 50,000 share borrow for the day-to-day. So all we've seen recorded so far is 50,000 shares on my end. Fees are at 0.59%. Institutional ownership for the day-to-day was at, earlier this morning, was at 39.782 million shares. It's now 39.883, so it did drive up a little bit. And let's see here. Moving on. Options. Yesterday, the highest amount of call options were coming in at a $4 strike. That is the case today as well. And there's 4,000 contracts in volume so far. It's a little elevated. Usually by this time of the day, I would expect about 3,500. But so it's a little elevated right now. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $3.50 strike. That's where it was at yesterday. There's 1.4 thousand contracts so far at 3.5. Hopefully those are closing of positions, and if they are, then we should be seeing price moving upwards as a result of that, as it is bullish to see closing puts. Taking you guys over to the other page here. Fidelity has still not updated their website for the orders page yet, so I'll be unable to show that to you. Taking a look at Ortex. Currently, for the day-to-day, we have 1.14 million shares having been borrowed. That's going to have the estimated short share interest of the free float drive up to 11.49%. The cost to borrow mins at 0.51. Average is 1.09, and max is 7.26. The total amount of shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 29.3 million shares. That's approximately 850,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and 315,000 of that was estimated by Ortex as being new short interest. Utilization day over day, driving up from 43.02% to 43.68%. On loan amount did drive up as well from 28.45 million to 29.3. The estimated short share interest of the free float rising as a result from 11.2% to 11.32%, and the on loan average age per day also increased. We had 852,000 shares in newly loaned shares, and yet this number still ended up driving upwards here, which is pretty significant. It went from 32.12 average days to 33.56. Security lending volume increasing as well day over day from 2.14 million to 3.4 million. MMRI yesterday was at 270, earlier this morning was at 270.14. It is now 267.44. Usually I feel like lately, more often than not, whenever this is going down, we see, whenever MMRI is going down, we see AMC tend to do well. So 267.12 is what I'm going to write down right now. As of earlier this morning, the spread between the 2-year, 10-year yield was 0.294. It is currently 0.31, so it has increased just a little. taking a look at NASDAQ is down 0.1. Dow Jones is up 0.2. The S&P 500 is up 0.01. We have 3,580 advancers to 1,597 decliners. The market is cooking with bacon grease right now because it's looking hot and tasty as there's lots of advancers in the marketplace. Remember, guys, I had said that the SPY will more than likely go up to, I think it was 518 to 522 before I think we'll see a reversal. 35.99 advancers. Cooking with bacon grease. Of the Mag 7, only 3 out of the 7 are green right now, which means that probably a lot of money is flowing into mid and small caps. Financial institutions are certainly not all seeing the green. Some are red right now. Big movers for the day-to-day, anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater is going to get a shout-out. Coinbase is up 2.84. Silvergate's down 6.25. NYCB is down 10.37. UBS Group is down 4.63. And that appears to be it. Gold is up 0.57 and trending up. Silver's up 0.3 and trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 1.35 and trending up. US dollar is down 0.09 and I guess current trend is down. It hasn't really... I feel like it needs to... in order for this to really turn into a more long-term trend down, I feel like it needs to kind of break past maybe like 10, not much further down from where it's at right now. Maybe around 104, 104.3 maybe, which is really close to anyways. Oil is currently up 2.36 and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.51 to 0.59 and trending up. SPY is up 0.05, but trending down. VIX is down 0.73 and trending down. VBR is up 0.47 and slightly trending up. VB is up 0.53, trending up. Tesla is up 1.5 and consolidating after a trend up. Amazon is down 0.96, trending down. Cinemark is up 2.3, trending up. Doge is up 0.3 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.81 and trending up. GME is up 4.69, trending up. HYMC is up 3.39 and trending up. NCMI is down 0.13 and consolidating after a trend down. Hood is up 1.52 and slightly trending. Actually, you know what? It's consolidating after a trend up. AMC is up 2.59% and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC is approximately about $200,000 more. Actually, less than that, about $150,000 more outflow than inflow. 3.89 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 51 minutes worth of trading, we are on a pace for 29.74 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's a little bit lower than I would have anticipated for this time of the day. Let me just calculate that one more time just in case my number's off. But I think those are right. Yeah, 29.9 is what I'm getting right now. So the volume prediction that I guessed on for the day today was somewhere between 15 and 35 million. It appears based on the current volume levels that we'll probably see the bottom end of that 15 to 35 prediction. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.44, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a couple divergences on the vortex indicator, some whipsaw kind of going on here. RSI at 50.16, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.73, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.08, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. In order for price to move through the Ichimoto cloud for the day-to-day, we would have to see price above $4.15 to get the additional buying pressure needed to continue to push price up further. On there on a 4-hour chart, lagging line is below price line, conversion is below base. To get above the cloud for the day-to-day, we'd have to see something around the range of $4.40. I'm not really expecting to see price moving into those ranges, but I am expecting to see price. I think my price prediction for the day-to-day was a 376. Yeah, 376 I think was my price prediction for the day-to-day, and so I'm kind of guesstimating that there's going to be maybe like a closing price where the price can kind of trade out sideways through the day-to-day and then be just underneath the cloud for tomorrow for a potential breakthrough of the cloud tomorrow, which would be in the $3.90 range. So I am looking for a reversal here from the bottom that we saw at, it looks like 358.5 now is our new bottom. Let me plug that into my numbers. That is a 25.5% decrease in price from 481, our last high. And that is not a very typical turnaround point. It's usually more closer to the 20% range. It's not unheard of to see flips at 25.5%, but usually if you're going to see 25.5%, you're going to see 35 at some point. So I kind of would expect to see a little bit more bottom here, but it may not happen. We may just have like an unusual flipping point. And it could be simply due to the fact that there was a target to try and close out as many puts at 350 as possible. Or it could just simply have been market related where, due to the China market move yesterday, it caused AMC to, and the whole market to really kind of move down. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. Let's see what we got here. Well, it says questions. So when shares on loan and short interest reach the same number as institute's ownership, do they truly have no more shares to lend? The more important question you should be asking yourself, Whale, is why is utilization sitting at, institutions are and of course FinTel is a little bit delayed on their reporting, don't forget, but institutions supposedly only hold about 40 million shares. Why is it that shares on loan right now is being reported at 28 million shares and we're only showing a utilization of 43.68%? So let me see if I can do this real quick here. Wrong one. Is that right? I think, no, that's not right. What do we got to do here? There's a way to do this. Hold on a second. Yeah, that's right. So based off the current numbers right now, with 29.3 million shares on loan and utilization being at 43.68%, that means that the market is suggesting that institutions hold 67 million shares available to be borrowed. That would be 29.3 million shares would be the 43.68% of 67.07 million. Just to confirm the data or backwards calculate it, we could go, I'm going to round up the 67.07 and put 67.08 and multiply that by a utilization of 43.68%, which is moving the decimal place appropriately, shows you 29.3 million shares on loan. So the numbers work out. 67.8 million shares is what this utilization is suggesting. I don't have an answer for you. The only answer that I have for you is that could potentially show you rehypothecation of loan shares. That's what I would take away from it. They may have already rehypothecated enough shares to insinuate that there's 67 million shares owned by institutions when they only hold 40. But if you have another number showing up, I know there are other websites that use more accurate, other than Fintel, that report like a more accurate current holding of shares held by institutions. If you're looking at one of those, you could see how close those numbers align. But I doubt they're that far off. There's still going to be an inaccuracy there. Hunter, I love you, buddy. Take care, and I hope you had a good night's of work last night. Get some good rest. Well, saying so, institutes likely hold shares as tokenized shares with Robinhood. Haha. It doesn't necessarily have to be tokenized. I don't like to make assumptions too often. Your tokenization or swaps that are occurring through tokenized positions would more likely show up through short interest. Not outstanding short interest, but short interest that's on the books that are not being reported. So when you talk about tokenized swaps, you should be talking about things that you can't see. We can see things like exchange reported short interest, and we can see things like reported on loan amounts. And those are seeable things, right? But you can't see well, I guess in a roundabout way, you can kind of see the tokenized swaps, but you can't see that in terms of a number that represents something that is a position that is being tracked as an accountable position currently. Somebody's holding that as collateral, right? So it's not something that you can track and say like this is. I shouldn't say it's not something you can track. It's not something that you can look at and say like this is a position that has to be accounted for. Somebody's accounting for it already. It's a tokenized position. Somebody has the leverage already paid for the position when it was created. So you need to separate the idea of tokenized swaps from securities that are being traded and short interest that needs to be found, failure to delivers. Those are all separate topics and need to be separated in your head. Like your tokenized swaps are accounted for. Somebody else is holding the collateral and the asset that's been leveraged against in a position outside of the market. So when it comes down to who's being held accountable for what, the only things that are going to be accountable or held for are going to be the positions that are in our traded inside the market. And I'm just kind of curious. Let me go look at something real quick here because I feel like it was Yahoo. Yeah, I hate going to Yahoo to look for information. I really despise it, but I feel like there's another place to find it. Let me look at something real quick here, guys. Give me 1 second. I think there's a spot on overview. Maybe no. No. Huh. I am noticing as I'm scrolling through chartexchange.com, a couple weeks ago they were misreporting AMC's shares out. And when they say shares out, I'm pretty sure they're referencing outstanding. And they're reporting it as 247.9 million right now. And that is way more accurate than the, I think, 700 million or something like that they were reporting like last week. I'm looking for... There's something better than Yahoo out there that usually reports institutional holdings, but I'm just going to use Yahoo for now. Just because I am kind of curious what the difference is between what Yahoo's reporting and what Fintel is reporting in institutional holdings. Let me see here. So, according to Yahoo, they're saying 20.31% held by institutions right now. 20.31. Fintel is suggesting that it is... I'm looking at the wrong screen. Fintel is suggesting... Whoa, what? Their numbers are all jacked up. They're suggesting basically 40 million shares held. %, of... Let's see what Weeble's putting out for a number right now for... Yeah, the free float's the same pretty much between Weeble and Chart Exchange. So we'll do the 247.4. $49 million, $50 million. So, yeah. There's still a discrepancy there. Yahoo hasn't updated numbers since September on AMC. Really? I feel like that number has changed. Dr. Zaya says a lot of institutions must have sold this past week, though. Yeah, I would kind of tend to agree with that. It's been more than just a week, right? I don't think there's any justification. So, as it stands in regards to what I'm seeing, the total amount of outstanding shares and in regards to dilution that occurred, I could see a market target price of $5.80. So we're trading like $2 underneath the where I think the market should be valuating price, unless they're suggesting that the market cap has fallen that far. Like, you know, if the company's that far underneath in value from what they were estimating, you know, a couple months ago, which I think is absolutely ridiculous to suggest that would be the case. I mean, we're talking about probably like $2 billion valuation difference over the last couple months. But for sure, I think we have been seeing some institutional selling going on. I know they want to get in at the cheapest price possible. Rex, good morning to you, sir. Again. Should we put the songs up? Do you guys want to have... is there any other songs that you guys want to... I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 songs here to choose from for Toby Keith. Yeah, Dr. Zaya said it is going down, yes. Look, anytime you don't even need to look at OBV. Anytime that you see large volume, so if I come out to like a daily on this right here, anytime you look at price movement and you see large volume candles that are going in up, large spikes in candles on days where you have price falling, that's a real sell-off. Somebody's really selling in there, right? Like, and I would more often than not suggest that it's institutional orders that are being sold and not necessarily retail. But you can go through and you can look at every single one of those, and days where you see huge spikes in volume as prices moving down are the days where there's actual selling going on. That is correct, Jesse. It is underneath $1 billion. Yeah, it's not how it works, though. You can't, just because the market cap is showing a certain value doesn't mean that you can just buy the company for that much. That's not exactly how it works. You guys really need to remember that it's just simply share price times the amount of outstanding shares. That's all market cap is. It's a theoretical price that a company could potentially offer to buy out the shareholders for their shares. It's not a valuation of the company. It's just what would be due to, at the current price, with the current amount of outstanding shares, what could somebody expect to pay to buy out the shareholders? It doesn't mean that the shareholders are going to accept it, right? Like nobody in their right mind is going to accept $3.78 a share for the stock. There's just no way. Shouldn't large block sales be in the black market or off exchange, as well as buying since it bogs blocks? It depends on, I guess, where institutions want to drive price. Yeah. There has to be a buyer on the other side of it, right? It really has to do with what the brokers decide, where they decide to put the orders through. I don't see any other way around it. There is no forcible actions. Not that I'm aware of, anyways. Dr. Zaya says market cap can affect its debt covenants and ability to refinance. It can have implied implications, yes. You can you can go over and watch. I mean, you can just go sit and watch NVIDIA. Maybe today is not necessarily the best day of doing it, but you could probably go through and watch NVIDIA trade for a while, and just watch the order book and watch and see, where orders driving price. I'm actually really impressed just in this short moment right here that I'm watching this, I'm really impressed at seeing this order book trade right now. Watch those orders go through here, man. If you want to see manipulation, okay, this is a great order book to just sit and watch. Look at the. Do you see that 2,000 share order that pops up and then disappears on the left hand side for the bids? It'll pop up every once in a while. This is probably a great example of a manipulated order book. I literally could sit in silence and watch this for like hours. It's so fascinating. Hold on a second. I'm seeing the 25 share orders going through there, and I think it's significant. I'm not sure what the 25 is because I don't have my list of market maker signals don't include a 25 order value. So I'm kind of curious what the 25 is. It could be. There's only one number on the list of market maker signals on there that's ends in a 5, and it's the 505, where it's I am short on shares. So it could be an indication that there's a lack of inventory of shares available to be. It's so now it's 26s. Okay. Oftentimes, you can tell which way the price is going to move based off of order size. And I've had Keith come on here and talk about it before. But I've noticed this on multiple occasions in the past where if you watch really carefully, there's 25, 26s, and 27s that are showing up in the order book. And right now, 25s are kind of the prevailing number. But if you see that number rise to 26 and then you watch which direction the price is going when the 26 start hitting, it'll tell you which direction price is going to be moving towards. Now they're starting to go towards 24s. I see 24 showing up on the order book. This is a prime example of a very heavily manipulated price, and this is how they signal to each other how they're going to move price. All these algos are basically, these computers are talking to each other and telling each other where they're going to be moving price to based off of these order numbers. I still see some 24s. Starting to see some 26s again. 27s, 26, 27s. We could see the price move here. The 25s are still prevailing. This is NVIDIA. I love watching that. Being an analyst of numbers, this is like my favorite thing to do is just sit here and watch numbers and how they correspond and how they interact with each other with what happens, and watching a system, watching a system work and play out and seeing if you can't like analyze and figure out like how the algos are specifically trading to figure out where the price is going to start moving to. Now you can see those large orders right there. Look at that large order 680 showing up there. Taking a couple hits and suddenly disappearing. Now it's gone. So the protection of 680 is gone now. So now the price starts to drop a little bit lower here. We may see the numbers starting to change from 25s to something different. It did print a TD9 on the way down, which means there may be a reversal in play here. So watch for the 25s to change to certain whatever another number. It's usually, I feel like in the past, what I've seen is that it's inverse to whatever whichever direction the price is moving. So like in other words, numbers driving upwards means price is going down, or numbers driving downwards means price is going up. It's not always the case. Sometimes it's different. You have to just kind of watch it. So now I'm starting to see some 24s. There are some 28s in there as well. 26. So if we see like 26 and 28s becoming like the prevailing numbers, 26, 27, 28, we may see price continue to fall. Well, there was a 23. And if you watch it long enough, the interesting thing is that the 25 number may specifically mean like a price range. So 25 may mean that the price somewhere between say 679 and 680 could be like the 25 number, and if price drops below 679 into the 678 range, that might end up being the 26s, and so you might start seeing some more 26s in the order flow, or 27. Who knows? I'm not sure exactly, but I find it absolutely just fascinating to watch these kind of things, because there was a period of time on AMC where the same kind of stuff happened all the time. You could tell exactly which way price was going to start moving based off of the orders that were flying through the order book. It was happening fast enough to where it wasn't so boringly slow that you could see it happening as it was happening, and you could tell which direction price was going to be moving next. All right, AMC is moving up. We'll go back to AMC. Sorry about that. Well, there's our test of 393. Some of y'all were asking earlier this morning, like, what was that candle that we saw in the pre-market? There was potentially have been a test of strength at that level to see how much buying pressure the systems were going to perceive at those levels, and here we are retesting it a second time. That's definitely going to play into how the market sees that as a level of support or resistance. Yeah, it was the same number. It's a Fibonacci retracement that I've got at 393.7. In the pre-market, though, it was 393.5, so it's pretty damn close to the Fibonacci retracement that I've got set up. I'm going to go back to NVIDIA here for just a second. I want to see something real quick. Their average 3-month volume is 42 million shares per day. They've traded 24 million shares already. We're not even halfway through the day yet. We're an hour and An hour and 23 minutes into the trading day. It's crazy. Well, I wonder what their pre-market volume wasn't even high. That's weird. I wonder if it's higher than normal, though. I don't know what their normals are, and I don't know what was traded yesterday, so it'd be interesting to watch some of those numbers on that and see what they're looking like. Whale says they have like 20 billion float, though. Well, yeah. If you're not heavily being shorted, you're only going to trade like 1% of your shares for the day or less. You know, that's normal. That's what a normal trading day is supposed to look like. Look at NYCB, it's taken a hit. Yeah, it was at like 10% down earlier this morning when we looked at it, and it's at 13.98% down now for NYCB. UBS has also taken hits. Sorry, Jesse. My bad. Jesse's like, you bastard, you're looking at the wrong stock. Sorry, man. Aaron says, Casey, if you had a time machine and you had access to 10,000 to buy stock, where would you go and what would you buy? Oh, man. How would you not go do VW? How would you not go back to 2008 and not buy VW? I don't know. I mean, that seems like the obvious. For me, I'd go back to 2008, and I'd dump it all into VW. Like in July. No, or even earlier than July. I would go back to 2007 and invest in 2007 at a much lower price. We got about 5 more minutes, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers. Or you could always do the I mean, it depends on what you want. All right. So you really want to know what I do? I would probably go back to 2008. I would invest into. Here's what I would do. I'd go back to 2008. I would invest into 2007. I go back to 2007. I invest in VW. I'd hold it for a year at a lower price, and I would dump all 10,000 into VW. I would sell it since I already know what the future is going to hold. I would sell it dang near the top, and then I would take that money and I would wait for a while. I'd wait for the recession to pass. I would not short the market. I'm not a fan of that. I would not go in and try to short the market in any kind of way to try and make money out of it. And what I would do is I would just sit on the money, probably doing like home investments or something like that, and then I'd pull out to just prior to Bitcoin running up to like insane numbers, and I would dump like just massive amounts of money into buying Bitcoin. And I'd ride Bitcoin up for a while until it got to 60K a coin. I'd cash out like just hundreds of millions of dollars worth of crypto. Amazing Bluetooth says, "Why not BTC?" I was getting there. It just happened after VW. It's a good 1-2 punch. It really is. And of course, unfortunately though, Amazing Bluetooth. I think there's going to be a lot of people who make that mistake with AMC or whatever stock it is that they're invested in when it goes running up here. I think that a lot of people are going to make the mistake of investing their money into, they're going to cash out of whatever it is that they're in after they've made their money, and then they're going to go cash it into something like a crypto, and then they're going to get their lunch eaten. And you're going to watch so many people just lose crap tons of money. It's going to be,
Give it all back.
Yep, they're just going to give it right back, and it's just going to it's going to get sucked up and disappear out of nowhere. And everybody's going to think that they're making like the best investment ever going into crypto, because they're going to be afraid of the markets, and they think that's going to be the right place to be putting their money, and they're going to watch their investment just disappear. It's going to be quite honestly, if anybody comes to me and says that, I'm going to say, I'm sorry that happened to you, but you knew that was coming. You knew it was coming, and you got greedy with your money. And instead of investing it wisely, you went for the 1-2 punch, and you got punched instead. They were studying your moves over the last decade. They knew exactly what you were going to do with your money, and you fell right into the trap. And I'm gonna be like, I'm sorry, you've squandered a good thing. Frank says, but not pirate coin. That is the future.
That's right, Frank. Don't you forget it.
Look at him kissing up to you with that. He was already. I think you need to sign him on as a. What do they? I forget what they call him.
Founder.
No.
Founder.
No. Somebody who pumps the. Somebody they buy to pump the stock. I forget what they're called. Damn it!
You can do our infomercials.
Yeah,
that guy that comes on at 4:00 in the morning on a Sunday night.
Well, all he really needs to do is get a bunch of tattoos all over the place, like including his face and a nice grill. Say some really stupid shit and say that he's buying, and make up some like weird songs that like are like really out of key. And I'm sure he could do it. Just about anybody could. And then let's make crap tons of money on it. Call yourself a pirate boy. Oh man. Influencer. Thank you. What are those people called again? Where they like they like pump something and it's like they're influencing people to do things. What are they called? I can't remember. All right, 10:01, numbers time. Let me take you guys over to the other page. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Now you can make fun of me all you want. And so let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. Give me just 1 second. Refresh. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. 56.36% through off exchange right now. EDGX 9.67%. The combined total 66.03% or 6.03% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. So definitely utilization of those exchanges going on right now. CHX volume for AMC for the day today is at 0 shares. GME CHX volume for the day today is 823. Total amount of shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. It looks like there are some large quantities of shares being returned for the day today. And another 50,000 shares having been borrowed. Oh, more than the 50,000. Yeah, about another 50,000 shares borrowed so far for the day. It's been a little bit more than that, but I'm not going to count it. So in total, we've seen about 100,000 shares borrowed, and there is about 200,000 available right now. Fees are at 0.55%. The sign or seeing more shares available to be borrowed could potentially mean that there's positions that are being closed out and making shares available to be loaned again. Or it could just mean that somebody's making shares available to be borrowed. I'm not sure which. It's hard to say. Shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day an hour ago was at 1.14 million shares. According to Ortex, it's now 1.49 million shares. That's going to obviously drive up the estimated short share interest of the free float to 11.54%. The cost to borrow ends at negative 0.2, which means that they're borrowing and returning shares a lot today. Cost to borrow averages at 0.99 and max is 7.26, which is obviously elevated on the max. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 29.3 million shares. That is approximately 850,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex is estimating that about 315,000 of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at options. As of an hour ago, the highest amount of call options were at a $4 strike. There was 4,000 in contracts. Currently, there is 8.8 thousand contracts at 4 in volume. So that's actually higher than even higher of a pace than it was in volume than an hour ago. Highest amount of put volume for the day-to-day is at a $3.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 1.4 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 2.4. Do note, when you're looking at the put volume on the other side of the screen here, there's not a whole lot of volume at any of their strike prices. So there's very, very little put activity going on right now. Taking a look at MMRI, an hour ago it was 267.12. It's now 266.45. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yield as of an hour ago is 0.31. It is now currently at 0.31, so no change in the last hour. NASDAQ is down 0.14, Dow Jones is up 0.17, and SP 500 is down 0.01. We have 3,629 advancers to 1,777 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining than it was an hour ago. And cooking with bacon grease, looking hot and tasty based off of these numbers. Of the Mag 7, only 3 out of the 7 are green currently. Financial institutions, anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater is going to get a shout out. We've got FRC down 14.29%. Silvergate is down 6.25. New York or NYCB is down 13.61. I'm going to call it off here because it's close enough. Bank of California is down 2.47. UBS is down 5.05. Western Alliance is down 3.66. And that's it. Gold is currently up 0.54 and starting to consolidate a little bit after an uptrend. Silver is up 0.4 and starting to consolidate after an uptrend. Ethereum Classic is up 1.36 and trending up. The US dollar is down 0.14 and is currently trending down. Oil is up 1.27 and starting to trend down a little bit. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.44 to 0.5 and consolidating. SPY is up 0.08 and consolidating after a little bit of a downtrend. VIX is currently down 0.73 and trending down. VBR is up 0.4 and I'm going to say it's consolidating still, maybe a slight downtrend. VB is up 0.47, consolidating. Tesla is up 1.6 and is consolidating. You'll notice I had a breakout box showing up here. I don't know if I showed this to you guys or not. On a 1-hour chart here, I had drawn in a box for a potential breakout. I think I showed you guys this yesterday, and it happened a little bit before I would have anticipated to the bearish side on this move here. Which is what I think that's what I was thinking it was going to do, because when I did the trend analysis on it, at the time it was pointing toward the top side of this ascending wedge. And the wedge wasn't really that far angled down that it couldn't have an initial breakout to the bottom side. Now we're getting a huge boost back up here. Let's see here. Amazon is down 0.86 and consolidating after a trend down. It looks like they've got some news. Amazon asked judge to toss U.S. class action over Prime benefits. Just throwing that out there. Cinemark is up 4.02 and trending up. Doge is up 0.44 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.06 and trending up. GME is up 5.35% and slightly trending up still. HYMC is up 1.86 and trending up. NCMI is down 0.53 and consolidating after a downtrend. Hood is up 0.99 and consolidating. And AMC is up 8.45% and trending up. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day, we have approximately $1 million more outflow than inflow. 7.93 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day, which is obviously going to be a big boost on our pace for volume for the day-to-day. After 99 minutes worth of trading, we're currently on pace for about 31.23. I think we were on a pace for about 28 million an hour ago, so it's kind of unusual to see the number increasing midday like this. We are seeing some extra volume for the day. My prediction was 15 to 35 million. If this continues to rise in volume for the day-to-day, I will be off on the volume prediction on the low side. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 50.95, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 66, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 75.35, which is signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 78.91, which is obviously signaling overbought. And with that, I yield my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. The Bollinger Bands widening up on this as much as they are is really kind of nice to see. We did hit all over this Bollinger Band on the way up here on AMC. So I'm kind of expecting to see a little bit of a pullback. We may see maybe a stall out in volume and price movement and perhaps maybe a retest of 393 level of support now. As the simple moving average is moving up, they may meet a little bit later in the day-to-day and test that 393 perhaps before seeing upwards potential again. Just throwing this out there, the number that we're looking for on price movement upwards is $4.12. You may be wondering, like, what the hell does $4.12 mean? And I don't have this up on the page here, but I will move this real fast. This is our breaking past 15% up from our most recent bottom of $3.59. So let me put this at $4.12.3 is what we're looking for. Breaking past that would reset a synthetic price failure and would likely tell us that we're either going to see newer highs or another synthetic price failure below 20% or more. The tripping of SSR for the day yesterday was significant in the fact that it allows any extra additional buying volume that occurs today to also be marked short exempt. It's these kind of moves that transfer into large quantities of failure to delivers in the future where shares have to be found.
That was going to be my question, Casey, was if SSR was triggered, don't they usually keep it low when it's triggered?
Not always. Some of our biggest runs the biggest runs we've ever seen have always been like 2 to 3 days after SSR has been tripped. If you go back historically and you look at it, so sometimes, yes. The answer to your question is yes. More often than not, I would say that your answer is correct. But at the same time, the biggest runs that we've ever seen on AMC have always been have always, I'm trying to look for a word that means after, have always followed up a SSR trip like within 3 days. Meep says the 5 million are due today, correct? Well, yes and no. that yes and no. So they've been reporting that they don't owe anything, and the failure delivers like they've found them before. But today would have marked the 35th day from the last time that we saw a 5 million share spike in failure delivers. So it's kind of a mixed answer. But this is more than likely, if we went back and we looked at that date again, we would likely see. Let's do it. Let's go back and look. More than likely, we would have seen probably like a day where we had some large spiking volume that did something similar where price started moving up. But let's take a trip down memory lane and figure it out and see for ourselves instead of just guessing. Some of you guys may not know what it is specifically that I'm talking about. But we had failure to delivers that spiked in 35 trading days ago. Oops. Right here. And sure enough, there's your spiking volume right beforehand. There's your spiking volume leading into the failure to delivers of 5.77 on December 19th. Today marks 35 days, and I say trading days. Do note that there is holidays in there. Obviously, between December 19th and now, there were some holidays, but that does not account. I don't believe that those account for the days that they have to that they're required to meet that expectation. They get 35 trading days, regardless of whether it's a holiday or not. So you can see here that volume was definitely spiking during that time, just prior to those failure to delivers. Now, there is no failure to delivers showing up in large quantities afterwards, which implies that they found the shares that were needed at that time. But now here we are 35 days later, and my guess is that they're probably having another round of shares that are needing to be delivered again. But it's these cycles that do cause, price movements upwards like this. The 35-day cycle. Remember, the magic number for the day today on the 1 hour time interval for breaking through the cloud on the Ichimoto was $4.15. Which is really close to the 412. It's just a little bit higher. There's our Ichimoto cloud. We have entered into the Ichimoto cloud on the 1 hour time interval. Once we get above this cloud here, it's going to start to turn into a buy signal for a lot of short-term investors. They're going to see lagging line is now above price line. They're going to see that conversion is now right on top of base and is starting to cross over. The only last requirement that's needed now is to not be inside the cloud. Price moving outside the cloud or being above $4.15. Actually, the cloud is at 412 exactly, 412.5, and that happens to be exactly where the 15% marker is at 412.3. So those are almost in alignment perfectly, as you can see here on the page. As I put the lines back on there, you can see that they line up perfectly. More often than not, whenever price tries to move up like this, it'll test that 412 once, twice, 3 times, and then finally break through. The only times it ever breaks through and moves through it quickly is when it's going to continue to move through it very, very quickly. So meaning even more potential to move up even higher. So I would be more inclined to guess it's going to hit this 412.3 and get some kind of rejection. More than likely. Now, if we can keep price above $4, but by the end of the day today, or maybe even above $3.90. That would be ideal because then it would go into tomorrow. We'd go into tomorrow with all the signals for a buy signal, and it would give a much better chance for breaking past 412. Oops. Hey, Real Rugged. There was something I was going to send you a DM the other day, and I can't remember what it was about. There was something I wanted to ask you. Oh, no. There was something I wanted to tell you. Do me a favor, Real Rugged, and because I know I'm going to forget, and it's just because I'm seeing your name right now. Do me a favor and send me a DM, if you wouldn't mind. I wanted to talk to you about something on the side. Just send me a DM, man.
Just talk to him in the back of the alley, man.
Yeah. Come and hang out with me in the back alley. Hey, Yucca.
Yeah.
Good morning.
What do you got?
Good morning.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah. And
Morning.
Hayden, good morning to you too, sir.
Yeah, Hayden, good morning. AKA JJ, AKA. Oh, he just laughed. Look at that. He don't like us saying what's up to him.
Why? What did he do?
I don't know. He left.
Oh, he left?
Yeah.
He's like, I don't.
He's like,
He's like the guy. It's like he hangs out with us only because it's convenient for him. But like it's that girlfriend that you have, and everybody's like, "Oh, is that your girlfriend?" You're like, "I don't know who that is. That's not my girlfriend." And then and then you turn around and you're like, "Hey, hun, how's it going?"
Where'd she go? You know what? He's like he was probably just lurking. He's like, oh, they saw me.
He only hangs out with us when it's cool for him to hang out with us.
Yeah, when it's cool. That's right. Did you play the Funky Bunch? Did you play that song too?
No, I played the Wild Wild West one.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry,
no,
man.
Not in the morning. I'm talking about your son. Did you play it for him? Or did you completely forget?
I think I forgot.
Yeah, I knew it. That's something that would happen. As soon as I asked you to play, and you're like, yeah, I'll play it, and then you just forgot right away. You're like, oh,
well,
ridiculous. I'm not doing that.
I'm like a cocker spaniel, man. Like I see somebody and I go like, ooh, 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 hi, how's it going? I maybe piss myself a little bit, you know.
Oh my God, I'm not gonna say a word.
Good morning, sir. How's it going?
All right, thank you for joining us. We should put a new one that says the back of the alley. You know, we have the big tramp, we have the underneath the tramp, above the tramp.
Well, he was always talking about a side piece a while ago, so DM me on the side. So
yeah.
Look, inmate, what was your number again? 40, 29, 30. I think somebody put it in here. Wait, somebody put it in here for me to remember because I'm not really good with remembering the exact numbers.
Inmate
42069 42069. There's no way that's what it was. That's not what his number. Yeah, that's not what his inmate. Yeah. That's what your inmate number should have been.
No, I've just been getting over the flu. My whole family, including my 1-year-old daughter, got hit with influenza B and influenza A.
Yikes.
So it was rough bad.
Vermont's saying it's with a nice cup and handle too.
Did you see TWM? No, TWI, I'm sorry.
TWI.
What the hell am I saying?
TWI.
Yeah, Trading with Emotions video.
TWE?
We're at the point of interest.
Emotions.
Emoji.
Emoji, I'm sorry.
I love you, Yucca, because you know what? You make the same kind of mistakes I make, just in different kinds of ways. It's great. That's awesome.
There you go.
Don't stop being you. You just be you.
All right. Fine.
It makes me feel normal. You know? Thanks for making me feel normal. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Oh wow. Well, I tell you what, Tendy's brought it up, so now I've got to know since I've been incognito. What is the synthetic price failure breaker down and up?
Incognito. All right. No. Let me.
And if I knew all these guys were going to be in one time, we could have changed the big tramp today to a short bus.
The short bus.
We've got. Hey.
Well, you would be driving it.
You don't dare make fun of my short bus. I like my short bus, so thank you very much. It's my shorty short bus. We've got 359 was the bottom, right? So top is going to be 412 is the bottom. So the 359 was 25.5% down, which is really like on that border edge of like, are we going to make the 30? Are we going to be pushing to 35, or is it going to turn around kind of point? So it was really on the hairy edge of that, because I normally say like 25, 26% is about that point to where it's like it's not going to be. It's going to continue on to 35 at least. So.
Yeah, sure.
It was right on the very hairy edge of that, and so 412.3 is what we're looking at now, and I actually have it marked on the page here.
Yes, sir. Well, full disclosure, I liked it when it dipped into the 3 level because I could accumulate more from my daughter on her trust.
Awesome, man. That's good.
So I got 10 more.
I'm glad you're building credit for her already.
That's right. I got to, man. She's already eaten me out of a house.
Then she's got an 800 credit score.
Casey, forget the bottles. Those are done. She wants to eat whatever we have.
Wow.
So, are you giving her? We used to feed our kids Gerber's. Well, I mean, it wasn't the only source of food, but the Gerber's food.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The
Yeah.
little 4-ounce things.
Yeah, those things.
I used to like those.
That's what I was just getting ready to say the same thing. There were certain ones that I actually enjoyed. I'd be like, I of course, I'd put a little bit in my mouth and try to do the whole like, like that way they would, Bradley or Hunter would eat it.
Mm-hmm.
You try to make it look like it's tasty, even though it tastes like crap to you. There was actually some good ones. I remember the pumpkin. Pumpkin wasn't so bad. I like the pumpkin one. Carrots was pretty decent. I like the carrots. I'm trying to remember what else
the
there
apple
was.
was the one I like.
Apple's pretty good. Yeah, apple's good. That's a good one too. Yep. Yeah.
What did you like, the pea?
No, I don't like the pea one. But I have to have one spoon so she'll say, yum,
yeah,
yum.
The peas. Yeah. The peas were. The worst thing about the peas was the diaper afterwards. The diapers were always the worst after the peas.
Green.
Yeah. Color makes a difference. I mean, it's no better with pumpkin, but I mean, yeah. What were you gonna say?
I did that mistake. I was changing my daughter, and I did that mistake that I didn't cover it, and I don't know what she did. She had gas, and she exploded everywhere.
Oh no!
Oh
my!
Right in front of Daddy.
These are stories that you. These are stories that you need to hold on to. Very special for her prom date when she gets there. Make sure
you better believe it.
Make sure you.
Well, she already knows how to take her diaper off and throw it at you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the sweet potatoes were a good one.
If you leave her in pee, she hates it, Casey. So what she
does?
Well,
nobody likes being left in pee, man. Nobody likes being left in there.
I don't know when she does it.
Except when you're older, you like getting peed on.
Well, it's warm at first, but and it might be all right. So, but then it's later. You're like, no, I don't like that anymore. It's cold.
Right.
Yeah.
But she's learning. Early, we're surprised, but she don't got the concept of number 2 yet. But number 1, she uses her Mickey Mouse potty.
Aw, that's cute.
Yeah,
that's great.
So we're happy.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, we're happy for you, man.
Jen says bananas hands down the best. Yeah, bananas were good. I remember bananas being good. Sweet potatoes was a really good one too. I don't remember the blueberries. I don't think we ever got blueberries for them. I don't remember
Oh
that
yeah,
one.
they have a blueberry one.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying I don't remember ever getting it though. Hold on a second. I
Oh.
gotta look. I gotta look it up because I want to see what it looks like. Maybe
Yeah,
it'll help me remember.
I think Gerber is missing a big market, the adult market. They love this stuff. You know they would, man.
Oh,
I would buy it.
You know what? It's so funny. I'm looking up the Gerber blueberries, and it's saying, and I see it now, and I thought that was plum. Huh.
Oh no, I never seen plum.
Yeah, I could have sworn that was. I guess maybe I just never read the can, or I just assumed incorrectly, or something. I don't know, but I guess I assumed incorrectly.
Well, it is different. I've got Kroger's and Publix. I don't know if you got that in Texas.
No. Well, I was in Arizona, but Arizona and Oregon. Mostly Arizona.
Gotcha.
Actually, yeah, that's right. It looks like the Gerbers might be mixed. The blueberries aren't by themselves. It's apples and blueberries mixed together, which is probably why I thought it was plum, because it kind of gives it like a plum look. It doesn't look like blueberries. See, this is why
everybody's saying bananas. She hates bananas.
This is why
I can't even get her to eat banana.
It helps me to look at the packaging on it, because then I can remember what it looked like when I bought it back in the day. I don't remember. I remember them coming in cans like this right here. But this color right here makes me think plum, and I don't know why, but I was probably feeding my kids apple wild blueberry, and it was probably, in my opinion, was plum. For whatever reason. Yeah. Interesting. I wonder if there was there a plum? I wonder if there was a plum.
I don't remember seeing a plum.
Well, the plums don't. I'm seeing one here, but it doesn't look like plum. It looks like peach. It looks like peaches.
Oh, peach and pears are good.
These are showing banana plum. That sounds actually like a great combination. I would eat that now. Now you're making me hungry.
That's it, Casey. We've got the new challenge.
What's that?
You need to get the Gerber, and then make a shake with the Gerber.
Oh, gross! No,
Hey,
no, I'm just passing.
I think we're doing something. I think we're onto something. Let's start it up.
No, pass.
No, it was too much last time.
Yeah. No, it wasn't too much. I was hurting for a couple days though. Like I feel like legitimately, I probably just finally cleared the end of that milkshake probably within the last day or so. Yeah, that took almost a week.
Well, I put it in the bubble if you are interested. I put a picture before and after on COVID on the flu, not COVID. You can determine which one looks like when we're on the flu.
I'm just looking through some stuff here real quick. I just want to see what's going on here. Oh, I'm getting a message here. Oh, yeah. I'm getting a message about NYCB. Yep. Falling off a cliff.
Oh, is that a bank? That's another bank, isn't it?
Yep. Well, let's take a look at it.
I think it was sitting at 5 something.
Yeah, it's $4.69 right now. It's already within that price range where it's, I would not be surprised if this is the next bank failure that we end up hearing about here with NYCB. It's at the top of my list right now.
Bring it.
Is that what that is? Inmate 469?
What did I say? Did I say 451? Yeah, you're right. It is 468 right now.
Look at all those signals you got on the screen.
Yeah. Double moving average crossover, fast stochastic, Williams percentage R, momentum, moving average convergence divergence, price crosses moving average, price crosses moving average, commodity channel index. There, it's flagging for everything.
No, yeah. You're going down.
Inside bar. Yeah, it's it's not looking good.
Oof. I wonder if they had any AMC swaps. Get that price up, baby.
Yeah. Steve is saying, "Hey Casey, how you feeling? Are you still getting fevers?" I actually, under doctor's orders, was documenting my temperature and blood pressure on a daily basis, 3 times a day. I broke. My fever has not reached back up to above an abnormal temperature since. Hold on a second here. Where's my sheet at? Since the 30th of January. So it's been just
you were
about a
sick
week.
too. You got the flu or something?
No, dude. This is what I've been dealing with since Halloween. I think that I probably had what's it called? West Nile. I'm really thinking it was West Nile, and somehow I managed to beat it without ever finally getting the doctors to be able to figure out what it was. So I had tons and tons of blood work done, and at one point my optometrist had said that I should have my doctor check for West Nile. He did 2 different blood works on me for testing for it. One was to find out if I'd been exposed to West Nile, and the other one was to check to see if I had West Nile. The one that said the one that was supposed to check to see if I had it was negative, but the one that said the one that was checking to see if I had traces of if I was exposed to West Nile was positive. So it's possible I was fighting off West Nile and literally beat it without any kind of medication whatsoever, which is
good.
Really surprising. So I don't feel 100% still to this day though. Like I still feel drained of energy a lot. But the temperature is
like you
gone.
sleep a lot.
No, I really should be sleeping more than I do. More like I just don't have the energy to go do. Like if my wife asked me the other day, we have a lake nearby that's got like a 3/4 mile track around the lake, and she asked me if I wanted to go walk the lake with her. Normally I would have said heck yeah. In this particular case, no, probably don't have the energy to make it 3.25 miles. Maybe I could probably do a mile, but I don't want to go 3.25 is too much for me right now.
Yeah.
Okay, is it normal for institutions to hold a lot of a bank stock? According to Yahoo, 72% of their float's held by institutions.
I would say. I don't know. It's a good question. I feel.
They're short 25.93 million on a. Was it? I had the float a minute ago.
Let's see here. Hold on a second. I'm pulling it up too.
I think you would have to look at the inside buying.
You're showing 70-something%? Are you sure?
Yeah, it says that percentage. Actually, the float is 668, and then 4 lines below there says percentage held by institutions, 72%.
Is this Yahoo?
Don't go to Yahoo.
Are you looking at Yahoo?
Numbers are numbers.
No, they're not. Yeah. They're not numbers. Numbers are not numbers.
Numbers are numbers.
Yeah, like Yahoo is notoriously horrible at their numbers being accurate.
I'll give you a better one.
I just pulled it up and I
Good,
see what you're
man.
talking. I see what you're talking about. I see 72% held by institutions on Yahoo. But if I go to Fintel and I look up Fintel, it's stating a different story here. Let me see. I think it's stating a different story. Let me look at something real quick.
Someone being a Yahoo.
If y'all want to, I use, and KC, you can use them too. I'm sure you do use them. I use chartmail.com and finviz.com.
Finviz is a good one. All right, so that number might actually be pretty close to being accurate because I'm seeing Fintel reporting 558 million shares owned by institutions with a free float of 713,000 shares. So that number may be pretty close to accurate.
Yeah. Who's using charthub.com?
Could that be a reason why they're not out of business yet?
Perhaps.
Maybe.
I mean, it says on if you look at the last 5 days, they're down like 52%.
You've nailed it.
It certainly isn't helping out any institution that's holding long on that to see price moving down the way that it is. I mean, you're seeing large quantities of volume over the last week's worth of trading, right? So more than likely, institutions are. I mean, since they hold majority of the shares, they're probably the ones that are bailing out of it before anybody else. So my guess is that the institutional holders of that are probably running for the hills.
Mm-hmm. Running for the hills.
The last thing you want to do is be the last man holding on a failing bank.
Yes,
It doesn't
sir.
show a lot of shares short. I know that's self-reported, but
Yeah, well, I still
pretty
still
small
look at
number
it.
for shares short.
Let me look at it real quick here.
It says in 25.9 million, but their float's 668.
I'm showing 4.61%. Is that what you're seeing? Utilization's about 12.45. Short shares on loan is 54.23 million shares. So they've got about 10% of the outstanding shares are, or sorry, not 10%, but 10% of the total amount of shares owned by institution is out, and that actually corresponds really closely to the utilization showing up at 12.45%. That's actually a really close number. Short interest is showing up at about 30.48 million shares. So it is being shorted.
It is, yeah.
I thought this is where the hedgies are supposed to be helping the market find the bad people.
Maybe they're running out of liquidity.
That's right. They don't have enough money to short them. All you got to do is print some.
Yeah.
And yet their market cap is higher than ours.
Yeah. Well, that has to do with outstanding shares. That theirs is much higher than ours is as well. So, but the value in the outstanding shares is it makes sense.
They definitely won't move like us. AMC will be moving a lot faster when it gets going.
Pro Jeweler says maybe you have the elusive East Nile virus.
What?
That is the worst dad joke ever. Thanks, Pro Jeweler. Appreciate that.
I'm sorry.
Elusive East Nile. I wonder where. I don't know.
My wife tested positive for COVID yesterday.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And yeah, well, she's been run down for like 4 or 5 days and had that cough, and she had a little bit of a fever. She goes, I think I've got COVID. I said, if you do, you do. She said, I could have COVID. I said, it's not like you have cancer. It's COVID. So I went and bought it. I had a couple tests because the company wanted us to fly with some tests, and I found an old one. And that's how we knew she tested positive. Of course, it was a year-old test. So I went down to the local Target to go buy a couple. Those things are expensive, by the way.
Yes.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, they're real expensive. So I asked the pharmacist, I said, hey, my wife tested positive. We just want to get a new test to see if it makes a difference. And they looked at me, and I'm like, but, so what's the procedures now? What do you do if you're positive? They're like, I said, my company says, we used to be out for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. We wouldn't go fly, and now it's like I think it's 3 days quarantine and check yourself.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. So she goes, I don't know, stay away from people. I said, huh? Not a big deal, huh? She goes, not a big deal. I said, just check.
Hayden, this is Pirate. You said your wife tested positive for COVID?
Yeah.
Damn, I gotta get a test now.
Oh.
so low.
Hayden, you gonna let that go, Hayden? Come on now.
I don't even know where that comes from. That hostility.
I
don't know.
He's an angry pirate.
I walk in and instead of a grenade, somebody just drops a nuke, just like that. Boom.
It's never light.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't know. You guys got real problems. I was just adding to the conversation that I too need to be cognizant of my health issues and any potential changes. I don't see how you can interpret that for anything other than what it was intended to be. Just.
Sure.
Well, Hayden, I'd like to talk about I'd like to talk about a little something different here, if you don't mind, for just a second. Speaking of nukes, why are you treating us like your side piece?
You mean just kind of slipping in and out?
Like yeah. What's the deal? What's the deal with that?
Well, I'm actually in the parking lot of a Home Depot because while I was talking to you guys earlier, I was moving soil to replant a tree. And I said, I'm not going to pull this damn tree out. I'm just going to get some stakes and just bend it. So I've been in and out because I'm actually trying to do some garden work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
You're trimming that bush?
That's what we call it, garden work.
Yeah.
I'm going to go hang out 2 a.m. See what's up.
Yeah. Trimming the bush?
Yeah, little bush trimming.
Good morning, Sensor Content.
Yeah, she's been, I guess she had the different vaccine for the COVID than I did, too. I did that 1 shot, which was, ugh. And she did the 2 shot. So I'm almost wondering if maybe that's got something to do with it, too. Who knows?
Kids are still taking that shot.
Well, I will tell you this, Hayden. I told everybody around me, my neighbors and everything, and at church, when we finally got over the flu, I'd rather have had COVID this round because the flu knocked me out worse than COVID.
Oh, I'm with you. And that's what I thought she had, too, was just a case of the flu. That's what I figured. So,
was it yesterday?
Yeah, she tested positive, so yeah. And then
it was rough. This flu crap turned into a what the heck was that? Upper respiratory infection with bronchitis.
I thought he was going to say butt something. I heard butt in there. I was like, wait a minute. I don't think that's how flu. I don't think that's how the flu works. Your flu went from.
So I've got to walk it. I've got to walk into Home Depot, ladies. So I'm going to let you sit around here and talk a little bit.
We know how it is. We know how it is. We're just your side piece.
That's
Use
inmate
us.
number 2. We need to give him a number.
Yeah, I'll bring you a drink back. Back.
All right.
Yeah, sure. You're at the mobile. He's at the motel.
Mm-hmm.
At KC, he needs to be number 2 inmate. We need to give him a number.
Bobby, what's this sock for? And why does it look like that? You mind explaining yourself, boy? Wait, what?
Why do you have stiff socks, Beavis? Why are they always crusty?
Speaking of crusty, I've got a mute. My baby needs changed.
Oh, have fun.
You want me to put it on live?
No. That's okay. All right. Let's let's see here. Papa Mac says the U.S. government will mail you free COVID tests website to request. My wife just received a couple of those. Every time she ever sees the free ones, she always signs up for it and gets them sent to us in case we have something happen here at the house where kids. We still have 3 kids living in the house here. Hunter visits every once in a while, so four kids on occasions. And lots of kids just in general around, and so we figured why not have some extra tests whenever we can instead of having to pay the outrageous amounts that they are charging. So
Yeah, people that sell those.
Yeah, and they're expensive. So I'm gonna see if I can't find the UPS. The UPS, I think, is where she got the last round from. Let's see here. This might be it right here. At home COVID-19 test, USPS.
Waste of time.
What?
Just
Waste of time?
throwing it out there in case anybody wants
waste
it.
of time to get tested.
Just throwing it out there.
Like, what's the point? If you're sick, you're sick.
Yeah.
If you're positive, you're getting tested ain't going to make you any better. You already got it. Getting a vaccine isn't going to make you any better because you already got it.
Yep.
So what's the point? What do you need to get tested for? That stupidest bullshit goes on in this world.
How do you really feel about it?
You call me the angry pirate. Goddamn.
Well, it's like seeing some woman that's 8 months pregnant going to get a pregnancy test. Oh, I just wasn't sure.
Yeah, man.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Ron says I test with bourbon. Is it numbers time? I know. Testing for angry Canadian. Testing for angry Canadian. You forgot to say sorry. You forgot to say sorry at the end of it.
I'm not sorry.
That would have been more funny, though.
Sorry that I'm not
I'm
sorry.
just like,
That's what
why? Why
Yeah,
would
why
you
is
even
that?
bother having a testing kit at this point? And at any rate, I tested positive for COVID. Yeah, well, already 70% of the common cold out there used to be a COVID virus. How do you know you're not even testing positive for a regular cold?
Come on, guys. You can do better than this. Just because it's free to the public doesn't mean it was free to the government. Somebody got a check.
Oh,
Somebody
yeah.
wrote a fat check for all those little strips, and I promise you it wasn't $300 or $400 either.
Oh, yeah.
So it was free to us, but money changed hands.
Yep.
GlaxoSmithKline, somebody, whoever had the right lobbyist, whoever did the right donations to the right politician, he got a nice fat contract. There'll be warehouses full of them. They'll be right up there too with the. You remember the mad rush to manufacture those ventilator machines? I'm quite certain there's warehouses full of those things now.
Well, I'll tell you something that really upsets me. And I don't drink. I haven't drank for almost 20 years now. But they took perfectly good production facilities for drinking alcohol and they made hand cleaner for months. What a waste that was. Come on. You might as well have sat at home with a bottle of vodka, knocked yourself out for a couple of weeks and just said, hey, it's a hangover. That's all. Nothing more. Continue on.
Okay.
Do the numbers.
We still got 8 minutes. I got 8 minutes left to go.
Doing numbers.
I'm gonna scissor kick you in the back of the head.
Oh, those are my favorite, man.
I sure did miss censor content. I was laughing in the background so hard a while ago.
Texas Aggie says, "Who's the Canadian?" Censored content is the
That
Canadian.
would be a censored content.
Yeah.
He's,
Well, we
he's
got
a regular here at Texas Ag.
he's more there's more than one, but he is one of them. Pantheon ever shows up every once in a while. I think there's others as well.
Pantheon's not a real Canadian.
Oh, oh my
He
gosh.
Started out in Saskatchewan and he moved to BC. Like he totally skipped over the only real province in the country. In the process, so.
I can only like I'm sure if he's listening right now, I think he's gonna weigh in on this. I'm pretty sure this is the kind of thing he would come and defend himself on, almost indefinitely. Like I can imagine. He usually is lagging behind a little bit on the stream here, so if he pops his head in here in the middle of my numbers,
Yeah, lagging behind. Yeah, that's Pantheon.
if he comes strolling in the back of the big tramp while I'm doing the middle of the numbers,
Watch me run away if he shows up.
I'm gonna probably silence myself for just a minute to give him the floor because I feel like he he may have something to say.
I'll be
Just
gone,
gu-
man.
just
It's a
guessing.
hit and run. It's a hit and run.
Drive
I'll
by,
be gone.
It's a digital drive by.
Oh my. Coming in hot today. I'm gonna have to remember this time here. Let's see what time are we in the live stream here, so I know what time to tell him to go back and review. Let's see.
11:55.
11:55. All right.
Okay, you better play something from NBC. Now.
Quick! I got this clip from NBC for you. I want you to play. Could you play this for everybody? How do you get Casey shut down? Have him play a really cool video from NBC. Oh shit!
What's that band that you're not allowed? AC/DC?
Oh, there's so many now. I
Look
feel like
something up here.
Metallica is always a go-to, a favorite go-to, or Billy Joel. Billy Joel's another good one that'll just really shut me down real quick. Those are two.
I just shook my head. I just shook my head because I'm like, we go 28 days in a row, nothing but fart jokes and butt drugs. We get a day where there's about an hour of solid, substantive number talk with not that we don't have our normal number talk, but some new stuff, new and interesting topics. It was substantiated with or supported with some visual documentation. It was just nice, and then wham, gone forever.
Gone.
I'm like, man.
Well,
like
thank
it never
you,
happened.
Pirate. Thank you. No.
Yeah. Roseanne says, "What's up with NBC? They yesterday's video stream got shut down or they took it off of YouTube because they claimed a content strike on the material due to the fact that I had played a short. I guess it had to be less than 2 minute.
A 2-minute news clip.
Yeah, a 2-minute news clip.
A year and a half ago.
Probably from longer than that ago. I think it had to be more than that.
Yeah, it's not even news anymore.
Yeah.
Sure.
And they're giving you a strike for it.
So
Nuh-uh.
whatever.
I would complain. I would call and complain. No.
There's nothing you can do. I mean, that's YouTube's
And they
policy.
were lying.
Yeah.
KC, teach me something here. Is that day's production gone forever, or do you still have access?
I still have access to it, and I can
now.
clip.
Can you go back and edit?
Yes.
I was gonna say, can you go back and edit that out? That's
Yeah.
what
So it's really kind of complex. What I can do is I can create a new video that has all of it, and then edit out certain portions of it that have the video that's in there, and maybe just like provide like a video link in the description of the new video. Yesterday's talk was like so intermittent and cut up into so many different pieces that I feel like I want to give I sent a message to Ringing Bells yesterday and asked him if he wouldn't mind if we did like a separate compact, like direct 30-minute, like bullet pointed outline of what it is that we're trying, what he's trying to express as information. And when I say he, it's because he's done the work, the hard work of putting it together. Not that it's like his information that's not valid or anything like that. I'm just trying to say it's his work. So
would the omission of just that one brief clip materially change the whole program from yesterday? Is that what you're saying? Do you think it's less work to have them revisit all of those topics as opposed to just trying to pull out the little verbatim?
To be honest with you, I think the videos that he's already done and on his YouTube channel are already decent enough. Like I quite honestly don't think that there's anything beyond directing you to that and then or his Reddit account that you couldn't go and visit the information and look at it for yourself.
No.
But,
don't misunderstand me. I was coming from it more of an aspect of continuity of your historical recordings of what's going on here, so that there wouldn't be that 1 day gap in there. That's all I was coming from.
Yeah, I have it all.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, it's not gone forever. I still have access to every single one of them, even when they're removed. And
Pirate, some of us were paying attention, so we don't need to see it again.
Oh, look, I take no offense to that. I made it abundantly clear. I have nothing. I don't have any interest in hearing anything that any of you have to say. I'm here to listen to the sound of my own voice, and my ideas, and nothing more.
Numbers?
Have you been keeping up with your gummies?
Man, that sounds like gummy time for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do this. Let's do
They
some
might
numbers.
get me started on them. I don't know. Florida's legal. I might as well go get me a bottle.
German pirates? What are German pirates?
Threw the word verboten out there, the German word for forbidden. He picked up on that. You get cool points, Diver Down. I'll give you a cool point for catching that one.
All right. Smart people in the chat. Cool. And let's move on over to
Diver Down. Sometimes I feel like I'm casting pearls before swine, so I'm glad to know that my work here is not in vain.
All right, come on. Let me see KC dance. I ain't seen KC dance in a minute,
All right.
No.
Numbers time. Let's see what we got going on here. Starting with, let's see, what are we starting with? Off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 57.26% going through off exchange, EDGX 8.75. The combined total 66.01%, or about 4.01% higher than I would expect to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 5,400 shares. That's definitely more than the zero that it was earlier. GME CHX volume for the day is 823 shares. Total amount of shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day, it looks like they have borrowed some shares. They did return a bunch of shares and then borrowed them back out and then returned them. So we're seeing a lot of borrowing and returning all in the same day. From an hour ago, there's been an additional 50,000 shares borrowed. And then that took us down to 150,000 available, and they returned about 200,000 shares. So in total for the day-to-day, we've seen about 150,000, just a little over 150,000 shares borrowed. According to Ortex, on the other hand, Ortex is saying, as of an hour ago, Ortex was saying there was 1.49 million shares having been borrowed for the day reported, and it's now 1.92 million. It's obviously going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 11.6%. The cost to borrow ends at negative 0.2, average is 1%, and max 7.26. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 29.3 million shares on loan. That's 315,000 shares more on loan today than there was. Sorry, That's 850,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating that about 315,000 of it is in new short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $4 strike. It is now $4.50. We went from 8.8 thousand contracts at 4 to 18.7 thousand contracts at 4.50. Highest amount of put volume for the day today is coming in at a $3.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 2.4 thousand contracts in volume, now 4.1 thousand contracts. Market is now suggesting a closing price somewhere between $3.50 and $4.50 by the end of the day today. MMRI is at 265.58. An hour ago, it was 266.46. It does seem when this number goes down, AMC usually tends to do better on price. 265.61. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yields an hour ago was 0.3. Actually, for the last 2 hours was 0.31, and it's currently at 0.314. So a little bit of more of a gap there in between the 2-year, 10-year yields. Currently, the NASDAQ is down 0.4. The Dow Jones is up 0.17. The S&P 500 is down 0.1. We have 3,665 advancers to 1,854 decliners. The market is just slightly more advancing now than it was an hour ago. And cooking with bacon grease. Looking hot and tasty right now. Lots of green stocks, apparently. Mag 7, only 3 of the 7 are green for the day today. Large institutional banks, anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater is going to get a shout out. Silvergate's down 6.25. NYCB is down 14.72. Bank of California down 3.19. UBS is down 5.71. And that's it. Gold is currently up 0.53 and breaking a trend up into a trend down. Silver is up 0.22 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 1.31%, and I'm going to call it still trending upwards. The US dollar is down 0.2221. Trending down. Oil is up 2.3 and breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. Well, actually, it's consolidating right now. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.47 to 0.53 and consolidating. And SPY is down 0.04 and trending down. VIX is up 0.22 and trending down. VBR is up 0.46, consolidating. VB is up 0.39 and slightly trending down. Tesla is down, and it's not down, it's up 0.5 and trending down. Amazon is down 1.42 and trending down. Cinemark is up 4.05 and trending up. Doge is up 0.63, trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.89, trending up. GME is up 4.12 and trending down. HYMC is up 2.13 and trending up. NCMI is down 0.66 and consolidating. Hood is up 0.43 and trending down, and AMC is up 8.58 and consolidating after an uptrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $1.5 million more outflow than inflow. 11.43 million shares traded so far for the day today after, what time are we at here? 156 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace for about 28.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35 million. It looks like we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.64, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.8, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 69.96, signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 64.5, which is above average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big trap.
Welcome back.
That's what she said. How you doing, man? Hayden's still in.
Doing great, man.
Hayden's still in here.
He's in here.
He's still in here. He doesn't. He
Yeah,
didn't. He didn't bail on us like last time, like we were the side piece.
Yep.
You guys. You guys seen those YouTube videos where like the kiss cam shows up on like a couple out in the the audience of whatever sporting event, and then the guy like sees him and the girl in the kiss cam, and he like instantly like acts like there's nothing going on. Those are like the most awkward situations I think I have ever seen in my whole life. Those are so weird.
Cheater cam.
I saw one time where this girl was obviously with a guy, and then they did the kiss cam, and she was like, no, no, no. And then the kiss cam went back to them, and the guy sitting in the row behind, like, is like, I don't know, he was kind of like saying, like, if you don't want to kiss him, I'll kiss you. And she turns around and kisses the dude in the row behind. That's the worst. That is the worst, man. You're out on a date. It's probably their first date, and she probably had she didn't want to be with him at all at whatever sports event it was that they're watching. And she ends up kissing the dude in the robe. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know what I would have done if I was that poor guy that took her on a date. First off, I would never take a date to a sporting event like that, so that probably would never happen to me. Papa Mac says it's rigged. Probably is. I know there was one that I saw where the dude was proposing, and she's at first it seems like she's excited, and then and I was watching the video and I didn't realize it at first, but she seems excited, and then she throws her drink at him and storms off. I actually saw it again for the second time, and I just now started to realize that the ring that he was proposing with was one of those
candy ring.
It was a candy ring. Yeah, it was a candy ring, and I didn't realize that the first time I had seen it, and I thought, oh my gosh, how awful for her to like act excited and then be all throw stuff at him and run out of there. It was the candy ring that did it, and I was like, oh, because it didn't make sense to me the first time I saw it. I was like, oh man, that sucks. The candy ring one looked like it might have been basketball. I'm not positive though. But he had that big.
Never been a huge sports fan, but I know in Cincinnati, opening day was a huge event. I mean, it was like it's right up there with the 4th of July fireworks and everything. And I know that a lot of people called in sick to work so they could go to the game. And that was always one of the big fears, is that you would be caught on camera by your employer sitting at the game called in sick.
Oh yeah, that's not good. I'm a little hungry right now. And I don't know about you guys, but for Christmas, we always stuff the stockings with snacks and stuff like that. And I have my bucket of stocking snacks sitting right here next to me. My wife got these for me. It sounds like a commercial. It's not a commercial, guys. I've never had Chomps before. Have you ever heard of Chomps before?
No, I can't say that I've never heard of those. Sounds like a dog treat.
Beef jerky.
It looks like a dog treat. Hold on a second here.
You would say.
It
like
looks
bacon strips or something.
It looks like a dog treat. It looks. I know. It looks like. You know what it really, to me, what it really looks like is it looks like a Slim Jim. Slap into a Slim Jim. That's what it looks like.
Yeah. She picked those up that was on the clearance rack at the end of the aisle. She wasn't really sure. It probably come from the pet department. It's not even made for human consumption. Daisy's eating them on a daily basis.
You know,
these things are good and they're cheap.
You're probably more right than you could possibly expect because we do have a Bruno stocking, so it's entirely possible this might have been sitting on the checkout. You could be entirely right. It's totally possible. I didn't even know these things existed though.
Well,
I never
I'm-
heard
I'm-
chomps
I'm-
before chomps.
Speaking from experience, because Mrs. Pirate, she lives for the half off rack, the 90% clearance. I mean, it's just her way.
Her way of what? Oh, it's just her way of that's how she
Yeah,
buys.
she's just a coupon clipper. Yeah, my son sent me a message yesterday that said she's with him in Daytona and she was sleeping on a couch in his condo or something, and she was talking in her sleep, and he said she was talking about how she saved $5. So even talking in her sleep, she was clipping coupons or something. And that's a whole new level of tight ass.
I don't know. I'm eating this right now. I don't know if I like these. Actually, kind of. Honestly, can't. I can't remember the last time I had a Slim Jim.
Slim Jim!
But I can't even remember if I liked Slim Jims or not.
Slim Jim!
Snap into a Slim Jim.
Slap into a Slim Jim! Yeah!
Oh, yeah.
I'm just kind of hungry right now. It's lunchtime, but I got like 6 more minutes here, so I got to try and eat some of this.
What are you eating?
It's a. I told you it's a chomps.
What is it?
It's chomps.
Bacon strips.
It's essentially a Slim Jim. It's probably like a Texas version of a Slim Jim, if I had to guess.
You need more than that, Casey.
Hey, Doug! What's up, Doug?
What's up, Danny?
How you doing?
Wait. Listen to this. Or you don't have to listen to it. You can read it. Look what it says on the packaging. All stick without the ick.
Oh, no.
It says
you got balls in your mouth.
No, it
doesn't.
Oh, man. Hey, ladies.
Where's Yucca when you need him? No.
Yeah.
If you like a stick,
that's like all these beef jerkies is what that is.
There's your stick for you. No ick.
Oh, no.
No. 0 sugar, though. You can eat your meat and have no sugar.
You can eat your meat.
Nate
Things
says
made out of like chicken lips and cow toenails.
Nate says chomps are cheap. My wife takes care of me, Nate. I don't know what to tell you. I guess she saw the Slim Jims. It was like, no, not for my husband. I'm going to get the one that says, I'll stick without the ick. He'll like those better. I honestly can't remember the last time I ate a Slim Jim. I had to be like in my teens.
Yeah, it's been a while for me too.
That's-
How about those pickled sausages when you're a kid?
You like the sausage, huh?
Hey, wait a minute. I had one of those pickled sausages yesterday. They're good.
I don't even know what you're talking
pink.
about.
They're like pink, like reddish pink looking. They come in a big jar.
They come in a yellow pack. Yeah. They're so good, Casey. It make you pucker up.
Oh.
Pecker up?
Peckerwood.
I had
No,
a kid.
Not that kind of standing elevation.
That's almost as nasty as that potted meat. Like I have that potted meat on crackers. You get a little.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a little tin.
JWK
Looks like
was
cat food.
JWK was asking for the Ichimoku cloud again here, and the lagging line is above price line. Conversion and base are right on top of each other, but we're trading inside the cloud. The cloud does not end until $4 and it's actually $4.12 or $4.13 basically because it's $4.12 and a half. So I basically put down this morning $4.15 or higher. Maintaining $4.15 or higher for an hour or longer would sustain. Or would provide a signal for short-term investors to perhaps maybe start buying, and we would see more additional buying pressure. That's the 1 hour.
To get back to what Pirate was saying, you've never lived, KC, until you get fried spam.
Oh, dude, I've had.
Take it right out of the can.
No, it's so good, dude. I don't know who said it, but it is really, really good.
Really?
Oh, dude, it's so like
Spam's all right. Yeah.
So, but when you do it though, you need to make some sticky rice, and then serve it on the sticky rice, and then add a little seaweed to it. It's called spam musubi, I think is what it's called in Hawaii. It's a great.
They just make it sound fancy. Come on,
dude. It's so like I never thought in a million years I would eat spam, and the first time that
what is spam? Is that like a hot dog? Like you don't know what's in it? Like it's just a different bunch of. Like what is spam?
You don't ask those questions.
I know what it is, but
those aren't questions you ask.
I read a book about it, food production, and it had an entire chapter in there about spam.
Yep.
It was basically it's by the pork producers, Hormel Corporation and them, and it's all the little tiny. They had a proprietary way of taking all the little cuts and pieces of meat and scraps, and a way to make a loaf out of it. Push it. They didn't elaborate on it, but big money maker for them.
You don't ask those kind of questions. You just eat it. You don't want to know.
I got a way to make a loaf out of it.
You just don't want to know. You don't want to know what's in your. I mean, if you ask that about any food,
spoiler alert! I don't think any of you guys are going to run out there and buy the book. It's called The Chain, but most of it's from the hog head. When they cut the head off of the hog, they got a guy. His sole job is to just basically use high pressure air to separate all the meat from the hog's skull. So there you go.
Hey, put it this way, Danny. It's a lot better than eating pig feet.
I guess.
Pickled pig's feet ain't so bad if you got a few beers in your belly and you're hungry. I've had a few pig knuckles in my time.
It's funny. Dino Mike said he grew up on spam, and I was feeling bad for him, but I knew I was going to get joked on. I forgot the name of the little sausage things, but they're the Vienna sausages. He just reminded me. Oh man, I grew up on those. Those aren't any better. Hey, these, you son of a. You make my little pigs in a blanket with the Vienna sausages.
I took a tour. Cincinnati at one time was called Porkopolis. It was the epicenter of pork production.
Really?
Because of the river and boat traffic. Yep. To this day, if you go to the parks down there, they have winged pigs, little pigs with wings on them, bronze sculptures on top of the statues. But I digress. But I went to the packaging plant there where they butchered hogs, and a guy there. We had some heavy equipment there, and he gave us a tour, and he was real frank about it. He said, the only thing we don't use from the pig is the squeal. And if we could get a package around that, we would sell that too. Stuck in my mind all these years.
Nate says spam's the pig balls.
Don't ask.
I guess
don't wonder. Don't ask. Just eat. Don't ask. Don't wonder. Just eat. You never turned down bacon, did you?
Yeah, no.
That's pork.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's off of a pig's ass.
Ariel says, Casey, play the Monty Python spam song. I didn't even know there was one. That's news to me.
That sounds like a Weird Al Yankovic song.
Yakovich? Did you say Yakovich?
Yakovich. No, I said yucca bitch.
Whoa, what? Numbers? Holy crap, that's crazy. It's break time.
Hey, I don't know if anybody's ever tried it, but I would just try it for acquired taste and then just forget about it. But there's this certain meat from this bird called emu.
Where is this going? I'm only sticking around for this just because I want to hear where you're going with this. You like emu? Emu?
Oh yeah, it looks like hamburger meat, but it don't taste like it.
Do you know?
Emu looks kind of like he looks like a turkey leg.
Do you know when you?
Emu is like a half size ostrich.
Do you know?
It'd be like the midget. It'd be like a midget of the ostrich world.
Do you know when you go to the fairgrounds and they have those gigantic turkey legs?
Oh yeah.
I have a sneaking suspicion that's emu. Just guessing. I think it is because the reason I say that is because that it doesn't. I don't think that it's. There's no way it's turkey.
They lay a purple egg.
Yeah, I agree.
And
it's purple egg where ostrich has a white egg.
It's got a lot of tendons. I'd never had one before. Believe it or not, I'm 47 years old. This probably was about 2, maybe 3 years ago that my wife and I went to a carnival, and I was like, I've never had a turkey leg before. And I said, I think I kind of finally want to get one because I'm like, I know it's not turkey, but I'm going to be brave, and I'm going to try and be brave and get one anyways. And so I got one, and I will never eat another one again. There's just way too many tendons in there for my liking.
Oh, you're too picky.
I am very picky. I don't. No, I'm not that picky. I just don't. I mean, there's certain things I just don't like. Do you eat a lot of fish? Do you eat a lot of fish?
Oh, I love baked salmon if you make it right.
So, do you know how like when you're eating fish, if you ever get like a bone, are you okay with that, or does that turn you off?
I just spit it out, but
If I get a bone in my fish, I'm done eating. I can't handle getting the bone. I don't know what it is. I just as soon as I get the bone. Oh my god! All right, I see what you did there.
Well, don't you ever eat fried catfish, man?
Yeah.
Oh, I like catfish.
You bastards!
I'm not a fish person. You
As soon as I get the bone,
Danny said it first. He said he likes fried catfish.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm looking at the.
Good morning. Sorry about that. I'm going to mute you for a second.
Doug, the ostrich meat is the same way. It has the color of a steak. My friend and I had two that we kept in a cage, 2 ostriches named Bonnie and Clyde. And we finally dispatched those and had a cookout. But yeah, the meat when you butcher a ostrich, it looks just as red as a rare steak.
I'd be damned. What does it taste like though? I don't think I've ever had ostrich.
It tasted really good. It was different. Didn't taste like anything different to me. It was just but it had a consistency of like almost like a filet mignon, the pieces that we cooked up on the grill.
Oh, wow.
Same color, burgundy red. Yeah.
You're gonna make me go buy an ostrich?
Yeah, he had 2 of them. He had 2 of them that we were given as gifts. We helped a guy move a whole bunch of them. A guy from the zoo. Needed a whole bunch taken to a USDA approved butcher facility, and in return for our wrangling skills, he awarded us 2 birds to keep, and then we raised them up and butchered them.
You got me an idea in my head now.
Hey, see, I'm looking at the picture of the emu. If anyone who doesn't have it pulled up, just pull up a picture of an emu. If you chop off the legs and the head, and you shave off all the feathers, that's a turkey leg. That's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. You just shave them off. It's going to be the size of a turkey leg.
Shaving his butt or what?
You say whatever the hell you want.
Dynamite touched on it. If you've seen the Liberty commercials, that the bird in there, I believe, is an emu. He was the first one to put that in chat. Liberty.
Wow.
Yeah.
Liberty.
Yeah, I
Liberty.
didn't think about that. The Liberty commercials, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that one on the left there is a big one, but the other ones, if you get a small one, that could be a turkey leg.
So are we eating baby turkey legs? Is that what you're saying?
No, we don't know if it's turkey leg or emu. I think it's emu. I think Casey's right.
Well, that's the same thing as when you go to a Chinese restaurant. You don't know if you're eating
Yeah.
dog or real meat.
Oh no!
Oh no! All right, it's
Come
definitely
on.
break time now. Look here we go. Country 106.5 WYRK has an article here. It says, "Are those turkey legs at Universal Studios and Disney actually made from emu?" Let's see here. You read that right. What is advertised as turkey leg might not be turkey at all.
Uh-oh.
Let's see if I can get to the conclusion
And
on this
once
article.
you eat those, once you eat the turkey, it gets on your fingers, and it's all you can't get that smell off, and you got to keep washing your hands. It's not turkey.
Well, I don't know about y'all, but I love my turkey legs when I go to the fair, so please don't damage that in my head.
Oh, here it
I was
is.
just at the fair
Here it is right here.
weekend. $14.
So-
$14 for one leg.
I just wanted you to be aware, if you're interested in trying something new, emu might be right up your alley, and you can get it at Universal Studios in Orlando. But if you're looking for turkey, you might want to wait until Thanksgiving and watch it get carved from the bird.
The birdie, huh?
Wow.
The birdie, huh? Are we building a cup and handle here? What are we doing?
I don't think so.
Buddy was convinced that it was going to be the new big thing in food production, and he was going to get rich quick. The truth of the matter is, he made the only money he really made that was of any substantial amounts was from the feathers that he sold to the people in Las Vegas who use them for the big costumes. So
wow,
he had a hell of a time selling the meat, but he could get rid of those all those feathers rather quickly.
Alrighty, guys, I gotta go to break.
What?
I gotta pee. I gotta eat.
Wait a minute. What?
I don't.
You can eat online.
I don't wear diapers. I gotta pee.
Well, at least show us what you're having, instead of that beef jerky stick.
Yeah.
I need some real meat.
Yeah.
Taco Tuesday. Emu Tuesday.
All right, guys.
He's ready for emu.
Where you going?
I'm going to break.
Oh, come on, the Slim Jim.
Yep.
Slim Jim held you.
No,
held you over.
it actually didn't. It made me more hungry, and I didn't even finish it. By the way, it's still part of it's still sitting here.
Right.
Well, it is full of sodium, so yeah.
Is it? It might be. Yeah, it probably is.
It's processed.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, do the Slim Jim sound.
Oh, look at that. Hayden's
Here we go. I'll try it and then.
Hayden's just waiting for me to leave so he can write in the chat. Ooh, Casey takes a break, but I'm the bad guy. No, whatever. You came into the back of the big tramp, and then I called you out, and you left. You didn't even say, "Hey, I can't talk right now," and then hang up or nothing. You just poof, gone. So don't even start with me, Hayden.
Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll see you guys back here at 12:10. Well, after I do numbers after 12:10. All right, guys, let me put the message up on the screen here and head to break. In my opinion, just breaking above 412 is not good enough. We got to maintain and hold the value higher than 412 in order for that to stick. And very often, it's more likely the case that we don't break past it the very first time of testing. It's usually 2 or 3 tests into it before we actually get the break beyond it. So I will see you guys back here in about 45 minutes. See you in a bit.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
Okay, I'm back. So I stumbled upon something here, and I guess I never really thought about it at all. Posted it up while I was on break. I want you guys to hear this, and I want to see who is maybe in agreement with me on what I'm hearing here. Maybe I'm the only one. Maybe I'm the only one that hears what it is that I'm hearing here. But I'm going to play something for you guys, and I want you guys to tell me who you think this sounds like. Somebody that we all know. Not the name of the character. It's obvious who this is once you hear it. But I want you to tell me who else it sounds like. All right? So let's see. Extra bonus points to anybody who gets this here. All right, here we go.
And defender of the secrets of Castle Grayskull. This is Cringer, my fearless friend. Fabulous secret powers were revealed to me the day I held aloft my magic sword and said, "By the power of Grayskull!" Cringer became the mighty Battle Cat, and I became He-Man, the most powerful man in the universe. Only 3 others share this secret. Our friends, the Sorceress, Man-at-Arms, and Orko. Together we defend Castle Grayskull from the evil forces of Skeletor.
Anybody? No, not Jerome Powell. Not Jerome Powell. That was not what I was looking for.
Welcome back.
John says Buck Rogers. I81B4U says Mark Hamilton. No. I think it sounds all right. I guess I'll just tell you. Anybody in the back of the Big Tramp? Did you guys have any random guesses before I tell you who?
What's the question?
Well, I played a little bit of a soundtrack there just on the live stream a second ago, and it was He-Man, the intro from the He-Man from way back in the day, and
What do you mean?
What made you a He-Man birthday cake?
what do I mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? I played the intro.
Yeah, like what do you
The intro for
okay,
He-Man.
So what do you want to know?
Who does it sound like? Somebody that we all know. It's a little bit of a deeper voice, but it's the inflections that it's like the tendency of the inflections of the voice that really, I went, holy crap. I was like, and then.
Sounds a little bit like Robin Leach from Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous.
Close. You're getting really, like, now that actually, now that you say that, it makes me think.
If Robin Leach didn't have such a heavy English accent, I would say almost, I'd have to hook up an oscilloscope or something, but I would say.
You're getting close. You're getting close.
I got one. I got it.
Who is it?
Step into a Slim Jim.
No. No. No, I'm actually thinking, and it's a deeper version of it, but I think if we were to play side by side, I think you would hear it. It's Pantheon.
Pantheon.
It's Pantheon. It's Pantheon. Listen to it again. I'm going to play it again here. You guys will have to go listen to the live stream, but listen to it again. It sounds a little bit like Pantheon, just a little bit deeper.
Pantheon who?
See, I've only heard Pantheon speak one or two times, so I can't. I remember he has good diction, and I remember he speaks at a pretty rapid pace.
Yeah.
His tempo, but I've only heard him. I think I've only heard him talk like maybe 2 or 3 times, and it was like around the poker table.
Yeah,
or maybe in the live chat here, and he doesn't stay very long.
Hold on a
That's
second.
not him.
Hold on.
I've heard him for years.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna pull up a side by side here, and we're gonna play a little Pantheon, and we're gonna play a little He-Man, and we're gonna see. They sound. I think.
No way, Casey.
I think you're gonna see. Hold on a second here. Let's see here. Where are his videos? Did his videos disappear?
I think he retired.
No, he's got the videos up.
Dude,
still. You just
there's
gotta
only
go.
one video there, though. It says one video.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
It only shows one video now.
Hold on, let me go to it.
His account only shows one video.
Well, something happened then. He didn't delete that.
I think I'm on the right.
Hey, he's going dark, man.
Pantheon go dark.
Wrapping
No
up all
way.
the loose ends. Close up shop.
He's one of the old apes, Pirate.
All right.
He's older than me and you.
Hold on a second. Stop talking for a minute, guys.
Just teasing.
All
I'm
right.
just teasing.
I'm gonna go to the back of the big tramp. I'm gonna go silent, and I'm gonna stream both of the two. I'm gonna do it side by side. I'm gonna do it side by side. All right, let's see here.
Best I can.
I want the intro, like right after.
Being traded still. That is incorrect and a flat out blatant lie or lack of understanding. And then we're going to get into short exempt volume. And
Fabulous friend.
we're going to do a detailed dive into short exempt volume and what these regulators could do if they actually felt like doing their job.
Revealed
What
to
they could
me
do
the
to
day
actually
I held
fix it.
aloft
I've done
my
this before in the channel, brought up a topic, went through it, and then described, what could be done to fix it. And people always respond back, well, they're never going to do it. Well, it's not going to stop me from analyzing the situation.
magic sword and said, "By the power of Grayskull."
It's just deeper. It's an echo.
Cringer became the mighty Battle Cat, and I became He-Man, the most powerful.
Trying to figure out what is the best way to get around this and move forward.
If he, all he would have to do to get his voice to sound like He-Man is just talk deeper, like just a little bit deeper, and then with like some like super authoritative kind of like power behind it. And he literally has He-Man nailed. It's like it's perfect. All right, I'm back. I
wish I could support you on it, buddy, but I'm not feeling that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not feeling it.
That's all right.
It's got some similarities, but not all of them. No.
Barry says, "Okay, now we know he's lost in it." It's probably the good diction part of it. Like,
What did you really have for lunch? No.
I had. You really want to know? I had cereal.
When
I had cereal
Pantheon produces his.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
When Pantheon produces his content, does he read from a script, or is that all impromptu?
Some of it, I think, is from. I think he has at least bullet points or something of that nature. I'm pretty sure.
It may be that. It may be that, because what happens is if you have a script, even if you're familiar with it, or a teleprompter or whatever, it can become a little bit sing-songy because it does affect your cadence a little bit. So it might be some. It might be some of that. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not insinuating he's doing anything bad. I mean, he may go and write himself a set of notes that he can draw upon when he's building his material. And if so, it could be the same way. Obviously, with the He-Man cartoon, it's a script. So you might be picking up on that.
Maybe that's what it is. It could be.
Yeah, your musical training. Yeah.
But the thing he does do, I mean, that's his real job, though. He is an architect, and he does those. What do you call them? The blueprints.
Sure. That's a pepperoni.
That's why he's probably so good at dictation. I mean, did I say that right?
Numbers. Let's do this.
Pepperoni.
KC, the pizza with the pasta in it, man, that was so heavy.
It's what?
In the Food Network.
I can't hear what he's saying.
So the pizza that he made that had the pasta in it is posted to Discord in the Food Network.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm gonna go look.
How the hell did you get that out of what he said? It didn't sound anything like that whatsoever. What the hell? What the hell, dude? That's insanity that you were able to pick that up. All right, well, let me do the numbers first.
Wow.
Let me do the numbers first, and then we'll go take a look at that. That's crazy. I don't understand how you pick out what the hell he said out of that. That didn't sound anything like that at all. I protest.
It's a
Bad
script.
ears. No.
Pepperoni works off a script. That's the script I wrote him last night, so I already knew what he was saying because I helped him draft it. This is all of Fugazi. The entire 8-hour show that Casey does is all just made up in his basement.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. See what we got going on here. Starting.
Okay, so you do a little jive.
Starting with exchange volume for the day today. By this time of the day, I would expect about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX. Currently, we have 56.9% going through off exchange, and EDGX is at 8.98. The combined total in that 65.88%, or about 2.88% more than what I would expect it to be. 9,500 shares going through CHX for the day today, and then GME CHX volume coming in at 823 shares. Total amount of shares haven't been borrowed. It does look like in the last hour we've seen another 50,000 shares borrowed. So in total, they're reporting about 200. IBKR is reporting about just a little over 200,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. Ortex, on the other hand, is reporting 1.92 million shares having been borrowed. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest. Actually, let me see here. 2 hours ago, that's exactly how much it was. So the short share interest of the free float is going to stay the same at 11.6%. Cost to borrow, min, average, and max are all the same numbers. Shares on loan for the day today is at 29.3 million shares. That is approximately 850,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 315,000 of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $4.50 strike as of the last hour. That number went from 18.7 thousand contracts in volume to 26.1, and the amount of puts. Highest amount of volume is coming in at a $3.50 strike. It was 4.1 thousand contracts an hour ago. Now 6.4 thousand contracts. The market is suggesting a closing price between 3.5 and 4.5 by the end of the day today. MMRI was 265.61 an hour ago. Now it's 265.37. Not much of a change. NASDAQ is down 0.32, Dow Jones is up 0.12, and the S&P 500 is down 0.01. We have 3,581 advancers to 2,022 decliners. The market's more declining now than it was an hour ago. We're starting to see a little bit of a reversal here in the market. 3581. My computer's letting me know it's time to... I'm getting an update later. Let's see here. Time to save everything and reboot tonight. Let's see. We have 3 of the Mag 7 are in the green for the day today. Financial institutions, big movers for the day today. Anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater is going to get a shout out. Silvergate's down 6.25%. NYCB is now down 17.5% at $4.46. Bank of California is down 2.77. UBS is down 5.61. Western Alliance is down 3.11. And that's it. Gold is currently up 0.49 and trending down. Silver is up 0.19, trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 0.74. And on a slight trend down currently. U.S. dollar is down 0.23 and trending down. Oil is up 1.84. Actually, hold on a second here. Let me go back to the U.S. dollar for just a second, because I just noticed that the time interval is set to a 5-minute time interval. Oil is currently up 1.84 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.56 to 0.59 and trending up. SPY is up 0.07 and currently consolidating, but it looks like it's trying to break that trend into an uptrend. VIX is down 0.44 and currently consolidating after a trend back up. VBR is up 0.38 and is trending down. VB is up 0.42 and consolidating. Tesla is up 0.91, consolidating after a little bit of an uptrend. It looks actually like a little bit of a downtrend. Yeah, no, it's in a downtrend. I take that back. Downtrend on Tesla. Cinemark is up 3.66 and turning into a downtrend after consolidation. Doge is up 0.74. Trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.84, consolidating after a trend up. GME is up 3.71. Holy, what's going on with my internet? It's trending down. HYMC is up 1.09 and consolidating. NCMI is down 0.53, consolidating. HOOD is up 1.33 and on a slight trend up. And AMC is up 11.47 and currently consolidating after a trend up. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC is approximately $1.5 million more outflow than inflow. 15.32 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 240 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 24.89 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35 million. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure, with divergence on the Vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI at 55.87, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 67.83, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, I'm going to go with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 70, which is signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.91, which is above average. And with that, I yield my time back to the back of the big tramp. It seems like my whole computer is acting slow. It's not just the internet. It's like sluggish. It's time to reboot tonight. All right, pizzas. This is pepperoni's pasta pizza. You can see that the pasta has there's pasta in the dough, and it looks like a form of maybe prosciutto or some other kind of meat that's in there. Could be. It looks more like a meat to me than it is a or ham. Mixed in with it could be diced tomatoes, and it's covered in a sauce of some sorts, but I don't think so. I think it's a prosciutto, if I had to guess. Then you've got that mixed in on top of some dough. It looks like here. Looks like he threw some cheese on there, and then sprinkled some spices. Boy, this is slow. Some red flakes, standard pizza topping mix, and
he just commented it's prosciutto.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of figuring. And then it's folded over into what looks to be like a calzone, and then I guess he fries it here. Man, what is the deal with my internet? Deep fried pizza with spaghetti. Very nice, very nice. Oh, of course you got to cut it afterwards. I'm really kind of curious what fried pizza dough is like. I don't think I've ever had fried pizza dough before. I feel like that would be airy. That looks pretty decent. The only thing I would do differently about that is add more cheese. Nope, maybe not. I take it back. He opened it. It had a nice peel back sound to it. If you want a little ASMR going on action there, then highly recommend going and watching that one.
Definitely different.
Yeah, Stockwiz, all you got to do is send me a message in Twitter or wherever, however you want to send it to me. Papa Max says we cackle that ER visit. I'm confused. Can somebody?
But we call that empanada. I think he meant to say we call that an ER visit.
Oh, I got it. Okay. Yeah. Artery Cloggville, for sure.
You guys want to live forever?
No.
What do I say, man?
Eat the pizza.
Eat, drink, and be merry, man.
Mm-hmm. Can you imagine living your whole life not having tried something that you like? I like Coke.
One of the coolest things I seen the other day, somebody posted on X, was a box of chocolates. They had like a candy jar at a veterinarian's office, and it was a box of chocolates, and it was there for the dogs who were there for their last trip. A lot of people, when your dog fails, you take him to the vet. And they said no dog should go to heaven without tasting chocolate. And for some reason or another, it's a dark subject, but you thought it just made me feel good inside for a moment. It's kind of weird how somebody could post something like that and have, be directly related to death, but yet have a kind of an uplifting theme to it.
Yeah. Well, they can eat a little tiny bit of chocolate. It's just it's not great for them. But
Yeah.
My parents actually.
The whole point was you're not going to hurt him anymore. He's going in this room and he's not coming out. So let him have a big old bite of chocolate bar.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, my parents have a story about how they were house sitting and the dogs at the house that they were watching got into a bag of their peanut or their chocolate M&Ms and ate like the whole bag of chocolate M&Ms, and they thought for sure the dog was gonna die, and it ended up just shitting all over the place, all over the place.
I thought they couldn't digest it. That's why they can't eat chocolate.
You need a block of Baker's chocolate.
I know Mrs. Pirate worked for a guy one time, and he was going through a real tough, I guess, almost getting a divorce. Whatever. Long story short was he was on vacation and his wife had his dog put down. And I'm thinking, man, you got to be hard-hearted, man. I've been in some good fights before with Mrs. Pirate, but I've never thought about sneaking off to the vet with her animals while she was gone, to have them euthanized.
No way. But I'm with KC on that. I told my doctor several times in my lifetime, I'll eat what I want and I'll drink what I want, because if I die of a car wreck, why did I eat this health food for years?
It's so true, though. It is. It's like your life could, you just be doing something stupid, and next thing you know, life is just gone. My wife and daughter were driving down the road one day to take her to soccer practice, and some dude had just walked out of a Taco Bell, and a car hit another car in the intersection, and the guy right in front of him just got smashed by a car. And like he's literally holding his Taco Bell food, enjoying his taco. I think they said he was eating a burrito or something on his way. The dude's literally like just enjoying, like not knowing it's his last meal. Because we assume he died because when we came back, I guess when they drove back by the spot the next day, there was a cross put out there for him. So they assumed that he had passed away. But it's like one of those things where it's like you just never know. It's like you're enjoying a taco 1 second, next thing you know, you're getting creamed by a car, and it's just like, what the hell? It's just, you never know when time is going to be up for you, and why?
That's right.
Why not enjoy?
Have you ever seen the movie War of the Roses?
Yes. That was a horrible movie, by the way. I mean, it was not horrible. It's horrible, but it was just like the things they did to each other was terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, it shows you how ugly a divorce can get. Remember they were sitting at the dinner table and she cooked him that meal, and she was like, he thought it was a peace offering. And
it was
like,
dog or something like that.
This is really, really, really good food. What kind of meat is it? And she looked at him and went, woof. Fed him his own fucking dog, man. You got to remember now, this was years before Silence of the Lambs and all that whole thing took off. So I thought that was incredibly good writing here. I mean, by today's standard, it's kind of a cheesy movie, but War of the Roses showed just how ugly a divorce could get.
So Jeffrey Jones is asking, what's up with the price movement for the day today? Is the Dune popcorn bucket the sticking of the action? Jeffrey,
sticking. Yeah.
I love the sense of humor. There. Yeah, I see what you did there, Jeffrey. So I kind of talked about this a little bit earlier this morning, and I do think that there's a couple different things that are happening, and again, we've talked on many different occasions about how this market's walking on stilts. And the stilts are getting knocked out from underneath, right? And the more that you balance an entire market on top of stilted a house built on stilts, the more stilts you knock out, the more easier it is for something to come collapsing down. And I think you're seeing a couple different things happening here. So first of all, yesterday's price movement in the entire market, I think, was the whole thing was kind of kicked off by the idea that China started to fail yesterday, and their market started failing really, really badly. And I think that carried on over into the U.S. market when we opened up yesterday. And we saw a lot of momentum downwards yesterday, and we saw the Mag 7 had a very interesting day yesterday where only 3 stocks were up. So the 7 stilts that it's been walking on, got 4 stilts kicked out. And all of a sudden, and then you had like one of the stilts is like this, this one stock NVIDIA is like this carrying like the whole load for the most part. at that point. And it's just like you can't have sustainability like that. And I think what you're seeing today is a couple different factors. One, I think you're seeing money coming out of the large caps or mega cap. I actually want to say mega caps and not just large caps. I think you're seeing money transferring out of those mega caps, and I think you're seeing it move into more mid-size and small cap stocks. And so you're seeing a transfer of money into different assets. And I think the market's kind of fleeing away from the idea that they can balance the entire market off of 7 different stocks. And it's because it's unsustainable. You can't do that. And so you're seeing a transfer of money from one location to another. And that's always going to drive ETFs. ETFs drive pretty much the whole market. And so along with that imbalance, there was something else that's happening, especially with like AMC for the day today. And I will pull up a chart here real quick for you. I already got you on the right page for this. 35 days ago, the failure to delivers were massive on AMC. Let me pull it up on the screen for you. This spike right here was 5.77 million shares. Now, notice that the days afterwards, the numbers are really, really low. You cannot convince me, there's no way that you can convince me that in one single day they were able to find 5.77 million shares. They've been playing this game where they've been hiding failure to delivers. And I'm not sure exactly how they're doing it, but every once in a while the failure to delivers will spike on a day where they're due. And you can see volume started to increase just before that point in time. If you look down at the bottom of the page down here, you'll see volume creeping up, leading into failure to deliver spiking. Now, I think there's some, because the failure to deliver spiked there, and because they are showing that there were shares delivered, it reset the timer. A 35-day timer for those failure to delivers were basically going to be spiking again, and that 35-day timer is today. Today is that day where those failure to deliver should be buying. I think part of the reason why we saw SSR getting tripped yesterday, part of the reason, not the whole reason, because obviously the whole market was down yesterday, but part of the reason why AMC needed to have SSR tripped yesterday was so that they could mark as many short exempt possible shares short exempt possible for today, yesterday and today, so that they could start delivering of shares from the past. Because today is the day that they would have been due by. It's always 35 days. This day right here on the spike is December 19th. If you pull up a handy...
Also, Casey, if I may add, this goes all the way back to, you remember not too long ago, where they went days without even reporting it.
Yes.
There were vast times where they just didn't report anything.
Yep.
That was the beginning of the fuckery with the FTDs. And then it went from that to, so you can tell there's a very real problem that somebody's making an obvious effort to hide in that metric there. Yeah. I'm not here to sell nothing or cheerlead. I'm just saying somebody's going to a great deal of trouble to hide something.
Yeah.
Right there, that it's normally a pretty a solid metric that's put out there.
So this
common sense too.
The 7 weeks is 35 trading days, right? There's 5 days in a week, and they have regardless of whether there's days where there's holidays in between or not, it's 35 trading days away is when they're due. So you've got the 19th of December, which I'm holding up on the page here for you to see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks. We're at the end of the time. The time to deliver some of those shares is up. So part of the reason why I think you're seeing SSR being tripped yesterday is because they knew that they were going to have buying pressure going in today, and they needed to have to be able to mark short exempt volume for both yesterday and today so that they could actually deliver shares. So you want to know why? Lots of different reasons. It's not just one thing. It never will just be one specific thing that you can point to. It's always going to be a storm of a bunch of different things that all kind of compile into one specific rough time that is very difficult to get past. And when you have a perfect storm that rolls through and your house is sitting on stilts, knocking the house over becomes very easy to do. Please tell me.
Not to mention,
Go ahead.
not to mention that the earnings, KC, you can't hide the numbers from that with Taylor Swift and Beyonce, all of it.
No,
it's not partial.
Meep saying, I think that it's a good question to put on X. I don't know anybody out there, honestly, Meep, that has been able to produce any kind of information in regards to like where it's going to. I mean, if you want to pose a question, go ahead and pose a question, but I don't think nobody knows. I don't think anybody's been able to kind of discover where that's or how that's happening. So it's something we'll figure out later on down the road, I'm sure, but I don't think without having some kind of congressional hearing that where they start digging into the books and all that kind of stuff, I don't think we're going to find out anything like this from anybody who's just the regular average person. Nobody can know this stuff right now.
KC, people are fond of asking you, what do you think will be a trigger? What do you think could set off this run? And I can't tell you that I know, but I can tell you one thing. It'll be something like Evergrande, who's collapsed in China, and they postponed it as long as they could, and it takes a while to unwind that. There was some chatter, some naysayers that said so much for the Evergrande thesis being a catalyst, and it was the very same day that the judge finally said, yeah, we're going to liquidate the holdings. And I thought to myself, well, that's pretty negative considering the fact that you don't unwind a position that big, you don't untangle that Gordian knot without some time. So I can't help but think that that's playing a part of this too. And I'll wrap it up by saying that's a catalyst because all the hedge fund operators and the big boys on Wall Street can't control what happens in China and with a world banking system. There are things, their power is limited as well. We may be the David to their Goliath, but there are forces in this world that can impact them that they have no control over, such as what went on in China. So I didn't mean to go on and on about it, but this is how it can start.
Yeah.
The trigger's already been pulled. We just don't know how long the fuse is.
Yeah. The Evergrande collapse in China is you're talking about numbers, incredibly large numbers, and the credit risk was there were bankers at the highest level that had a big position in that. There's no escaping that. And sooner or later, it's like farting in a bathtub. It's got to come to the top. It's going to come to the top, and one of these big institutions is gonna take the hit from that, and that could be the first domino. Or not. We could just plod along like we're done.
Yeah. I like son of a bitch, I just forgot. Jenna. Dang it, I forget. It's Gina. Be happy as long as you don't hurt anyone else doing it. I like that. That's pretty good. And also everything in moderation too. Like you don't just because something's fun or tastes good or makes you happy or gives you warm fuzzy feelings doesn't necessarily mean it's good in large quantities. Everything in moderation.
Be a glutton to my senses.
Spectre says, so the market maker sells the shares they don't have, manipulate it down over the next 35 days or so, then buy at a lower cost, pocket the difference, no problem, right? Please, crime. Yes and no. Yes and no. It's always going to be, I mean, so here's the problem. Here's where the no comes in. Where are they buying the shares from? That's the question you need to ask yourself, Spectre. Who are they buying shares from? And when you start to understand that there are no shares left to buy at a lower cost, is when you start to realize is that
squeezed out the same.
What you'll start to begin to realize is that there is no shares to buy. They're simply borrowing more to continue or perpetuate the cycle of doing this over and over and over in hopes that eventually there will be enough shares there for them to be able to buy so they can do what it is that you're claiming. But if they don't have any shares to buy, then what you're suggesting is not possible. Stockwiz says, so this is across the market. It's always across the whole market. If you think this is all about just AMC, then you've been, I don't know why you would think that. This is not about just AMC. This is about the whole market. It is most definitely about the whole market.
I would like to add something. I would like to add something about the hedge funds and the shorts.
Mm-hmm.
I believe they stopped making money when Ape was created, because there they had to dig a bigger hole to push the Ape price down, and I don't think they ever recovered.
On your day-to-day, on your
money for anyone.
On the day-to-day positions that are being created and open and closed, like on a weekly basis, right? Like new positions are being created and open and closed. I think there's probably some amounts of money that can be generated from some of the weekly or maybe even the quarterly. Especially if price moves down for the entire quarter, I think there's some money that could be made from that. But really, I would suggest if anywhere there's more value probably in scalping off of orders than anything. That's probably where most of the value comes from, right? So the more volume of buyers that there are, that they can continue to knock down the price for that and receive the scalping price difference on the orders that are coming through, that's probably where they're making the most money. It's got to be. There are CBD and THC, or are those the same thing? I don't know. Don't ask me.
CBD oil has therapeutic properties that are more beneficial towards aches and pains. THC is for what ails you in your soul and your mind.
Hell yeah. Go back 10 minutes and start watching the video. That's where I basically just sat down and broke everything down like the last 10 minutes. Hell yeah. Like walks in. What's going on? I just got done explaining. 9 hours later. Go back. 10 minutes. Going on here? Go back to where Jeffrey was asking questions in the chat about what's happening today.
Guess what? We hit that 415.
Yeah, this is actually the second time we've hit it now. It's 412.2 is the price, and this is the second time today that we're testing it. And this is what I talk about. Like usually it's 2 or 3 times, and then a breakthrough, right? Every once in a while, it's the first time it breaks through, but you can tell the difference because, like, it doesn't, like, one candle will break through it and continue on and be like way the hell above it, and it's just like, okay, well, this is pretty obvious it's breaking through it, right? Like this back here earlier this morning, there was one single candle that was above 412, and for 1 minute we had a price above 412. The rest of the time we were trading inside that or underneath the 412. So I don't know if this is going to be the time here or not. I would not necessarily suspect that it will be, but who knows? It could be. Volume is definitely spiking as it's happening. 415 is the exact number where additional buying pressure would probably kick in from short-term investors, but it needs to kind of maintain that for probably at least an hour for that to really be a good number.
Well, I've been saying it for like 90 days now. I do believe we're in for a surprise on earnings. That's all I can say about that.
I hope so. I don't know why we wouldn't expect a surprise. I think will be any kind of estimates that are out there, almost undoubtedly. Because the only way that we won't beat estimates is if the market actually decides to evaluate AMC fairly. And if that were to be the case, and they had estimates showing the actual numbers that they estimate us to be at, then we would probably start seeing price running before the earnings report and not after.
Yep. I think when we see that, what you just said about pre-market, aftermarket on different earning time, do you remember for such a time, almost 2 years straight, we only had after hours. And then when it switched to pre-hours, everybody was like, what? And lately it's been doing that back and forth.
It hasn't. Yeah, it's been a long time since we've seen some good activity in the pre-market and aftermarket hour times period at all.
Yes, yes, yes.
So, and I would like to see that again.
Yeah, me too.
It'll come back. I'm certain it'll come back eventually. You know, when we start seeing massive quantities of trades going through on a daily basis, when we start seeing 50 to 100 million shares traded in a day, that'll happen again.
Yes, sir. I mean, I can bring us back to memory lane. Our last one was, right before the split, and it was at 440, and it went to 880. That's 100%.
Casey, I've learned to just temper my expectations. I'm certain I'm going to make a great deal of money from what I've involved myself in here, but I'm prepared to wait for that. It doesn't matter. But what I would like to see are a benchmark, and one of those is seeing a hard, firm bottom, know that a bottom's in, and a departure from that, even if it's going from 4 to 18 or 26, whatever, pick your number, just to make it very clear that there's a hard bottom in this thing. And for that reason alone, I'm excited about what I'm seeing.
Oh, yeah.
What do you know about hard bottoms?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you that too. No.
Hard bottoms are hard on a rudder and hard on a propellers. If you got a nice soft bottom, you don't damage as much. That's your boating tip for the day.
I don't even know what that means.
Like rudder, I told my wife.
Rudder and propellers on the bottom of a boat.
I don't. My mind was taking that all kinds of different directions. Okay.
Well, like I told my wife, Casey, I said, when you sit on a metal chair, you got a hard ass. When you're standing up all the time, you got a soft ass. So I told her
I feel like it's the other way around. I feel like it's the other way around. Did you say that when you're sitting down, you have a hard ass?
When you're sitting down on a metal chair for a while, like at a game or something with your nephews or nieces, and you get up, you got that tingling hard ass.
Yeah, that doesn't happen to me. It's the opposite. I'm just saying.
Alien. No.
Yep. I'm backwards.
Common nickname for motorcycle riders who are prone to take long trips are called iron bottoms.
Yep.
That's a little different though, because you're probably bound.
Casey, I don't know where I saw this, but I saw somewhere somebody posted something in Twitter that showed that AMC distributions for Taylor Swift made $302 million worldwide for 2023.
Yes, I think. Well, that was for AMC strictly, or
for the Taylor Swift Eras tour. And they're not reporting those numbers on any sites I can find. But I mean, they had something pulled up there that showed that.
So in other words, what you're trying to say is that there's a chance we may see some blowout numbers, not just good numbers, but blowout numbers.
Well, what I'm saying is that number that they were showing there may have included their distribution totals, right? What they were getting. Yeah, like I'm expecting a win.
Oh yeah.
I'm not expecting AMC to make money for the quarter, but I believe they're expecting them to lose about 180 million. I think it's going to be closer to maybe losing 80.
I was figuring they were going to be in the positive.
Perhaps. I don't know. But they're definitely, with their expectations right now, are a loss. So if it is positive, I'll take it.
Yeah, me too. I will definitely take it.
KC, we need to add Peter Frampton's "Do You Feel Like We Do" to the song list. My current state of mind.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that one. Can I second that?
Just throw it in the Discord.
Yeah, I'll do that.
That's a good one. Hey, we peaked 416, KC. Did you see that for a second?
Yeah. It was 4:15 earlier, so it was it was a penny higher this time. But we dropped right back down below that 412 again. So that's test number 2. We need one more test, and we still got a couple more hours yet to go for the end of the day today. I just want to see us close above $4. Closing above $4 to me, I think, sets us up pretty nicely for an Ichimoto indicator buy signal for tomorrow. So that's at least I think it would. So all right, numbers.
Yep.
Let's do this. I'm going to take you guys over the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. I haven't said it yet today, so I'm going to say it. 2-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably should do so, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Let's take a look at what we got going on as far as angry dog. Off exchange for the day today. Let's see, where are we at? We should be about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX on a normal day. We're currently at 56.74% going through off exchange. EDGX is 8.97. The combined total on that 65.71%, or about 1.71% higher than I would expect it to be. 9,500 shares going through CHX. GME CHX volume for the day today, 823 shares. Total amount of shares borrowed within the last hour, it looks like no changes. Fees are sitting at 0.52 in total for the day today. IBKR is reporting about just a little over 200,000 shares borrowed for the day today. But Ortex, on the other hand, is reporting 1.92 million shares having been borrowed, which puts our estimated short share interest of the free float percentage at 11.6%. Cost of our mins at negative 0.2, average 1 and 1%, and max is 7.26. Shares on loan for the day today sitting at 29.3 million shares. That is approximately 850,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimated about 315,000 of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $4.50 strike with 26.1 thousand contracts for the day. It is now currently at 25.7. No, I'm sorry, 26.7. So it's kind of slowing down a little bit here. Highest amount of puts coming in at a $3.50 strike. An hour ago was 6.4 thousand contracts. It's now 8.5. Market's suggesting a closing price between $3.50 and $4.50 by the end of the day today. MMRI coming in at 265.37. An hour ago is now 264.59. I'm going to put 264.6. And then the spread between the 2-year, 10-year yield was 0.314. Is now 0.3. So that dropped a little bit. NASDAQ is currently down 0.22. Dow Jones is up 0.21, and the S&P 500 is up 0.04. There's currently 3,700 advancers to 1,937 decliners. The market is more advancing now than it was an hour ago. Two out of the 7 of the Mag 7 are in the green. We now have 3. We had 3 for most of the day, and it's now 2 are in the green, and one of them is only 0.48%. Institutional, what am I saying? Oh, screw it. Financial institutions, plus or minus 2.5% or more of a change for the day-to-day, is going to get a shout out here. Silvergate's down 6.25. NYCB is down 17.13. Let's see here. UBS Group is down 5.45. And that is it. Gold is up 0.52 and consolidating after a little bit of a trend down. Silver is up 0.35 and consolidating. Ethereum Classic is up 1.35 and looks like it may be moving into a reversal off of a downtrend. The US dollar is down 0.27 and trending down. Oil is up 2.54 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.58 to 0.65 and trending up. SPY is up 0.08, trending up. VIX is down 1.9 and trending down. VBR is up 0.42 and trending down. VB is up 0.47 and trending up. Tesla is up 1.34, trending up. Amazon is down 1.22, trending up. Cinemark is up 3.34 and trending down. Doge is up 0.9, trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.86 and consolidating. GME is up 3.49, trending down. HYMC is up 1.6 and consolidating. NCMI is down 0.93 and starting to trend down a little, it looks like. HUD is up 1.28, trending up, and AMC is up 12.13% and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC is about $1.5 million more outflow than inflow. 16.36 million shares traded so far. After 277 minutes. Yeah, 277 minutes. We are on a pace for 23 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 15 to 35 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.97, which is above average. Slightly above average, rather. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 68, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.89, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.64, which is slightly above average. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. No, Runscape Killer, are you kidding? Look at the title of the live stream, man. I think you're funny. You're killing me. Let's see here. Spectre, you're welcome. So the only thing they can do right now, Spectre, is borrow shares to return to. All they can do is borrow shares to deliver shares. So it's costing them every single time that they have to borrow shares, and they can't because they can't actually buy them from the market, and they have to keep on borrowing. That's costing them more and more money, right? There's a reason why the average age per day on a loan share right now is about 33 days. That's the average amount, right? Think about the idea that 30 days is well over, 30 trading days. Let's see, I guess there's 20 trading days in a day.
Working days a month.
22, yeah, right around there, right? Figure on just, I guess we could just say 21 trading days on average in a month, right? And your average age per day for a loan share is 33. It's like a month and a half. It's basically a month and a half. But that's just the average. That's the average amount of time that a loan's been out there. how long does that mean that a loan? I mean, if you've got, like, for example, today we had 850,000 new shares having been borrowed, and there's only 29 million shares being borrowed right now currently. What is that as a percentage? It's kind of high. Wouldn't you think that would bring down the average age per day? It didn't. 850.
Well, I know human nature. And I know too that when if I'm renting you shares, KC, and I know that you're desperate for them, and you have to come renegotiate that rate to me on a regular basis, what do you think I'm going to do to you?
Raise the rates.
Every single time. If I know I've got you, if you got any kind of wolf in you whatsoever, any kind of predator in you at all, you're going to say, "Yeah, man, the old deal's done. I need to go up on you." It's just business. It's not personal. It's not personal. So there's got to be somebody out there doing that to these guys.
Well, yes. I mean, some of them are, right? I mean, if you go and you look at the numbers, the max on a borrow for a day can be up to 7% on any given some rent. Like today. Today, for example, some of the borrowed shares were borrowed at a 7.26% rate. Now, obviously, we've seen these rates at much higher numbers before, and there's actually some of the borrows are actually at really low amounts too, because it's the min is showing up at negative 0.2. Well, that's somebody borrowing shares and then returning in the same day. They're not really getting. There's probably no rate there, right? Like it's a negative rate because they're not actually incurring any kind of rate on those shares that they're borrowing and returning in the same day. But the idea behind the rates being raised, I think, has more to do with availability of shares that can be borrowed. And because utilization isn't super high through the roof right now, they're not, unfortunately, able to raise rates just yet because the amount of shares that are still available to be borrowed is low. But you're right, though. If there's a scarcity in shares available to be borrowed, those numbers go up. Yeah.
It's leverage. And any businessman worth his salt would do the exact same thing. Mm-hmm. And it stands to reason they may have had a few people that they have business relationships with that say, "I'll loan you 10 million shares at a sweetheart deal." I'm certain that goes on. There's relationships. But once the general marketplace realizes that they're holding a real thing of value by loaning these, and it's an anathema to what we're trying to do. I know they're not exactly helping us, but I'm just telling you, I hope they're fucking their eyeballs out on it. Whatever they're charging them now, I hope they double it next month. I hope they double it every single month until they choke on it. Because one way or another, somebody's going to pay. And if it's and I see that's only helpful to us. I know it seems like a weird proposition to want somebody who's loaning out their shares to make more and more money, but that hurts the people who are shorting us. So.
Yep. Certainly does. But again, you have to remember too, it's not just all AMC. There's a lot of other. I mean, there's a whole market full of shorting going on.
That's called target fixation. We're looking at what's right in front of us. We're focused on the target in front of us, and we lose sight of the entire battlefield around us. Yep, you're exactly right.
You know, there are other stocks out there that are charging much higher rates because they are hard to borrow and there isn't very many shares available, and so that's costing them more out of their pocketbooks to continue to short. And so, you know, if there's a lot of different stocks out there, and I don't want to name any specific names out there, but if there are other stocks out there that they're shorting and price is going up on them, that's going to hurt. It's going to be more money out of their pockets and more of a stress to try and continue to maintain business. So I'm patient. I think we've all shown that we're pretty patient. I know we've had our moments. Every single one of us. Anybody who says they haven't had a moment at some point or another is probably lying. But there might be a few of you out there who just don't feel anything in life. But you know, like censored content. I'm trying to get him back for Pantheon because Pantheon never showed up to help. Preacher, good morning, good afternoon, Preacher. Good to see you.
Hello.
Hey, I have a question for you.
Afternoon.
I wanted to, because you're more of a crypto guy than I am, and I thought maybe you could help me with this. Are you aware of a place where you can pull volume history from, say, like Bitcoin on a daily basis? Like, are you aware of a place where you can compile that data?
No, that's not something I'm tracking. And I also, like, you could go on an exchange, but I'm not sure if exchanges show you the volume that they have specifically on their exchange or like total volume.
I feel like
So-
Doug gave me a website a while back, and I can't remember what it is. Unfortunately, maybe I should reach out to Doug and find out what he's got. Because the reason that I was thinking about this was that I had a conversation last night, and it got me thinking down this road about buying versus availability. And I know that there's a very limited supply of a lot of different crypto coins, and I'd be interested in knowing what the buying pressure looks like in contrast to what the availability is. Because I have a theory.
I'm not sure.
I have a theory, and it makes sense to me the way that the theory works is if you know how people will usually pull out their coins into a cold wallet.
Yeah.
My thought process is that's you robbing liquidity from the market, right? That you're taking potential shares off the exchange that could be
robbing
used.
if it's yours.
Well, okay, so you're depleting the amount of possible inventory that could be used to trade with through an exchange, right? So my thought process on this is that when you do that, that would do this very, very similar to what DRS would do, which is basically like minimize the amount of trading that can go on between exchanges. It limits the amount of trades. So now everything becomes a point to where they have to trade in terms of IOUs.
I can understand your point of view, and I know I agree with you because you covered it already with GME. But the thing is, and it's a question. I'm not saying I'm right or not, but I'm just thinking.
Mm-hmm.
With GME and AMC, we kind of know there's an infinite liquidity, infinite number of shares out there. No matter if you want to go and buy, half a billion share, probably you can get that order filled off the dark market and stuff like that.
Right.
So would this, let's say, so-called DRS effect be different in a market where scarcity is actual scarcity?
Yes.
Meaning if
yes.
there's 19 million coins out there and only 2 million are being traded, wouldn't that actually drive the price a lot more?
Yes.
Shouldn't it?
Absolutely. Right. That's exactly what I'm thinking. But when you don't see that happen, and this is the point I'm trying to make, is that I think if you go and you look at the inflow versus outflow on something like and pick your coin. I don't care what coin it is, it doesn't matter, right? Like we'll just say Bitcoin, right? Use Bitcoin, you look at it, you see what's actually being held in wallets, which should be traceable. Like you should be able to look to see how much is being held in wallets versus what's on exchange. And then look at your flows of buying versus selling and seeing if those match what's available. And if they don't, if it's higher than, if the quantity of money that's passing back and forth between people is larger than the amount of shares that are, or not shares, but coins that are in existence, you have a problem. Because that very instantly points to the fact that they're trading things that do not exist.
Yeah. But, and here, tying into this, to give as an example, we have Robin the Hood, and probably a few other, dealers or brokerages who do a similar thing, where they give you an IOU instead of actual Bitcoin, right? So I'm not sure if, let's say, the so-called Bitcoin that Robinhood has on its books is showing as being total of the part traded, or it's like something different because you don't actually get the coins, you get like an IOU for Bitcoin.
Beneficial owner.
Yeah. So
beneficial
if
owner of record. Yeah.
Yeah. So if we're looking at it this way, where you have so-called these brokers that don't actually give you coins, they don't, you don't own the Bitcoin, but you own a debt or an IOU, then definitely there's going to be more volume than should be based on what's available to trade in the market.
Right. Which encourages them to be able to scalp off those orders because they're basically putting you up against other investors.
Yeah.
So basically, all they do is they drive down the price at that point because of due to the fact that there's low liquidity, they drive down the price to reduce the amount of holders. And once they've achieved the reduction of price to the point to where there's more where there's less holders in the amount of shares available to be actually traded, then you're now back in a situation where you can raise price again and start, getting more people to come in and buy so you can scalp again. And it just becomes this like perpetual scalping situation.
Yeah. And well, I guess as an investor, that kind of motivates you to go to an exchange where you can get your own coins on a wallet, and not get an IOU from an entity that if they go bankrupt, you lose everything, right? Or because I'm assuming that's what happens. If tomorrow Robinhood goes bankrupt, most people don't get their what's owed to them.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You have a coin that's supposed to be given to you that you never ever get, and it's just gone.
Yeah.
The value is already extracted, right? So that's the point that I was trying to make to the person last night is that by putting your coins into a cold wallet, you're allowing value to be extracted from the market because that you're taking away from the liquidity that could be used to trade the market to allow it to trade upwards in momentum.
But couldn't that also be used to trade downwards? Like
If your demand is always higher, yes. If your demand, so it all depends on the demand, right? Everything depends on demand.
Yeah.
And if you remove liquidity and demand is higher than the amount of liquidity that you have in the marketplace, then that incentivizes scalping. To control the amount of owners. And so therefore you as a shareholder, I say shareholder, you need to stop saying it. You as a coin holder or an investor in coinage then are losing value because you've taken something out of the marketplace that should help to incentivize trades that would go back and forth that would normally drive price upwards. So literally taking them out of the market is not helping. But at the same time, it's too scary to leave it in an exchange because it's too risky. So you're screwed. Yeah. Like either way you go, it doesn't matter. Like you leave it in an exchange and you're putting yourself at risk. You take it out and you're taking away value. You can't. There's no.
I don't know. Your theory doesn't make sense to me.
I haven't heard of any exchange that's run out of.
If there's 10 rare
coins.
cars and you burn 9 of them, the last car is worth way more.
Yeah.
No, it's not though because because what they can do is they can just drive down the price.
It is.
No, it's not. It's literally not worth more. It's worth less.
If there was 200 cars made,
doesn't matter what number you pick. Right? It doesn't. Listen for a second. It doesn't matter how many cars you pick. If you're paying me up front, and I know that I need to get the price down, I can artificially drop the price to make sure that I have less buyers than there, so that I only end up having one car for one buyer, and I get to scalp the difference on every single order on the way down. So it makes it worth less.
Not if there's only 50 cars in the world, and
it's hard to make 400. That metaphor work. It's hard to make that metaphor work with rare cars because too much of it doesn't translate. But I'd see what Casey's saying. You're right. Censor content. The less it comes down to a function of desirability, and if there's a limited number of Cobra Mustangs, when one of them crashes and burns, the others do increase. But Casey's he's mixing his metaphors in this particular instance. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, and I don't understand crypto volume because crypto volume that I've ever been able to find doesn't make sense. Like there's only 18 million Bitcoin. How can they have 17 billion in volume yesterday?
That's my point.
Like, are they working out the volume based on dollar value? I don't know.
I
Because
don't.
there's
I pissed
no
off. I
possible
pissed
way.
off so many people so many times because we plowed this field once before, and I said that all that coin stuff just trades on the greater fool theory. And then they say, well, no, it's just a store of value. I say, well, when you go to use it, you got to convert it back into dollars. So all you're doing is you're buying something on the hope and prayer that it's somebody else is going to pay more than you. And until then, it really is quite that simple.
Well, may I put it like this? When you're dealing with crypto, it's player versus player. You're always going to have someone out there that's going to buy the high, and
It's a
always
zero-sum game.
somebody out there that's going to sell the low. So it's player versus player is what you are looking for.
Yeah, Frank.
That's all the reason why it holds value.
Frank says, but in this example, the car is not crashing and burning; it's being parked in a garage and locked away.
That's what you think.
No, he's accurate, but his point's well made. His point's well made.
Well, they take them off the exchange. That's how they steal the liquidity and collateral, because you don't know what they have in their wallets. And then it goes up or down.
None of it matters.
None of it matters.
The same coincidence is if you want to go buy your brand new diamond ring tomorrow, how are you going to do it? For right now, you got to convert whatever your magical pirate coin is back to dollars before you go see Pro Jeweler. He's going to want money. He's going to want money, nothing else, and more likely than not, American dollars, USD. So the point is, it's not good for anything. And so by holding it, you're just holding something that's either going to go up in value depending upon your cost basis, and it's a greater fool theory. You're hoping that as years go by, somebody else will pay more than you.
Well, hold up. Wait a minute. At HEB, I have to look it up, but some grocery stores, you can go to a crypto ATM because they got them in the malls, and they only got 4 coins on them, which is Bitcoin, Litecoin, and I forgot the other 2. But they will take that for groceries. You don't have to exchange it for cash.
Look, you can find an anomaly. You can find one-offs and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
The argument stands that as a general rule, you don't use Bitcoin for commerce.
No. Yeah.
I know. Sure. Somebody somewhere says their grandma will sell you turnip greens for Bitcoin. That's fine. But as a general rule, worldwide, they're not using Bitcoin for commerce. All Bitcoin is you ask people what their Bitcoin is. It's like us with our AMC. It's either up in money or down. They're either in the red or the green or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And when it comes time for them to be finished, to cash out, to buy their home on the beach, their sailboat, they're not going to buy it with crypto. Not anytime soon. They're going to buy it with United States dollars. So that means they're going to have to sell it. So even if it's in a cold wallet, they can't take their cold wallet and walk into the sailboat dealership. They got to convert it back to dollars before they buy a sailboat. So it's the greater fool. And I'm not saying you can't make money at it. Get after it, man. If you can buy it for 35 and sell it for 70, you're my fucking hero. Just call it what it is.
Yeah.
Well, I do have a true story. Casey does know it, but no, I better not say it on live. Let's just say I was part of the Dogecoin thing with Elon Musk, and I made good. I made real good.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting.
Make money with Bernie Madoff. Bernie Madoff made people. You know how many people made millions off of Bernie Madoff and got to keep their money? I'm not talking about the people who got fucked.
And then some
people. That's the way Bernie Madoff ran for years. What, 25, 30 years? There were people who were in his fund that saw 10, 15% a year for years and then got out. Period. You know. That's all I'm saying. You know, you can be that guy.
You just got to be. You just got to be the.
You can be that guy that beats Bernie.
Yeah. You got to be the. You got to be one of the ones that gets out when it's time to get out.
Yes, sir. Yeah. You got to read the chart.
My favorite thing is you can dance. Let the band play, and everybody can dance. Just dance close to the door, because when the music stops, everybody can't get out at once.
Oh heck yeah! There was this idiot.
But it's funny to watch happen.
Oh yeah. It's really funny. Yeah.
This is a true story, and he was in the Dogecoin community. He's a complete, no mention, no name, so I can call him a complete idiot. But he put his entire life savings in Doge when it was like 0.0000 whatever, and he held it for like 2 years. And his account, when it spurted on May 8th to 72 cents, he had over $1 million, and the stupid idiot didn't sell. He thought it was going to go higher, like $1, like everybody was promoting that sucker. It's going to be $1, you know. And now, still to this day, he's holding it on Reddit.
All right, I got to get out of here, guys. It's break time for me.
See you.
Yes, sir. Enjoy
See you
your
in a bit.
9,000 breaks.
Oh, break time! I just got here.
Yeah, you know, it's amazing. It's amazing, like how that works out. Like it's just kind of like you have like that side piece. You know, the side piece shows up, and then you're like conveniently show up, and you're like, oh, you're leaving. Oh, that's so sad. It's so sad that you're leaving.
I can be back for the next one.
I just showed up.
Yep.
Oh man, I love you, Hayden. I love you too, Casey.
All right, now I'm jealous. You don't love me no more? Am I getting
Why
too old
you
for
gotta make Hayden the bitch voice?
I don't.
You give yourself the big baritone. I love
don't-
you, man.
I-
And then when it comes to doing his voice, you bitched him out.
I don't want to.
man.
I don't want to be the side piece as a woman. I want to be the side piece as a man.
Oh, Lord.
man.
Just saying.
You are so wrong, Casey.
All right, I'm out.
All I know is he made JJ the Jet Plane a soprano. Sound like one of the Bee Gees singing. Falsetto.
Oh man.
Poor Hayden.
Oh man.
Yeah, at least I'm not the one getting checked for COVID. So, all right, I'll see you guys later. On that note, woo! I had to back out of there quick before that blew up. Let's see here. Let me move my message. We'll see you guys back here in 210. See you guys in a bit.
Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
Oh, what a touching song. Don't let it stop. I was like, I couldn't, I don't know. I just felt like I couldn't stop that one. I was like, nah, you gotta let it ride out. All right, let's see what we got going on here on the numbers real quick here. NYCB Bank fell another 24%. Yikes, that's looking ugly. Let's take a look at what we got going on. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to be about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As it stands, we have 55.45% going through off exchange. EDGX at 8.73, the combined total on that 64.18%, or 1.82% less than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 17,800 shares. Has actually jumped a little bit here at the end of the day. So we did get some shares that ended up going through that exchange. It wasn't quite as much as I would like to see, which is over 30,000. But it was a significant jump from what we have been seeing. Let's see here. GME CHX volume for the day today coming in at... Oops. 823 shares. Total shares borrowed according to IBKR. So for the day-to-day, we did see some more borrowing here towards the end of the day. Looks like 150,000 shares more. In total for the day, that's going to put us in about 350,000 shares borrowed. Fees are currently at 0.49%. Ortex an hour ago was suggesting that there's been about 1.92 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. Reported now 2.32 million. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 11.66%. Our cost of borrow ends at negative 0.2. Average is 1.02 and max 7.26. Shares on loan for the day today is sitting at 29.3 million shares on loan. Ortex is estimated about 850,000 of that is in new short interest. 850,000 of that is on newly loaned shares, and 315,000 of that is in new short interest. Options. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago is at a $4.50 strike with 21.5 thousand contracts. It's now 29.5. Oh, no, I take that back. Looks like the highest amount of call volume has changed back down to a $4 strike at the very end of the day today. It was 4.5 for most of the day. The $4 strikes did take over in volume. We had 26.7 thousand at a $4.50 strike, and now we have 29.5 thousand contracts at 4. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $3.50 strike. An hour ago it was 8.5 thousand contracts. It's now 9.8. Market is still, or now once again suggesting the closing price between $3.50 and $4 by the end of the day today. We may see AMC go sub 4 before the day is over. That's at least what the options are starting to look like, suggesting anyways. MMRI as of an hour ago is 264.6. It's now 264.36. So small drop on that. The spread between the 2-year, 10-year yield an hour ago was 0.3 and is now 0.316, which is higher than what we started at for a gap between the 2-year, 10-year yield earlier this morning when we started the day out. Taking a look at the Mag 7. Actually, before I do that, NASDAQ is down 0.21, Dow Jones is up 0.13, and the S&P 500 is breaking even. We have 3,586 advancers, which is less advancers than we had an hour ago, to 2,128 decliners. The market's more declining than advancing. Of the Mag 7, 2 are green. Financial institutions, anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater is going to get a shout out. Silvergate's up down 6.25. NYCB is down 26.11%. Bank of California down 3.11. UBS is down 5.32. Western Alliance is down 3.53, and that's it. Gold is currently up 0.54 and trending very slightly down. Silver is up 0.28 and consolidating. Ethereum Classic is up 1.88 and starting to trend down after having been on a trend upwards. US dollar down 0.25 and consolidating after a trend down. Oil is up 1.63 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.6 to 0.67 and consolidating to maybe starting to trend upwards. SPY is up 0.06 and is starting to consolidate a little bit after an uptrend. VIX is down 2.63 and trending down. VBR is up 0.31 and consolidating. VB is up 0.49, consolidating. Tesla is up 1.68 and looks like it's trending down now. It was on an uptrend and had a reversal right around 1509. Eastern Standard Time. Amazon is down 0.91 and is currently starting to trend down after a trend up. Getting a reversal kicking in here towards the end of the day. Cinemark is up 1.61% and looks to have found a little bit of a bomb as it may be moving into some consolidation after trend down. Doge is up 0.96 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.84 and consolidating. GME is up 4.79 and trending up. HYMC is up 1.6 and slight trend down. NCMI is up 0.27 trending up. Hood is up 1.56 and consolidate. Actually, it's in a reversal after being in an uptrend to a downtrend. And AMC is up 11.58 and slightly trending down currently. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, $1.75 million more outflow than inflow. 18.7 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 367 minutes worth of trading. Is that right? I think that's right. After 367 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for 19.87 million shares by the end of the day today. That is within the 15 to 35 million shares I predicted in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, I suggest it would be on the lower side of that 15 to 35, and towards the middle portion of the day, it started to look like there was a chance we might see the upper end, but it ends up will be on the lower side of that prediction. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator occurring in this last measured data. RSI is at 56.17, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 66.49, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 67, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.38, which is slightly below average. And with that, let me take you guys over to the other page and yield my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. Did Pantheon show up here? Where's he at? Is he? Oh, there he is. I see him. Is he going to be in the back of the Big Tramp? Oh, there he is. I do not see Pantheon in the back of the Big Tramp. He is... he may not know what happened earlier today. Am I going to throw anybody under the bus? Maybe, maybe not.
I didn't snitch. I didn't say a word, man.
So
snitches get stitches, man.
I'm gonna snitch on myself here. Pantheon, I was funny earlier. I was talking about you a little bit. I went onto Twitter and somebody had posted something about the He-Man intro, or actually I reposted the He-Man intro. And as I was listening to it, I felt like I was like, man, it sounds like Pantheon's voice, just a tad bit deeper, but it has like the same kind of inflection or something. I don't know if you've ever got that before, but your voice sounds a lot like, in my opinion, the guy that did the intro for He-Man, and it made me wish I could hear you say the intro, just to kind of put it. I feel like if you just kind of gruffed up a little bit on your voice, just made it just a little bit deeper. Just go just a tiny bit deeper, and you could sound just like him.
Listen, don't feel bad, Pantheon. In the very same part of the stream, he compared JJ the jet plane's voice to Fran Drescher. Fran Drescher, the girl off of Nanny. He said that's what she sounded.
I did not.
So you're in good company, man. He's been stomping all over everybody's vocal cords today. So.
No. Oh man. Anyways, maybe I don't know. Pantheon's probably killing him that he can't come back here and defend his name.
Hey, you know how it is, man. When you're in naval battles, when another ship loses its rudder and its ability to steer, you just increase the shelling. You don't back off. You just fire away.
You unleash.
Yeah. The coup de grace.
He's probably.
Dropping loads.
Hey, there he is.
real
Rugged,
rugged.
how's it going, man?
Doing all right. How's it going?
Stockwiz is in the back of the Big Tramp. Good afternoon, Stockwiz. Good to see you too. Brandon, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Stockwiz, I think. Okay, he's got his microphone working. Never mind.
Good afternoon.
How's it going? Howdy.
Everything good.
Excellent.
Thanks for the invite again.
Oh, no problem. Absolutely. Just make sure you don't share that. We don't just want anybody
No.
running through here.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping this private.
Yeah, we gotta filter who we have coming through here. We got people like Hayden who just treats us like a used girlfriend, the side piece.
Like the love doll you need to pull out every once in a while and stuff.
I am using this on my phone, and I noticed the sound is a little bit less since I. Is that somebody? Is that something somebody else also experienced?
There is a way to adjust your
is,
settings.
but-
Yeah.
Yeah, one's for speaker, one's for just a phone earpiece.
Okay, I'll check it.
I think that boy toy done come back in here. Mm-hmm.
Did Hayden should back up in here again?
Maybe.
Oh, there he is.
Is that?
I have
the
the
guy that
real
was just
Hayden
talking?
and myself.
Is that Borat? The guy that was just talking.
Oh, easy. I can't have the real Hayden here. You guys beat up on me.
Wait, why? Why would we beat up on you?
Well, you've been doing it all day.
Oh, no. I see what you're saying. You can't have him come back to the back of the Big Tramp because you're afraid that we're gonna beat up on you. I got you. All right.
Yes.
No, we change. I mean, we're just kind of like the fair weather boyfriend who disregards us, and we can
You know how
change.
it is, Aiden. Everyone gets their love back here.
We know how it is to be the side piece. We know how to react differently in a sudden moment.
to be dash two.
Yeah. We're used to being used and abused. We're like redheaded stepchildren around here.
Mm-hmm.
So did New York community? Are they still treading?
I don't know.
They're down to 26%. Well, no, they got a little bit of a dead cat bounce there. They're at 20. They're only down 25% right now, but yeah, people can't sell that shit fast enough.
So this is the next bank to go belly up.
Maybe.
Well, you know, you guys talk about they are being shorted to hell.
Mm-hmm.
So
sure.
It says here
massive.
they're being sued by shareholders as the stock tumbles.
Yeah, classic.
Well, we already looked at the shareholder status, and we know that a lot of those happen to be institutions. They were sued on Tuesday by shareholders in a proposed class action after the lender posted unexpected commercial real estate loan losses, slashed its dividend, causing its stock price to fall by more than half. In a complaint filed by Brooklyn Federal Court, shareholders said the bank defrauded them by failing to disclose it would to set aside more money for the credit losses and cut its dividend to preserve capital. Led by Tennessee resident Walter Lem, shareholders said the bank had since last March instead offered an unrealistically positive assessment of the company and its financial well-being and prospects, inflating its stock price. New York Community Bank Corp did immediately respond to a request for comment. Chief Executive Thomas Kangemi, the financial chief officer John Pinto are also defendants. The Hicksville, New York-based lender, which operates about 400 branches under several, surprised investors last Wednesday with a $260 million fourth quarter loss, as it set aside more money for losses in offices and apartment buildings. It attributed the 71% dividend cut to a boost capital to meet regulatory requirements after its takeover last spring of the failed Signature Bank in a government-arranged auction boosted overall assets to well above $100 billion. And there's more there, but I'm not going to read it.
Yeah, I think George Gammon had a good series the last few days about the trust in the banking system. And when those guys took over that stuff for Signature, I thought they took some UBS stuff also. It just reminds me of those turkey buzzards that see a dead squirrel, and yet they get hit by a truck while they're trying to pick off the dead squirrel. It's exactly what those guys were. That dividend is garbage. It's all about them trying to get rich on someone else's failures.
I saw some other interesting bank news today. I saw Bank of America in Fort Myers. I think that's where either Tom D is from or Pro Jeweler, but down around the Fort Myers, Florida area, they had a guy going with a bomb. I guess the bomb was, he was playing, pretending, but apparently the sniper wasn't. The sniper took him serious. I think the whole thing was over rather quickly, but I don't know necessarily what that was all about. But the banks aren't having a good day today in the news cycle.
And did we find out what happened with Pantheon? Did he retire and become a baker? Did he open his own strip club?
No. He had a project that he went to go work on, and he taught. Yeah, he taught. There was a. Well, in his line of work, they work on projects, right? They build something.
Sure.
It's a project, right? They build something, and he's working with that. He took a job to do that. It was something he felt like he couldn't pass up, and so that's what he was doing. He said it before. He talked about it. I'm really.
What I was doing.
I'm surprised to see that his account lost all the videos though. I don't understand why they're all just
That's
gone.
kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I assume he always has that potato that he shows. Maybe he became a chef, and that's what's the channel is gonna show him baking potatoes, or is it a potato or a rock?
No,
I have no idea. But it's a golden.
But potato.
Potato, yes.
Why is Yale saying my eyes are red? Hold on a second here. Let me look at my eyes.
Your eyes are red, man. Stop.
Are my eyes red? Are my eyes red? I can't. Do they look red? Really? They look really red?
You're red, man. Were you crying?
Yeah, I was crying. I was Hayden's side piece, and I was a little upset about it.
I'm upset that all his videos are gone.
I'm gonna have to. I think Pantheon might be watching the live stream in the past because he's not answering right now.
Is he here? Let me look.
Well, he was,
is
but
he in the chat?
He was, but I think.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, so I think he's.
He might come back here in a little bit.
Yeah, we have to actually reach out to him. Pantheon. Let's see. Pantheon hit live now. He's in the past.
Oh, there he is.
Is he in the back of the big tramp?
Here?
Is he back? No, he's not back.
Yeah, I think that's him with his son in the back. He's wearing a number 12 jersey. No, that's not him.
That's me. Is there a place
hi.
near here?
Hi, Pantheon.
Is he here? You keep doing that to me, and I keep looking, you bastard.
Whoa, what's happening? Things are happening.
Are you tripping out on shrooms? What's going on, man?
You're the one smoking out.
I am not smoking out. It's not even legal in this state. It's not legal in this state. I know I'm not.
It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it means something to me.
Still do it.
It means something to me. I don't know.
It's just a law. Laws are meant to be broken, or else they wouldn't be there. That's okay. I know.
It's not how it works for me.
I know.
Everybody's saying we won't tell Casey. If you would know, look, you would know if I was high. That's obviously not the case. You'd know it. I'm not one of those kind of people that can kind of fake that kind of stuff at all. So the chances of that happening and me trying to like pull a quick one on you guys would not work out. There's no way I could have made it through numbers or anything like that doing that kind of thing.
So does that mean you're not going to watch the Bob Marley movie?
What does that mean?
Is that a requirement to have to be high in order to watch it?
I mean,
if you pull a pirate and you maybe pop a gummy, it might make it a little more enjoyable, and you'll eat more snacks and support your company more.
It just makes me nice. That's when you can tell when I'm blown out. I'll be real nice and friendly. Right then and there, I got my head right. My standard protocol's asshole.
The first time I ever saw Pulp Fiction, I was high, and I hated the movie. I absolutely hated it. I couldn't follow it. I was like, "What the hell is going on?" And I thought I thought it was the worst movie ever created in the whole wide world. I was like, "How can anybody like this movie? It's terrible. You can't follow it." And it was the worst thing I'd ever seen.
They jumped back and forth in the timeline, and you were buzzed, and you couldn't keep up with it.
Yeah, I couldn't keep up with it at all. I was like, this is stupid. And then I saw the movie Normal, and I was like, holy crap, this is the best movie I've ever seen in my whole life. I don't understand what the hell why I couldn't follow along before. This makes total sense.
The movie takes the drugs for you.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. You almost do feel like you're tripping watching that movie, yeah. I can relate. SSR was tripped yesterday, Captain
Probably
Awesome.
high in the sky,
Yeah. That was the first, I think that might have been the first movie I ever saw high. I'm pretty sure it was. I'm like almost 100% sure that was the first movie I ever saw that way. And I was out of high school.
This is the coolest thing that has ever happened. Bro. He's talking about watching Jacob's Ladder high. I had to watch Jacob's Ladder no fewer than 4 times before I finally figured out what it was. It took me that long.
Yeah, there was no ladder.
No ladder.
Pantheon, we needed your videos all disappeared on your channel. We went over to your channel to visit you on your channel, and there's only one video left now. It's one video, and that's it. There's nothing else left there. It's like somebody went in and just wiped it all out. It's crazy.
Ooh.
Not good.
Got hacked.
Hey, Casey, I got a question.
Sure.
I'm married.
If Pantheon found a new job, something better, and then he just pops in every now and then. Just saying.
You got a job at Research in Motion?
Blow?
It sounds familiar to me.
What kind of job?
That he's got something better, and I'm being accused of finding something better.
You're saying that that JJ's got treats us like a side slice, when in all actuality it's Pantheon, who's he's a guy that hangs out every weekend with the fellas until he gets that first girlfriend, and then you never hear from him again.
Just like that. Just like that.
That is messed up, man. Pantheon, you're gonna have to set these guys right. You're gonna have to set these. You're gonna have to set. Was that a snap, crackle, pop that I heard? That was. It did sound like that.
Somebody said just like that, and then there was a perfectly timed fart.
Just like that. And then he's got that voice, and you're like, oh, it's cool. It's Pantheon. He's got that voice,
Man,
JJ.
Everybody's been taking hits at you today, man. Even me. It's like crazy. it's like you gotta
take their turn as a whipping boy.
Yeah, it's like, and we kept saying things, and you never showed up, and I was like, oh man, he's taking hits left and
I feel
right.
like Tony Montana, man. What'd they say?
Here comes the bad guy.
Yeah, here comes the bad guy. You all sit there. You all can just sit there and look at me. I'm the bad guy. That's right.
Well, unfortunately, the whipping post boy from Pantheon whipping post boy day is over. Yeah, no, it's time. It's time. It's over. The day is done.
Don't give us
if he's gonna have to come in here and defend himself, it'll be tomorrow. The day of reclamation, if that's
break?
even a thing, tomorrow. Yes, another break. All right, guys. I will see you back in the back of the big tramp after I get done here. Mm-hmm.
All right. See ya.
Well, guys, unfortunately, you know what that means. It is that time of the day. And as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do is support our stock, AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, remaining start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Acceleration confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.